down, cause I'm here to flow, 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 flow. Get down, cause I'm here to flow, 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 flow. Get down, cause I'm here to flow. Down, cause I'm here to flow. Get down, cause I'm here to flow. Get down, cause I'm here to flow.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, and all the gamers who enjoy playing Valorant. Welcome to the Penta Pro Series Valorant VCT off-season official event brought to you by Penta Esports. My name is Crips, and with me is OG the Lotus Chicken. We're gonna be your casters for the day, and we're about to witness some cracking good Valorant.
Yeah, for sure, dude. I've been spending the entire off season just lounging back. So it's finally different and exciting to get behind the mic, get behind some amazing Valorant action because we have some of the best teams of our region lined up for you to not only settle some scores but to make new storylines because there's a lot of stuff that's happened during the off season, right? And I think that this last off-season event that we're going to have in Southeast Asia is going to encapsulate all the madness because we have roster changes, we have player transfers, we have a lot of not only the top teams but also the up and coming teams, right? So we have the variety by the bunch, Crips. And hey, it's gonna be like what, a 2 week extravaganza. So it's December, baby. I'm already feeling the Christmas vibes and the star gift, I guess.
Yeah, this time it seems like Santa came early, gifting us all this amazing Valorant action that we are about to witness. And you put it the right way, the last off-season event of the year. And this event has the potential to show us what's going to be in store for the next year as well, because next year there's going to be some exciting new changes, the franchise system kicking in place, the Ascension Leagues beginning, and this tournament will tell you exactly what to expect from the first few months of 2023. Let's get
True.
into the thick of the things, ladies and gentlemen. This tournament has 8 invited teams from South Asia, 6 of them coming from India, as well as teams coming in from Bangladesh and Sri Lanka as well. That
Yeah,
being said, there's 2 invited teams from Southeast Asia too, but those guys will be joining us directly in the finale. Out of the eight
exactly.
teams participating in the playoffs, the 8 South Asian teams, only 2 will make it forward into the finale stage where they will be going up against the invited SEA teams, which are Bleed and Boom Esports.
For sure, man. Bleed and Boom, dude. These are two big names that our boys now have to fend off against, right? And, in all honesty, considering the format of this given event, which we'll soon go into depth with, I feel like it's the best possible format for our South Asian representatives to not only get heated up to the competition, but to be rock solid by the time they reach that top two phase, which we're all eagerly looking forward, right? And let's be honest here. We have a lot of big names, but nothing is a certainty, Crips. And that's the beauty of Valorant.
Exactly. That is the beauty of this particular tournament because the big names sure are present, but those big names have been through some recent instability. The off season has been rife with plenty of roster changes, plenty of org changes, and at the same time, players changing regions for the sake of Valorant. So, how are all these players doing? How are they adjusting to their newfound homes and their new teammates? How will they be going ahead into the next year? All of that will be discussed right here and now before the games begin. And keep this in mind. This not only tells us the story for the beginning of the next 2023 VCT season, there's also $30,000 up for grabs. So these teams,
True.
they have quite a lot to play for.
They have quite a lot to play for, but what do they have to play with is the question. So, if
Oh, that
anybody
too.
is joining us in the chat, we know that there is a new update that released. Cypher got buffed, Chamber is sent back to spawn every round, and it's a little depressing right now. But for the sake of this event, we're going to go with the previous patch. So, it's going to be the Chamber Unleashed, and the last time that we'll have it on display. And you know what, Crips? I was thinking to myself yesterday, what would have been worse to play against? Primetime Jet or Primetime Chamber? And I think it's Primetime Chamber that's the worst to play against because you need like perfect utility usage to push him out, right? And in any professional game, you can't walk into it knowing that you have perfect utility usage. In fact, in all of the professional games, the only way you win is by punishing the other team's weaknesses. So that entirely kind of throws it out of the box. And considering the kind of players that we have, especially in Southeast Asia, these crack demons, I'm ready to see the last bid farewell of this, I think, the most broken agent in Valorant so far.
Oh, well, Chamber still being at the peak of his power in the Penta Pro Series is definitely going to give us some highlight clips, some tour de force and headhunter shots that you will probably never witness
Please.
after the Chamber has been nerfed. But that being said, there's quite a lot of innovation going on in that sector too. It's been less than a week since the new patch came out, and already people are adjusting to what the Chamber future is going to look like. But now that you get one little extended lifeline, one little bonus as to how the chamber used to be, reminds you of that guy in his prime, I think we're going to get to see that particular agent in abundance over here. That being
For
said, there's
sure.
been quite a lot of changes to other agents as well. Almost every recon ability now has 20 health instead of 10 health, which goes for trap fires, recon darts as well. So
Thank God.
all your shorties and your cheap weapons can still break those things, but the prowlers and the boombots are also just as deadly. Both those abilities have been reduced to 60 HP in the new patch, but in the old ones they all have 100 health, so they're like shooting down half a member as well.
Yeah. And the entirety of the playing field had been changed, right? In fact, considering that I'm a jet spammer myself, having to play against so many ciphers, dude, it's bringing back old trauma. So I'm going to use this off season to completely reset. These 12 days, I don't think I'm even touching Valorant because all the Valorant goodness that I want's going to be on this screen and I don't need any more. Talking about goodness, we have the total prize pool. So it's a 30K USD tournament where 18K goes to the champions. You have 9K for the runners up and 3K for the winner of this stage of the tournament, which is the league stage for now. So if you end up coming first, you get 3K. If you end up coming second, you do qualify for the finale stage, but you do not get that, buck in the bag, if you know what I mean.
Oh yeah, that's true. Those $3,000, they're just gonna be added bonus to get to the next stage of the tournament, that is the finale. And of course, over there you get to challenge not only bigger teams but also take home this $3,000 as bonus money. But that is not
Exactly.
the lion's share. The lion's share is $18,000, which are gonna be up for grabs for the winners of this tournament, and the runners-up walk away with 9,000 of their own. Of course, that does mean that the SEA teams that have been invited to this tournament, Bleed and Boom Esports, get a slight advantage as they skip this entire stage that we have on our screens right now. And this entire stage of the playoffs is going to be one big double elimination.
Yeah, true. Although one thing that I desperately hope for, Crips, is the fact that in every Southeast Asian event that's happened so far, it's always been a SEA team playing against an SEA team in the finals. We've never had a SEA versus South Asia in the finals, for example. So I hope that this event, considering that this is the last event of the year and the last official off-season event, we might get to have that extravaganza in the finals. But again, that's for a day way later to come, right? Let's start with the upper brackets now. So we have God's Reign taking on Vorpal Swords, and mind you, God's Reign and Vorpal Swords, they are relatively new rosters. Although Vorpal Squads, it's been a while from since we've seen them, right? What the last time we saw them was a good 4 or 5 months ago. And God's Reign recently put together Sai, Vibor, Knight Rider, Ember, Hoax. At least for Sai, Vibor, and Knight Rider, I can say that these three players have been somewhat pivotal to the squads that they've been in prior, right? You think about Vibor all the way back in VLT. He used to be their backbone. Sai, he used to be the instigator of a lot of these roster changes and the leader for most of the time. He was like, let's say, back many moons ago in EXO. So you have these two members alongside Knight Rider and Ember. Dude, we've already seen what greatness these players can achieve in Revenant themselves. So I'm really looking forward to this matchup. It's going to be a refreshing sight to see all these players play together.
Yep, that is true. And that's going to be our first game of the day, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be God's Reign taking on Vorpal Swords. The second game of the day will be Revenant Esports versus Reckoning. These are the two matches that we'll be
Ooh.
witnessing today. There will be plenty of more action coming from a lot of teams in the next few days as well. But we start off with this one. Now, God's Reign is the kind of team that you see often, not as a unit, but as individual players grouped up
Exactly.
together. Ember and Knight Rider. These two players started their journey together in the old CSGO days under a team called God Particles. They then went on to explore Valorant under the banner of Force One, and then they were picked up by team Revenant Esports. Now, they were amazing in Revenant. Knight Rider is still a damn good opper. Ember is one of the best support players that you can find. But
True.
unfortunately, they had to leave Revenant Esports because Revenant was hiring some international talent. They brought in players from Philippines such as Ching and Josh, and to make room for them, Ember and Knight Rider were shown the door. Sai has a similar story. He's never had the opportunity to find a team to call home, and he's been in quite a lot of unstable rosters. And
True.
this is the case for him ever since he switched from CSGO to Valorant. He was never able to find a team that he can truly call home. Vibhor shares a similar story. Started off as one of the best anchors and one of the best controller players under the banner of Velocity Gaming. And then when Deadly 10 entered the team, Vibhor was asked to leave to make room for him. He joined Orangutan for a bit, and at that time as well, he was performing really well alongside
Yeah.
some international talent such as Tesseract and Aduka. But now that Orangutan themselves have a little bit of roster instability, Vibhor finds himself in the squad of God's Reign. So that's going to be our first team for the day. A bunch of Indian players who have come together to show that while several other teams have not placed their trust in them, they can come together to kick some ass. Our
True. True.
opponents for them, the contenders, are going to be Vorpal Swords, consisting of Kroms, Benje, Esite, Roj, and Koof. Now, this is a team that many people might know as Union Gaming. Back in May, that's when they played their last tournament, by the way. They were playing under the banner of Union Gaming, and they did reasonably well. Of course, they didn't have any major achievements or star studded achievements to their name, but they were quite a solid roster. In fact, Esite over here was once trying out for Global Esports as their main jet player. This was when
Ooh.
SK Rossi was going through some fatigue and he was dealing with some personal problems of his own. So Esite was filling up his shoes for a few weeks. Of course, that did not
Interesting.
work out for him. So he went back to his old roots. And Vorpal Swords, I mean, they've been inactive for quite some time. The last tournament was all the way back in May. And while the roster itself hasn't changed much, I want to see how much they've improved. A
Yeah.
few
I think
months of
that's a very crucial
downtime,
piece.
yeah, a few months of downtime is enough for any team to completely transform themselves.
Exactly. Considering that the roster has stuck together, there's no need to build any added chemistry, right? You already have the chemistry from prior. All you have to hope for is good prep. Because we've seen this in the past with multiple esports scripts. There might be a team that might not compete as much in the recent tournaments that do happen, but if they take the chance and if they use it wisely, if they take that break and they're able to incorporate it within improving their synergy in the team, improving their map pool, improving their agent pool, we've seen very good results. And that's what we're hoping for, right? Because in the context of this best of three, God's Reign has the upper hand, not only in terms of talent, but also in terms of experience. Because we mentioned that all these players have played for historic teams but never really found a home, right? Hey, when you play for historic teams, you do get the relevant experience needed
Yeah.
to pull yourself out of a situation that these players are stuck in right now. You know, you look at Sai, you look at Vibhor. These players have built an immunity while competing at the top. So you just got to hope that this kind of an event where they have prime opportunity to show them who's boss, they capitalize on it, man.
Yeah, definitely. And I do believe that the whole factor of not being able to find a team to call home does go in your favor at times because you've played for so many teams, you've played with so many other people. And the more people that you interact with in the scene, the more people that you have played with, the richer your Valorant experience is because you get exposed to so many different perspectives, especially when it comes to players like Sai. He's been a part of almost every Indian team and he's known every Indian
Actually,
player, whether it's in Valorant or whether it's in CSGO. He's got quite a lot of experience that way. And same goes with Vibhor, because he's been exposed to the playstyles of some of the SEA players as well, in the form of Tesseract and Aduka. He can get in some rich experience from those guys too. So naturally, God's Reign is the more experienced team over here in terms of individual talent. But how they come together as a team, we'll have to take a look.
Sure. And that's all going to be based on what the playing field looks like today, right? We need to head into that map veto. It's a best of three, mind you, ladies and gentlemen, with a double elimination bracket. So if either team loses this, they'll have another chance. It's not going to be do or die right off the bat.
Well,
Fracture.
it's not do or die. So let's just get the maps which are difficult right out of the way. God's Reign, veto out Fracture. I'm gonna be honest, I'm kind of surprised about the Fracture ban. I really thought God's
Yeah.
Reign is the kind of team that can thrive under chaos. So them banning out Fracture kind of tells you that they're not really prepared for the amount of chaos that Fracture brings through. Does that mean that they'll select something simple? Oh no.
Okay.
Okay. I was expecting something simple like maybe a bind or an ascent because they can't handle chaos, but then they pick up Pearl. I mean, that's just as chaotic.
Exactly. They wanted a selection of chaos crypts. They still wanted, the
But
end
in a
result
little more
nonetheless.
tasteful way.
I know, right? And a little bit more of a bamboozle way. And I'm honestly looking forward to Pearl, man. It's been a while since both of us have seen Pearl together. But we will have that simplistic nature of bind hitting in at VRS's map pick, which is gonna be. I still feel like God's Reign have somewhat of an upper hand given that it's bind and Pearl, right? To open up this best of three. God's Reign, they have a realistic chance of a 2-0, but again, I think we're speaking way before we're supposed to, right? Because hey, map one hasn't even begun.
Yeah.
And I'm really hoping that Vorpal just come out of the gate swinging.
Exactly. They've been asleep for a few months, and when they finally wake up, I hope that their inner beast also does the same. Haven taken out of the picture. Not really a surprise, considering that you already have some really good maps in the pool. Pearl and Bind can bring the amount of chaos required. So Haven,
Yeah.
at this point, while it's a complicated map, it has some level of stability to it. Icebox as well, a similar story. The meta hasn't really shifted when it comes to a map like Icebox. Sure,
Yeah.
some of the agents might go in and out of fashion, but the overall map style still remains the same. And that can be said for Haven as well, because even Haven and Icebox have been in the map pool for so long that they haven't really seen too many meta changes. Of course, there's more scope of innovation in Haven, but in a map like Icebox, which relies heavily on an agent like Viper, there's not too much that can be done.
Exactly. You have your standard Vipers, you have your standard Sovas, and you know what? We have Ascent to close it off. So a map where you can still be a little more dynamic with your agent selection, because with the Fade introduced, you kind of have a substitute to Sova. So there's a lot of workarounds that we could see in map 2 and map 3. And we did want Pearl to begin with, right? And here's why. God's Reign, they've played 4 maps on Pearl so far, and they've only lost 1, and that too, it's against Global Esports in overtime. They won against Valor, they won against Medal, they won against Reckoning.
Yeah, but that's the thing. They've lost to the bigger names like Global Esports and Enigma Gaming. Now, luckily for the side of God's Reign, those two teams aren't participating in this tournament. Global Esports are busy preparing for their franchise next year. They have players flying to Korea and also going to Brazil for the Sao Paulo kickoff event. And unfortunately, EG is going through some major roster shuffles. We don't exactly know what yet, but there has been rumors floating around. Of course, we won't instigate those rumors. We won't really delve into those. But let's just say that there's some changes going on between that team. So that's why they're not a part of this tournament. Although we will be getting to see players from Enigma Gaming who were a part of that team in the past in this tournament under the banner of Team One Chance. Keep in mind that Hika and Caramel basically were from that team, but we'll discuss those guys later. For now, let's get back into the current matchup. Union Gaming. Oh, sorry, I correct myself. Vorpal Swords. It's basically the same roster, dude. Vorpal Swords going up against God's Reign. Now, God's Reign have been able to defeat some names, but they've only been able to beat Reckoning Esports. That's the only team they've beaten who's actually in this tournament.
True, and I think that was the old roster of Reckoning as well, not the
Yeah.
one which is filled with international talent. So it's going to be a very different landscape that they have to fight against for sure. Although they have decent stats on all three maps that they've picked, they might just be proven irrelevant because, hey, all we're interested is the present and now, right? And the present and
Hmm.
now keeps changing. So our team, God's Reign, going to be adaptive to those changes. Like we said, with this being the last off-season event of the year, and with next year being a completely different landscape for Southeast Asian and South Asian Valorant for that fact, this is going to be the last chance for some of these guys to make quite the name for themselves and maybe get a good start to 2023. Otherwise, there's always next year, but like we said, it's going to be infinitely
Always.
harder.
Man, you make it look so simple when you say that always next year, as if it's just so nonchalantly casual. But I think God's Reign going into this matchup will have some sort of an advantage considering they have a 75% win rate on Pearl. Now, of course, the 75% only comes from defeating teams like Reckoning, Medal, and Valor. Medal and Valor aren't even a part of this tournament. They were not able to make it. Um, but they've defeated them on Pearl before. And the Pearl composition for the side of God's Reign is pretty standard. They haven't really seen too much innovation. We stick to their old roster of the Astra, Chamber, Fade, Jet, and Sage. And even the players who play these agents are pretty much the same. Knight
Yeah,
Rider, he can alternate between the chamber whenever required. I mean, especially now that the chamber is still being played on the old patch and not the new one, we're going to see him at his
exactly.
prime. So Knight Rider will be hitting some shots. Sai most likely will be picking up the Jet, I believe. He's always been the Jet spammer, as you call yourself that. Vibhor, on the other hand, quite a solid anchor. And instead of playing a controller this time around, he's going to be playing the Sage, which is quite appropriate to his playstyle. He can anchor down like an absolute boss. Um,
True.
Hawks most likely will be sticking to the side of the Fade. But then again, this was their old lineup, which we saw like a couple of weeks ago against the side of Reckoning Esports. Maybe they would have brought some changes through for this tournament. We don't really know, but hey, if it's still the old lineup, then we know what to expect. At least Vorpal know what to expect if they've done their homework.
Exactly. And like you mentioned, right? Knight Rider on that chamber, especially given this map pool. We start off at Pearl, head to Bind, and finish things off at Ascent if it goes the entire distance. All these three maps are very chamber friendly maps with the old patch. So it's going to
Yeah.
be a very, very important match for Knight Rider to state his mark in this chamber competition that we have in South Asia. Because you look at the kind of players that he has to stack up against when he's
Hmm.
at this market, right? Best chamber in India, SK Rossi. You have players like Knight Rider who consistently deliver good performances, but not to the same pedigree as Rossi might. So this, given the last chance that he might have his chamber, yeah, it's going to be more of old plans and old compositions that we will get to see Crip. So that's one stat that I feel like is the most relevant. Old patch, old stats as an old player composition. So Chamber is something that we might get to see for sure. Although I'm pretty sure, at least I hope, that Sai doesn't
Hmm.
gravitate towards that Jet, at least on Pearl. I feel like on Pearl, if you have that Chamber, it's a decent enough starting point when you have a player who can man the op, who can man the long range
Yeah.
angles. Other than that, having someone who can maybe specialize in flush utility and close range fights could be very more useful. For example, if you have a Raze, it's very, very annoying to play that mid area, both towards art and towards the long hallway towards B. So Raze is somewhat of a decent option. You also see the occasional Rena from time to time, and considering her flashes are now kind of imba even on Pearl, you can just throw it on B long and the player all the way back in halls will be blind. So there are viable alternatives to that Jet that I want Sai to pick up, although like you said, it's Sai. So you kind of know, but you never really know.
I mean, that's a fair enough assumption to his playstyle. He's quite versatile that way. He claims that he's been able to play every single agent in a competitive setting. So let's see how much his versatility truly extends to today. But OG, while Pearl definitely seems like a map which Team God's Reign have under lock and key, Bind
Hmm?
seems equally difficult for them. In the recent past, God's Reign have only acquired a 40% win rate on the map of
Sheesh.
Bind. Out of the 5 games they've played, they've lost 3 of them. Now, of course, this is a stat that you need to take with a pinch of salt. The two
True.
times they've lost bind was against Reckoning Esports in the past. And Reckoning's strongest map just happens to be bind. So just because they've lost to Reckoning in that particular map doesn't mean that they will meet the same fate when they face Vorpal Swords today. They've also lost bind against Enigma Gaming, but then again, Enigma Gaming is a far more stable team and on a far higher caliber, on a different tier in the Indian esports scene. So it's not fair to compare the young squad of God's Reign against them. But now that they're going into bind and Vorpal Squad also wants this map with such bravado, I think God's Reign have their work cut out for them. This
Yeah.
basically means that there's a very good chance this game might go the distance all the way to the third map.
True. I kind of also wonder what would have happened to this tournament if Split was introduced, right? If we had the chance that, we can play the old patch, but with Split, I think that would have been ideal. I think all of us have a little bit of, oh,
No,
okay. You don't
I
like
don't.
Split at all?
I hate Split.
Why?
Hate Split.
Why?
I think it was rightfully removed from the map pool. It's so stale. It's so stagnant. I mean, a lot of people now are complaining that
Okay,
Icebox is
understandable.
becoming stale because there's too much. There's not too much scope of innovation, and that rings true for every map, right? Any map which has a Viper involved, even Breeze and Icebox for that matter, are becoming stale because it forces you to play in a certain way, and people
Yeah,
are saying that
true.
Icebox is supposed to be played in a certain way with not too much scope of innovation. Otherwise, it's too risky of a strat. I think the same
Okay.
was applicable to Split as well. While you can change your agents around and you can pick up whatever the hell you want, that map supports your double initiator as well, double controller as well. Even if you want to say screw you to the Sentinels and pick up a triple duelist, you can still make it work. But that's the thing about Split. It's a very basic map. So no matter what you do, it's going to be viable. That doesn't really make exciting games. So I'm happy Split is out of the picture. And yeah, let's see which map takes the bullet going into the next season.
Yeah, I mean, with the way you were wording that, I was assuming that you like maps which encourage different compositions, but you
I
ended up.
do. I do. No. Listen, that's the thing. I like maps which encourage different compositions, but the playstyle remains the same regardless of the composition. So
Okay, then by theory, are you an Ascent fan? Because there are
again,
multiple
no.
controllers that's viable, multiple initiators that are viable, multiple duelists that are viable. So, you have your variety of the bunch there. Although, yeah, like at least I'm on the same boat with you. I do not want to touch Ascent, bro. Like every time we sit to cast that. Every time we sit to cast a tournament, there's a 90% chance that we're going to be casting Ascent on every single day. That aside, playing that map alone, dude, I yawn.
It's so random. Yeah, it's quite basic, right? At this point, because the fundamentals are just so simple to understand. It's really easy to execute those fundamentals with a variety of different agents, and the playstyle remains the same regardless of what agents you pick. Of course, that also means that Ascent can probably be the most difficult map to predict, and that's why if this series goes to the third map, if this goes all the way to Ascent, I will not be able to pick a winner. I will not be able to make my predictions because Ascent really cannot be claimed by any one particular team. Sure, there are teams who can go ahead and say that Pearl is our strongest map and they will actually be able to enforce it. But if a team is saying that Ascent is our strongest map and we will guarantee a win on that, then they are lying.
I think a good fix to the icebox problem that you're having, where it's only Viper. At least what Riot thought when they introduced Harbor
Harbor.
was the versatility in maps would increase, but that hasn't simply been the case, right? We've not seen a Harbor on icebox as much. What's another Viper reliant map? Breeze. I
Breeze,
don't
yeah.
think I've seen a lot of Harbor on Breeze, although to some extent I still find it viable, although a little harder to implement. What would your answer be to that, though? Like, what would you change? Do you think Harbor needs more of a buff? Do you think Viper needs a nerf?
Yeah. Okay, so I think in the recent patch, Riot has done both. They've increased the ultimate point cost of the Viper's Spit, which I think
Thank
is
God.
fair. Any ability which engulfs an entire site, like for example, the KO's Null Command, or maybe even the Razor's Showstopper, or the Orbital Strike, all of these require 8-point darts because they have the ability to not just clear out a lot of area, but also deal quite a lot of damage. So it's fair
Yeah.
that they increase the Viper's Spit ultimate points, and they also make changes to it where she can't stay out of the Viper's Pit for too long. They have also buffed Harbor by increasing the duration of his Cascade and High Tide. And those are the abilities where he basically creates walls of water. And while the duration increase is a nice touch, now his walls stay up just as long as Viper's walls do. I still think that his abilities are quite underwhelming because he himself gets slowed when walking through his water walls.
Exactly.
I think
He
that's
and
not
his
fair.
teammates.
Yeah, his name is Varun, for God's sake. Varun is supposed to be the god of water according to Indian mythology. Why is he getting slowed down by water?
I know, right? Like logic, man. Oh,
Yeah.
dude. Honestly, I feel like the abilities that he has are very unique for a controller, because that's
Hmm.
one controller that not only helps you control a fight but also maybe push the limits a little bit, right? Especially with that high tide. I don't think we've seen a lot of examples where people go behind that high tide, behind not so solid cover but at least opaque cover, and are able to force
Hmm.
gunfights which are sort of unconventional. But hey, this is Southeast Asia, right? The entire meta that our region has developed is take these unconventional fights, so you throw your enemies off and play that mental game. So I feel
Yeah.
like for our region especially, this is a controller that could work in the long run, but with a lot of players
A lot of
hesitating to go
changes.
towards Harbor, this event might bring up that change. I really hope so, man. If Harbor gets so much of playtime, no cap, I might become a controller main myself, because I'm getting bored of the duelist, mind you.
Oh, okay. You're getting bored of the duelist mindset. That's what happens when you guys are too when you're basically too engaged with your jet. You just basically fail to go ahead with any other agent. Become like me, buddy. Become like me.
Uh,
But I'm gonna trash talk you later. Let's talk about the teams for a little longer. We've already discussed what God's Reign and what Vorpal Swords bring to the table, but we have some more talented teams in the mix. One of the
yeah.
teams that I really want to throw some light on is Revenant Esports. Now, of course, we're gonna be seeing some ex-Revenant players in this game. We'll be seeing Knight Rider along with his buddy Ember play together. But what happened to Revenant Esports after the departure of these two players? Ching and Josh S from Philippines have joined this team. Now, Revenant Esports, they used to be quite a good team, and when they've brought in these two players, the imports, they have become better. Ching has a very rich competitive history. He's played for several top tier teams like Bren Esports, Archangel, Nigma Galaxy, W Streak, and he mostly plays the info based initiators like your Fade and your Sova. When it comes to Josh S, he's your resident chambermain. So whether or not he will be forced to relinquish the chamber in the next patch, he will definitely show us some cool clips in this tournament because we're sticking to the old patch where chamber was king. Now, of course, he's Josh S has also been a part of some really good teams. Bren, Archangel, just like his buddy Cheng, and he's also been a part of Scars for a few months. Of course, that wasn't a very long stint. Coming back to the role, the Indian side of that lineup, they have Paradox, Wimp, and Blackhawk. Now, these three players are also amazing. Blackhawk used to be my favorite Astra player back when Astra was at her peak with 5 stars. Paradox is a crack tamer. In fact, he can be, equated to the legendary status of SK Rossi and Deathmaker as one of the best tamers in the country. Unfortunately, I don't think we will be getting to see Paradox for the first few days of this tournament because he's right now in Brazil competing in the Red Bull tournament. But yeah, Paradox is one player to look out for. Wimp, on the other hand, has been a hit or miss. He's a damn good IGL, but sometimes that leaves him incapacitated to fulfill his own duties in the game. Of course, when Wimp pops off, the team definitely wins. And there's absolutely no way that the team will have a disadvantage if this man is feeling himself. But when he's not feeling himself, that's when they're in quite a lot of danger.
Considering you just mentioned Paradox and our first map is Pearl, one thing that I feel sad that we might not get to witness is that
A
Paradox
Yoru.
Yoru alongside
Hmm.
the Wimp Breach, because those two really know how to do them dirty, man. We've seen that not only online, Crips, but at LAN.
At
So
land too,
it's
yeah.
something that's tried and tested, and they've found really good success, at least with the kind of cheeky cheese plays that they were able to make, not only when Pearl was very new to the scene, but also when the entirety of the play around between Yoru and Breach wasn't that explored in our region. So that's something
Hmm.
that we might get to see a little later on. You know what? I think
Yeah.
actually Sai on the Euro also could make somewhat sense, because you think of the difference between a Euro and a Jet, right? A Jet needs to dash her way into its side where everybody can see and hear where she's going. Meanwhile, a Euro really doesn't need to give that kind of visual information. There's a lot of mind games that can be played. And again, considering that God's Reign have the significant upper hand here, they have the leverage to play those games.
Yeah, they do have the leverage, but if Sai opts for that Yoru, I mean, he's not the kind of player to go for a Yoru. His natural playstyle is
Given,
very
yeah.
aggressive in an opper sort of fashion. He also used to be an op aficionado before Knight Rider took over that role in his team. So that being said, I think he's gonna stick to his baby girl Jet. But if he does pick up the Yoru, he's gonna need some amazing backup from his initiators, especially his info-based initiators. People have tried experimenting with a Sova in Pearl.
Not
It's been a
happening,
hit or
bro.
miss so far. Yeah, it's been a
Not
hit or
happening,
miss.
bro.
But Chaos seems to be the staple pick, and even Fade too, for some extent, has been recognized as a staple pick in Pearl. So if there is a Fade in this team, they will have to make sure that they clear out all the angles to make sure that Sai has the room to teleport in. Otherwise, he's gonna be just teleporting into his casket if he does so without any reliable information, and especially that their opponents are Vorpal Swords, who haven't played any games in the last few months. God's Reign can do nothing to study about them. God's Reign are
Exactly.
literally not capable of doing homework because there is no homework to do. The last time Vorpal Swords played a tournament was back in May, and the meta was so different back then. Chamber was
Exactly.
recently introduced, and people were still exploring how to push that guy to its limits. Fade was around the corner, and people were, hesitant to pick up the Fade because they are just so used to Sova and the Fade. Harbor was not even being teased at that point. So, yeah, that's how different the meta was back then.
Exactly. You know what? I'm actually curious. So, in a roster where there is Vibor and Ember, Vibor used to be the prime controller for VLT. Ember used to be a really good controller for God Particles, which then turned into Revenant. So, when you talk about setup here for both Knight Rider and Sai, there's a
Wait,
decent bit
hold
of
on.
setup
Are you
around this
refer?
lineup.
Yeah. Are you referring that there's a possibility of a double controller in this game?
The series definitely, because we have two very good controller players on the server, and Vibor and Ember
Hmm.
both are viable across the agent pool, right? You've seen
Yeah.
Ember's Astra, you've seen Vibor's delightful Viper, because that man is just something else when he's into that Viper spit. Man, does he bite with his fangs sharp.
Yeah. And considering that we have Pearl and Bind, they are both maps which are suitable and support the double controller setup. Of course, you don't have to stick to the double controller. If you want, you can even pick up a double sentinel or a double initiator for that matter. But yeah, these are maps which are open to interpretation, and you can make those double controller lineups work. So if you're hinting that both these players who've been controller players in the past can get back in their groove, I think we might have a very utility heavy God's Reign setup over today. If
Yeah.
not, then we can also see some blistering pace, especially when it comes to players like Ember. He did pick up the role of the Sova later on in the dying embers of his previous team, but that was a pun intended, by the way. Anyway, he obviously can pick up both those roles. So I'm actually genuinely excited. For once, I can't really predict what the lineup will be. Of course, Godsend hasn't really changed their Pearl setup in quite a long time. The last time we saw them on Pearl, we obviously remember the single controller in form of Astra, whereas they had the Sentinels in place of Chamber and in form of Chamber and Sage. Those two were picked up. So yeah, I mean they haven't really changed their Pearl setup. We know this one because we can obviously see the previous game stats and everything. So I'm assuming even Vorpal Swords can do the same. And
Hmm.
if the side of Gosrain doesn't pick up that double controller, so then Vorpal Swords might have a somewhat easier time because then they can continue making these plays without having their vision cut off.
Yeah, true. I mean, double controller is always that risk, right? I think it was what, almost a year ago, I was casting a game on Bind. It was double controller, double sentinel, and one initiator. It was
No
very
duelist.
cringy. It was very cringy, but they still lost, which I'm happy about. But the entirety of the defense was very funny because they had the perfect utility placed up until the last 25 seconds. And as soon as it hits 25, man, those guys just stack their bodies up very neatly. It's like, I don't understand why in the last 25 seconds they lost it, but they did anyway. And that entire map of the match left a mist of doubt in my head, saying that, you know what, this could have been so much better only if they would have finished that job off. So maybe today we get the final say as to if they can pull this off. And like I said, with this entire tournament, it's a very important tournament for a lot of the teams that have registered, right? Because a lot of the teams are up and coming teams in South Asia. So if possibly we can, I think we have a good 2 or 5 minutes before the game actually begins. So if we could read through the entire brackets and see who's facing off against who, what storylines we have in the bag for the entirety of this tournament. Because mind you,
Yeah,
this is just the
I'm
start,
on it.
ladies and gentlemen. This is
Yeah.
just the start of what's going to be a very, very long off-season event.
Yeah, 11 days of exciting Valorant action. So you better have your popcorn stocked because you're going to be running out and you don't want to go out to the store again and again, right? Now, considering the storylines we spoke of already, the God's Reign and the whole ex-Revenant players coming into play, we will be witnessing both those teams today. So if only God's Reign was facing Revenant Esports, which there is a chance they will. If both those teams win their consecutive games today, there is a chance that they will be facing each other in the upper semi-finals, and that will be a lovely revenge match. Not even a revenge match; it's kind of like playing against your ex team. So yeah, that's going to be an exciting storyline to look out for. That being
Yeah,
said, Godsdale and Revenant both be witnessed today. And you spoke about the underdog teams as well, right? Let's throw some light on those guys too. One of the
exactly.
underdog teams we have is called Wide Swing. Now, most players over here will be asking, who is Wide Swing? What are these guys? We've never seen them before. Let me tell you, ladies and gentlemen, Wide Swing are the winners of the Penta Collegiate League. And these guys, they have a decent amount of players who have been in the past pro teams. There's players like Tricky, who at one point was regarded as the prodigy of Indian CS. Unfortunately, he didn't get too many opportunities in the bigger teams, but we've seen him play every now and then, and he does definitely kick ass. Even his other teammates have some decent amount of competitive experience. And while in the collegiate league, they might have made the tournament look super easy, in the Penta Pro Series, they have their work cut out for them.
Yeah, true. And talking about having their work cut out, well, both God's Reign and Vorpal Swords are gonna duke it out in map one, ladies and gentlemen. Your prediction was right, Crips. Sai on his jet, Knight Rider on the chamber. We have the Astra coming out from Ember and Vibor on the Sage. Not the Sentinel that I expected him to pick up for Pearl, although it's still viable to some extent. And again, standard fate, right? You never see Pearl without a fade. At least 9 out of 10 times you're going to see a fade, which is going to be a very similar case on the other side. You have a fade alongside the Brimmy, which is a very good controller for a map like Pearl.
Hmm.
You have a Raze and a Rana, so you have flashes, you have good movement, you have the Chamber's trademark. This is, mind you, like we reiterated, the old Chamber, right?
Hmm.
So this is gonna be a brawl till the very end. I love the drafts, I love the contrast between both the teams, and potentially even in their approach. But that's something that we have to wait for the game, ladies and gentlemen.
We're gonna have to wait for this one. Now, my biggest concern over here is how will Vorpal Swords counter the side of their opponent's God's Reign. They must have been thorough with their research. God's Reign haven't really changed their setup. We knew exactly the kind of agents they will be picking up because this has been their staple pick right from the beginning. We've not seen any variation in it at all. Vorpal Swords, on the other hand, they haven't really played any tournaments in the recent past. There's a good chance that their coordination might be off. But when they pick up a double duelist setup, the Reina and the Raze, even without too much coordination, these two players are more than capable of wreaking havoc on the basis of nothing but their pure aim and their firepower. And if that is the case, then I think we're about to see a very chaotic Pearl. There's a good chance that Vorpal Squads will be hinging on the back of high-paced breakneck executes, and there's a very good chance that God's Reign will prefer to play a slow, methodical style. If not, then why else would you have a Sage?
Exactly. And you look at that composition, right? The raised, Rana, the fade. Jesus Christ, the utility that they're going to have on the attack is overwhelming. And that's something God's Reign need to be prepared for. If they're going to try taking early fights on this map, early fights towards B main, early fight towards Art, or early fight towards Door, it's going to be very complicated. And I feel like any early aggression that they need to take has to be on the back of a 1-2 punch, considering the amount of utility that's coming their way. You need one person dealing with the utility, one person dealing with the manpower. So it's going to be decisiveness that's going to win God's Reign this map. And that's even if they do take the dub, because Vorpal Squad, with the kind of curveball that they did introduce to the veto, they stand a decent chance to beat God's Reign and their own map pick.
There is indeed a decent chance. Now, what we need to keep in mind is that God's Reign are a much more stronger team on the attacking side. They have a 67% win rate on their attacking half, which is bloody impressive.
Really good.
Usually, anywhere around 50% is a decent rate. They have a 53% win rate on defense too, which is good. And that's
Decent.
a pretty normal stat to expect, right? That's a decent stat. But 67%, that is just mind-blowingly insane. So let's see if Vorpal Swords can string together enough rounds in their defensive half, because if God's Reign come in there, then it's going to be a very difficult journey for them to stay on.
Nonetheless, it's going to be a long best of 3 for both these squads, because with the kind of pre-show that we had, we kind of assumed that God's Reign have a significant upper hand. Well, Vorpal Sword, they have a very, very prime path to prove us wrong. Early recon towards mid, they don't discover Jack on the top of it. Although decent position from the chamber as he gets information but no confirmation. They have to give up the control towards server, but hey, God's Reign, they've given up control towards main. They're trying to hit towards mid. They're trying to find that opening. They might just run into Chromes with both of the utility in his back.
Yeah, and it's going to be just Chromes over here. Nobody else to help along with him. He throws the nade in, and I don't think it's a good idea for him to stick around any longer. The amount of util he's about to face is overwhelming, and he rightfully gives up this region, falls back towards Link, where he's going to be reunited with Roach, and they are able to pick off Hoax and Knight Rider as God's Reign tried to cross that smoke. This treacherous pathway would have been even more dangerous if the barrier orb did not come through to slow down VRS. But by the time the plant goes down, VRS are already here. No smokes available towards flower pots. Opens up the avenues for the killing, and VRS pick up their first round. God's Reign, despite their attempts to fake out towards the B side, were not successful in going towards A in time, and Vorpal Swords read that like a book.
Yeah, and I love the fact that Vorpal were able to make the call to give up control and regain it. They didn't go haphazard with the kind of pacing that God Squad tried to, God's try to pull into the bag with. So a good start, like you said, for Vorpal. But these second rounds sometimes do end up turning disastrous, right? You have the marshals, you have the sheriffs, they have the ability to convert rounds like this, although a delightful headshot, as it's not going to give them 1 inch to work with. The Boombot almost finished off the board, although it's Benji with that Spectre who delivers the final blow. And God's Reign, this investment that they had turns out to be nada.
Ember jump spotting, flirting with danger. He's figured out that the Cedar has the Marshal, but even with this information, what can they possibly do? They've lost all their players. The best that they can hope for is yet another kill. Maybe keep the economy of Vorpal Swords humble, but even that will not be something that they get. Well, there you have it, first 2 rounds. Yeah, exactly. That's the better part for Vorpal Swords, right? They keep their players alive. The Marshal can still be deadly, even when you're faced against Vandals. There's a good chance that you can land the headshots at range and just completely steamroll over whatever momentum God's Reign have. The Spectres as well. Since it's still the old Spectre from the old patch, the Spectre is quite deadly at range. It's been nerfed in the recent patch, but keep this in mind, ladies and gentlemen, this is still the older patch, and the Spectres can deal just as much damage at longer ranges as they can at close.
Yeah, the nade allows the flex towards mid, and they've been very aggressive with their approach. Mind you, the rest of God's Reign's outside A side, so a quick flank could do them good. Although with side control given away and with the plant being punched in, time is going to be of the essence. for VRS. Mind you, they are on the inferior buy, so they need the utility and the CQC to try giving them an even chance in this fight. He just gets deleted. Roach gets sent back to spawn, and this backstab from Hoax is, I mean, well timed, but Vibor did the job really good already with the triple of zone. It's all left on a Ben J with the Sheriff, and he's being spammed down by Knight Rider. GodsRain keeps it clinical. 2-1 has to get that first round in this best of 3 on the board.
Yep. Pretty damn good round. Flawless. Only one bullet worth of HP one bullet worth of damage taken by their player. And it's not just a flawless, it's basically no damage done to GodsRain. So they don't even have to reinvest in armor in the next round. They can keep their economy going. Although Vorpal Swords are going to bring through all their weapons. Now
Let's go, they have the op.
And it's in the hands of... Yep. In the capable hands of VCT.
Alright, quick push. They know that he has the open side! Plucked out through the smoke. And a devastating start for GodsRain as they were relying on that early pick. Man deficit, although the aggression through art. That is scary, and Ben J not able to weather the storm. Vibor finding the double. Wait, what? Found Crones as well. Nice shot by Acid, and they did not expect the repeat. This man is something else.
And there's just unexpected kills all throughout the lobby. First, it was Vibor getting the second kill, even with just 10 HP, and CT making things so damn difficult for GodsRain by just killing and murdering everybody. Knight Rider, on the other hand, has managed to sneak into the B side all the way from long. He was able to kill a CT with no information available to him. The B main region was left completely undefended by VRS, so GodsRain were able to get in, and Knight Rider was able to save his team from a round which was looking like certain defeat. Bomb recovered. Yep, I mean, the spike can easily go towards the A side as well if required, but because Knight Rider has already secured this region, the spike now moves towards B. Roach lies in wait.
Oh, he gets the kill. Important one. 15 seconds left. They have nowhere else to go. So they need to make Varsity run. Oh, Roach! Another kill! 10 seconds left on the clock and they're running out of time! GodsRain, one call, one misplay before already using that revive, so it's a crucial run for him to win. Needs to punch in the digits, but punches in the punch! And the kill before the savior of GodsRain as they almost went straight into disaster.
You can see the tension on the face of Sai and Vibor. That round came down to the wire. Hero performances upon hero performances from every single member on either side. First it was a CT going through with the multiple repeats. Nobody would have expected this to come through. See, this is a nice shot by a CT, but then him switching again. Yeah, exactly. Ember had no way to counter a CT. Nobody in their right mind would go for the repeat. And then it was the hero performance from Vibor as well, getting the revive through, getting 3 kills, and Knight Rider to enable that flank in the first place. It was all way too much on individual basis. Knight Rider makes the previous round possible, and he delivers the first frag in this one as well. GodsRain, my goodness, I don't know how much longer they can hold on to the reins of this cart if they keep bouncing around like this.
I know, right? The adrenaline is killing us both.
Yeah.
I wonder what about the players, bro. They have an inferior buy here, VRS, so it's a round where they're looking to do damage. Ooh, alright, dude. Roach has been so clinical in the opening segment of this map, which makes me scared because he's the runner, right? You expect this demon to frag out of his mind. And as you feed the runner, you keep the ball rolling. They get the first few picks here, and it's the man disadvantage. But mind you, Crips, they do not have much weaponry to fight with. Look at Crips, he has only a shorty, man.
Yeah, and at least the shorty is placed at the right place. This is the perfect position for a shorty player to hold. Again, that won't be of any good. GodsRain exploring multiple avenues. While they were already getting fights to go in their favor towards B main, it was Hoax who had already plucked off players towards A and enabled the plant. So, VRS, they always were in two minds about where GodsRain would go, and they decide to hold on to mid, which is the right approach in a situation where you don't have the information available to you. But Roach goes down, and that was the healthier player with the bigger gun. With that down, Chromes has no chance. GodsRain stabilized themselves. 3 weapons saved. I think this could finally be a round where they can start recovering their economy, because they took quite a big hit when they lost 4 players.
Exactly. And at least with the way the prior round did play out, I'm happy that God's Reign were able to stabilize in the kind of fashion that they did. Shows that they have a good control of how to influence the mid round, right? Which is very crucial on a map like Pearl, which is so based on rotation and positioning. A B hit,
Yeah.
the classic B rush, man. And it's an op to fend off against it. How much more vintage can he get in Pearl?
1 second smoke
Straight up
placed.
EPs.
Yeah. I don't think he wanted to face the Haunt at all. Doesn't want to give away his position. Even the Cloudburst won't allow him to peek on the back of that slow orb. But he's going to go for it regardless. The right side of the pillar is still vulnerable. The block of wall instantly broken to kill the planter, but the planter is still safe, and even the boombot doesn't get much done. God's Reign are playing it super passively. They take every area of the B side inch by inch and make sure that none of the VRS players have even a line of sight on them. Who finally comes through with a kill of his own, but that is it. God's Reign keeping it clean.
And aggressive.
Yeah, so much suppressive utility poured towards Vorpal Swords, whether it's the Haunts, whether it's the Prowlers, or the barrier orb that blocks off both the avenues on either side of the back halls.
And if I'm not mistaken, that was Knight Rider all the way towards Pillar with the op, just covering that wall push, which is very important. Because they did break the left side of the wall, so hypothetically there could have been a deny. But hey, that's in an ideal world. And in this tournament, it's always going to be shoulda, woulda, coulda. So they force close range. The reveal right behind him, but he opts to play this one aggressive. The Prowler, for added security, needs to expel Bullet and makes his way back to safety. Oh, Knight Rider, he spotted the shoulder, but he knows that he might get the cold one in return, hence plays passive. Does not want to give away that operator.
Yep. And especially now that they've figured out where the chamber is on the 2-day force, they avoid him like the plague and they go towards the B side instead. Once again, a very similar approach by God's Reign to take the B side, except this time they didn't have to put too much utility to use because they knew exactly where the danger man was. And the rest of them are only wielding sheriffs, so there's not much threat.
Okay. Oh, that smoke was a very big threat. Forces them to play close if they want to try and defend. They have the recon on the back of it, but hey, who needs recon when you have Vibora, right? The Battle Sage. It's going absolutely ham in the opening segment of this game. And mind you, he has his revive up already, as he's already used one Vibor. He had an orchestra lined up right in front of him. It's all left on a Ben J, and Hooks finishes the job off. God's Reign able to build himself a stable lead of 3 rounds here in the first half. A very good start to what we expected, right? And mind you, God's Reign, like you said, a much more bigger threat on the defense than the offense. So they're getting that good share done earlier on in this best of 3.
Yeah, to keep this up, and they will be in the driving seat before VRS can even get a chance to get into the vehicle. Now, VRS, we've seen that they have some wild players. Every time players like Asite just go absolutely berserk, things can go wrong for God's Reign. And the same can be said for Roach. Once he starts popping off, it's so difficult to stop him.
Sent home.
Oh, my God. I say that Asite is the danger man, and he proves why exactly. That's Sai taken out of picture. And now that the operator has been spotted towards the B side, God's Reign will hesitate going there. They somehow need to keep Vibor alive because he's been their security guard every time in this attacking half.
They're still investing a decent bit towards B, though. I mean, they have the revive. They use the Prowler. They get back from that man deficit, although they've still yet to gain ground. They have somewhat of a control towards mid, but nothing that aggressive. It's only Knight Rider holding this tight angle towards Art.
But OG, keep in mind that they had to expend one of their nebulas in order to get the revive up. That means it's Ember with only 1 smoke left now. Where will he post this?
Disgusting. Timing, man. Roach pushed out of position slightly. They need to take aggressive control here, God's Reign. They've already given up one side of the map. The wall's delightful. It allows them to focus their aggression, and Knight Rider with a keen eye covers his team's back. And Sai from the other end, from B main, finds the opening, and that's the B side done and dusted. Slow and patient approach somehow ends up working for God's Reign, as they did not have control anywhere on the map, but they still scrambled to find success. VRS got to be feeling gutted after having such a good start to not having a single kill in the round except for that opener, which got, revived.
Yeah, and even though you can say that Sai's resurrection was important for the round, what's even more impressive is how versatile Vibhor is. Up until now, we've seen that every time God's Reign go towards B, they basically play around Vibhor, they keep him protected, and the moment Vibhor places his barrier up, that's when the plant for God Reigns begin. This time though, they had only one smoke to play with in Ember's Astra, and that means Ember can't really place the smokes like he usually does, so he had to save it up all the way for Heaven, and he also placed that smoke later on when Godsrain was just about to enter site. What they did in retaliation was Godsrain took double door control and Vibhor walled off the connector region instead. Keep in mind the last time Godsrain tried that, they were still shut down by a CT because they only used Cloud Burst to cover the connector region. This time they used a wall, so there's absolutely no threat. Godsrain are learning from their mistakes, but Benjay, he still punishes them.
Yeah, and it's Sai yet again, giving away that first peak. They used the Nightfall to no avail. No information gained from that whatsoever. CT's been quite the tear towards the side. Vibhor cuddling in the long direction. Oh no. The two-man deficit that God's Reign now had to fight up against. Mind you, there's still one Vandal up for grabs. And considering that wall, a CT could make his way through halls. He's having the angle on Knight Rider, but Knight Rider just a tad bit quicker with that Operator. Keeps this round alive for God's Reign. They can play the post plant comfortably because it's planned for long, and Knight Rider could just take this very, very passive. Setting up the trademarks. Ember needs to fight that Boombot first, but there are two members right up against it. This right transfer is immaculate. Ember sends them back with a crisp.
What?
And it's ended up in this 1 versus 2 hoax. On the other side of the smoke, the Orbital Strike going to push him back and into the loving embrace of Ben J. The person who started the round off is going to finish it in style 6-3. As VRS finally fights back against what's been a God's Reign spree.
Yeah, that too in a thrifty round. It seems like God's Reign got a little too comfortable. Now you know exactly how vulnerable they are without Sai's Cloud Burst, which can be spontaneously placed to deal with individual defenders in the heat of the moment. And Vibhor, his barrier orb has been instrumental in the success of God's Reign. But now that both of them were dead, they had to rely on the Cosmic Divide in order to get them into the side. And that did not really pay off because it doesn't put as much pressure as the barrier orb does. The amount of crossfires that can be built on the back of that slanted barrier orb is just way too much, and this time entering the site became so much easier for VRS. They were able to make that thrifty work.
The problem is dangerous. He finds his timing yet again, and finally Knight Rider put to bed. That Operator on Knight Rider has been quite the terror, and finally VRS did not have to play up against it. Although the other Sentinel, Vibhor, is taking the plan, stick to his grave. Roach finds that kill, dismisses back. No possibility for God's Reign to fight back right up until now. Hoax, finally, a good start. Ember, good cover. Asta's down. The op is out of the picture. CQC retake. Roach has been a demon so far, and he continues to stay alive. In prime position to make the difference, although Hoax and Ember yet again shut it down. The showstopper does jack. And Hoax with the triple.
And now you can see exactly why Ember and Vibhor are super important in this one. Ember, of course, the Astra smokes go down towards the regular default spots, which you would expect an Astra to place in. But Vibhor's barrier orb has been so instrumental that the orb is basically creating a number of extra angles that Vorpal Swords need to swing in order to clear and check. Even if they break that one block and the heroic play from Reyna is able to get them the kill onto Vibhor, it still doesn't clear out the dangerous spots for VRS. And that's exactly why God's Reign lost that round in which they used the Cosmic Divide. It's now established. You kill Vibhor and the B side becomes infinitely harder for God's Reign. That's been the win condition so far, and I hope VRS identify this.
And slow walk towards B yet again. God's Reign intercept Roach. I was gonna say a big problem is gonna be Roach on that backstab. Well, he's removed from the picture relatively easily. A big man out of the playing field, and Chrome's having that Bucky on the retake. They were reliant on God's Reign giving them something. Well, that's what Sai does. Gives them a frag and a silver platter. As they're the ones who choose to take the fight early, well, 3v3. Not the ideal situation for God's Reign to fight back against, but they need to cover the diffuse. They were baited in. Hoax got taken out. And Benjay on the flank. Immaculate double. Nice flick on Ember. VRS. Things started to look scary there. But I'm not 100% sure why God's Reign decided to just force that fight in an uncomfortable position.
Yeah, I mean, in the last round, I said that the barrier orb is instrumental for God's Reign success. Now, Vorpal Swords have shown their win condition as well. Every time those double smokes are placed down towards the screens and they basically form a wall, God's Reign, who were previously playing from pillar and all the way up on the top of B long, they now have to cross those smokes, come ahead and pick up fights deliberately. And every time they feel forced to go ahead of the smokes and fight on the front foot, they leave their backs uncovered, which can then be approached by the Benjay's flank.
A double operator set on the attacking side. Dude, what are we seeing on Pearl? This is map 1.
Exactly. And Sai, as well as Knight Rider, have absolutely no problems making this one work. Sai even has the Blade Storm in case something goes wrong. And he's chased his Chromes to the ends of the earth to get that frag. Chromes, poor guy, he would have never expected that someone would be mad enough to go all the way inside. No problem, no problem. Even if Sai is able to miss the Blade Storm, he will not miss the op shot. But this is the madness from God's Reign that we hadn't seen so far. Up until now, it was just very systematic B takes. This is the first round where God's Reign decided to say, screw it, we're gonna press W, and it works.
Dude, the amount of anxiety surge that I got from seeing Sai there. I'm actually happy that God's Reign won that.
Yeah, if you get anxiety looking at Sai's plays, imagine what would have been Chromes' reaction. Like, any decent player would have been saying that, hey, because Sai is an opper, he's going to be coming through slowly, scoping around every corner, so I might as well just throw a nade to keep him at bay. But nope, instead Sai dashes in his face, and Chromes would have been like, which madman does this?
Honestly, this entire map has been madness, Crips. I'll be very honest. Yeah. I've seen rounds that we never thought we'd see. You get the first frag with the op, you back off, it's a 5 versus 4, and suddenly a revive turned into 30 seconds delayed ends up with you losing the round. So there are things that we've not seen for quite a while. There are things that we've never seen which are happening right now. And it's only the first half of the first day here at the Penta Pro Series Valorant. Boy, yeah. The second half is going to be very crucial for God's Reign because they found a lot of clutch rounds in the first half, but their defense, like you mentioned, is more pivotal to their overall game plan, right? Well, exactly. Got the double up working on the T side. Now it's all about how they're able to make it run and work around the defense.
No, but let's be honest, for a team that hasn't played a tournament in quite some time, Vorpal Swords are surprisingly stable. They're not only able to bring through fresh stats of their own, but also able to counter God's Reign whenever the going gets tough. And the whole narrative is that God's Reign are stronger on the attacking side, right? Well, them getting a lead like this at the end of the first half is not surprising considering they've had a 67% success rate previously on their attacking round. So them winning the attacking half with the lead, I expected this. But that being said, their success relied on many factors to come true in several occasions. Where Boar's barrier orb on the B side, it was instrumental for their success. And every time he was not available to put down that ball, you saw how catastrophically God's Reign failed. I'm talking about the round where they used the Cosmic Divide.
Oh, and yeah.
Once again, even though God's Reign was able to use that wall perfectly many times, VRS were able to think of a counter. Of course, it was a little too late by then because God's Reign already had a significant lead, but the double smoke setup in the retake by the Brimstone forces God's Reign to relinquish pillar and fight onwards, which then made possible for Benjay to backstab them. So, that being said, VRS were able to put up a decent amount of counter and they were at least able to decipher what God's Reign were doing in that first half. Now, let's see if they have what it takes to pull through their own attacking rounds.
Oh, Vibor pushed out of position and he's trying to dodge as much util as humanly possible. Now, what bought them a significant amount of time? What's the reply to this? Are they just going to turn tail and run? They anticipate rotations for sure, and there is still a 3-man stack that they have to fight against. But they've gained this control with a lot of hardship, and they can't let it go for free. Hence, they're going on the recommitment. Knight Rider, he spotted the shoulder, but Roach gets the head. And the man advantage swings the other way. VRS playing on the other side of the Nebula. Vibor needs to play timing and position brilliantly. They swing the Nebula, they swing Vibor, and Asity gets the perfect timing that he could have ever asked for.
My goodness, God's Reign get completely overwhelmed. A momentary disengagement only to be flooded with players again. Ember gets 2 consolation frags, but that's about it. VRS was so masterful with their pacing in this round. Start off as a 5-man B-long rush, fall back momentarily, wait for the sage wall to decay a little bit, and after there's significant holes in the sage wall, you have your Raze jump into its backside, clear it out with a blistering pace. And that leaves poor Vibor so confused because now he's forced to look in 2 different directions and ultimately ends up eating a bullet from Asite while he was not paying attention. And that's how the cookie crumbles. VRS give God's Reign a taste of their own medicine.
And bare minimum investment now for God's Reign. The Sheriff on Ember, Sheriff on Vibor, and the close fight towards Art. A good strategy considering against these pistols, and when you have the Spectres, CQC is somewhat viable, but Ember on the Sheriff's a madman. And they've dealt with him relatively well. Roach, it's a shutdown of Sai and his dreams.
Spike planted.
And so God's Reign's hopes in this round as well. As Knight Rider soon to be discovered.
Nice.
What a shot.
Yeah, and that's a Vandal drop by Asite. Now this could be a big loss if Knight Rider is able to save this weapon. Can VRS afford to hunt this down? Can they afford to lose the rest of the Spectres in hopes of denying the Vandal pick? Maybe Knight Rider will become a little overeager himself and give it away.
Yes. Ooh, 50 HP. And there's already going to be the Brim who's going to intercept from mid. He knows. And they're pushing him, yeah. He has to fend for his life. If he's able to get a kill, it's still going to be decent. Yep, gets a kill. All things said and done, a very good round from God's Reign, considering they had bare minimum walking into this round. They keep the economy of Vorpal humble.
Yeah. Vorpal now saving only 1 Spectre and 1 Vandal from the previous round. It would have been amazing, right? If Knight Rider was able to throw that Vandal away to some corner of the map which cannot be discovered. And then even if he dies, he's not going to give the weapon back to VRS. So that's an even bigger economic hit to them. That being said, it made no sense for Knight Rider to save in the first place because he's going to be able to afford weapons in this round anyway. That extra weapon save would have probably enabled him to get the operator back online a little earlier because then they don't have to reinvest. But then again, it's not a big problem for God's Reign. This definitely is. Roach, an absolute monster in a position like this, is destroying them. Another one. And there's absolutely nothing that can hold this man down. The Prowlers and the Boombots keeping Hawks humble, but he's able to connect too. Asite's frag was warranted, but that lucky shot through the smoke, absolutely not seen coming.
Yeah, Vibor and Ember need to play this in tandem if they have to pull this out of the bag. Everybody from VRS pressing towards this B side to help and aid in the plant. Ember, wide swing, but Vibor plays his timing. Ember gets taken down for sure, but Vibor on this position still stands a chance to isolate some of these frags. And he got it right up until the very end. Benjay being the savior of VRS as they inch closer and closer to that equalizer, now just being a round away. But the amount of individual prowess that it took for God's Reign to get it this close in a buy round, yeah.
That's actually true, yeah. And we've seen rounds where God's Reign have to rely on individual prowess. We saw it in the round where Asiti got that triple kill. I believe it was round number 3 or 4 of the first half.
Oh yeah.
And then Knight Rider had to come through with a massive flank to keep it successful. This seems like one of those rounds again. And I don't know how sustainable is this for either side.
Yeah, I mean, considering they have low weaponry here, God's Reign, a quick split towards, actually VRS, a quick split towards Art's very good idea. They're still going to run these Spectres, so it's going to be essentially farm day for Roach. The Astral Well keeps him in position, but the rest of his team pushing the front lines in a very, very well orchestrated manner. Although Sai, very well to remove a couple of heads from the bodies of VRS, leaving Ben J with an all to do. Sai.
And
Okay, they know. At least Benjay has a good idea as to what the positioning's like. It makes this a
Yeah.
far more doable
I
clutch.
have the spike.
Bomb recovered. Sai should be aware about this, but he's threaded the needle. Goes across the other side, and Vibhor comes swinging in the right time possible. Lovely round by the side
know,
of
right?
God's Reign. They didn't have any business winning this one, especially given the pace that VRS took Arch control with. They were able to get into Arch, ignore the players coming in from A-Link as well. Even A-Main was left relatively defenseless, and they were able to get the kills too. Then when the spike was dropped, that's when God's Reign basically activated themselves. And Sai playing the bait perfectly. He stays in this one and done position of sorts, and while Asita is looking towards Sai, Vibhor comes through to help out from dugout, and it just works out so well for them later on.
Exactly, that 1-2 punch was what kept them alive, and Sai finds the opener. And mind you,
That's
it's
an
Roach
uppercut.
that he's taken out of the playing field, dude. Roach has been an instrumental part as to why VRS are even close to the scoreline that we're seeing right now.
Where are you?
Yeah. It's always the heroic plays from Roach on the entry on their attacking side. Asita as well delivers frags quite often in a heroic fashion, but this time Knight Rider wears the cape and Vibhor wears the mantle. Chrome's his crown knocked off of his head knocked off of his shoulders, and very soon their economy will be knocked back down into the dumpster again. God's Reign take double digits.
This is the part where God's Reign needs to keep head steady if they want to close this one out. There's still more than an opportunity for Vorpal to make their way back into this game. Mind you, we started this half 8-4, and it's going to be 10-7 as we proceed to the round coming forth. There should be the buy coming in for Vorpal, which is going to make this round hella more interesting. They're trying to take mid as well, Crips, which is something that we didn't see a lot from God's Reign on their attack half, although they did have the lurk from B main to help out in their mid presence. Now, Vorpal, what is their strategy? We've seen their fast play towards A, we've seen their fast play towards B, but we've not seen them exploit this mid corridor region quite a bit, you know? The rotation towards defender spawn rotations, very interesting if you're able to take it as an attacker. And it seems like Art's another area where they're gonna keep their attack rest. Oh, the party.
Yeah, the party stops before it can even begin. Chrome's got shot down midair, and that too by a player who was not hit by the Fade ultimate. Now that's a crucial miss, and Vibhor just continues to punish everybody who comes in the smoke.
What?
Flawless.
He just wiped the server clean.
And he didn't even have to pull any heroics off for this. It's almost like he was just hitting some moving targets in the range. They come swinging through the smokes, and Vibhor just comes at them with his mouse one button.
And that's a buy round, mind you guys.
Yeah.
Don't get me confused. That was not an eco round that he cleansed. And he
The
looked
amount-
stone cold in the camera, dude. That's the best part about this.
Exactly. I mean, Vibhor always looks stone cold. He never shows any expression. He's got the perfect poker face. That's what you want in a stone cold killer like that. Now, VRS getting quite frisky, getting quite
Operator.
dangerous. Operators have always been a problem for VRS, especially when God's Reign activate them. And they
Nice
were
shot.
like, God's Reign will obviously be able to do better with the double op on the defensive side, but they were even comfortable doing it on attack, so it tells you exactly how much they're relying on these ops, and
Oh.
Side just continues to hit every single shot. His opponent gets
dash.
pinged on the other side,
Oh,
but
that
Benjay,
juice.
he's got the one weapon that can actually counter the op at that range, and that's the Bucky. A very salty weapon to play with, but it gets the job done. Unfortunately, though, op cannot be recovered, and neither can
Yes.
Roach recover this round. He got into quite a deep position, which would have been very impactful if he was able to make the lurk work. But God's Reign, they make sure they plug their holes, plug every chink in their armor, and very soon they're at map point.
You know
It
what's the
seemed
most
like
depressing
just-
part about the last round, though?
Yeah?
Asita had the Tode force. He didn't get to fire a single bullet at B.
Yeah. I mean, that's unfortunate, and that's why he's got almost nothing to work with this time around.
There.
At least they've all got full shields, so the Phantoms won't be a risk, but this double op setup can still kick ass. The orbital strike is the only thing that can get VRS this round.
We'll catch them.
And VRS need to try doing something different, man. We've seen that standard art take from them on at least 3 occasions so far. Sure, I mean, they're a little traumatized with what Sai did to them at mid. But you can't let trauma overtake your road to victory.
Bring them down.
Oaks is going to get a decent bit of information, and considering that the smoke just dropped, they should have a decent idea as to how they fend off against this. I love that
Hold on,
Nightmare. It essentially pushes them back and pushes them into side. Who gets the
Yep.
opening, who gets the frag, and who's going to be passive to not let this round go out of their hands.
And I was about to say that the Nightmare only hit 2 players. It did not hit the Brimstone, but the Brimstone gets killed by Sai. Regardless, and Roach takes the revenge. Now he's got the control of this B-Link corridor. But instead of going in, VRS go back towards Art. Now, this is something God's Reign will not expect because the rotations from God's Reign are already ready to reinforce the B site. It's all up to Vibor to keep this area under control, and he's pushing towards A main. He knows that if he continues to stay towards the side, he's going to get overwhelmed with all the utility that VRS can throw. And he's aware about the possibility of VRS not going towards Link, but instead hitting the A site. And that instead is true. But Vibor, his position will go unchecked. He can actually shoot down all the players who are coming in.
no.
Chrome somehow still able to get the shot. No, folks had the right idea, but Roach catches him on the timing.
Planted.
And God's Reign did everything correctly in this round, but they still lose.
They need to save this operator. Mind you, Sai had another operator himself. So at least an option is now open for VRS. This is one of the few map scripts where I actually like the operator on attack because you have a very, very easy opportunity to contest B if given good utility. So that's an option that we've not seen VRS take quite a bit. In fact, God's Reign, most of their attack was set up towards B, with Vibor having that wall ready to plant and a lot of cover going alongside it. I hope that they do bring that change, because sure, they are 1 round away from going to map 2. Cool, but they're 4 rounds away from pushing it to overtime, which makes this more than doable for Vorpal. They just need to have a PMA, and more importantly, they need to have strategy to their approach.
Yeah, VRS strategy has been quite shaky up until now. It seems like they were very stable on the defense, but on attack, after the initial few rounds that they were able to get, which almost equalized the scoreline with God's Reign, they have shown almost nothing. And even this success that they found in the previous round all relied on the amount of picks that they can get. But how many picks can you get when Sai and Knight Rider are both topping? Sai is able to decapitate his opponents towards mid, meanwhile Knight Rider is so potent towards B. And with a significant man advantage, Sai does not want to stop. Of course, Chromes would have never expected Sai to push through. We've seen this before when Chromes was basically bamboozled by Sai's aggressiveness in the first half, and he does it again now. Finally, Benji puts Sai's killing spree to a halt, but what's the point? The spike is still in God's Reign control.
And this might be the last round for VRS on Pearl, ladies and gentlemen. So enjoy it while you can. Knight Rider gets his shade of fun with the Tode Force as he takes down Acete. And Ember should be able to clean deck. Okay, Benji, good start. Far from the finish. Double peek towards window and Knight Rider to finish the job off 13-8. It did get to a point where it looked a little scary for God's Reign, although they do end this without allowing VRS to touch double digits. So in my opinion, God's Reign not only got a W, but a huge one here. And
yeah.
Some of it was down to basics, especially on the attack for VRS, right? Like, for example, Sai peaks this angle, I think, 3 times this game with the ARC.
Yeah, 3 or 4 times. And he's always been anchoring towards Art, but Knight Rider has been the more dynamic hopper. After he got that first kill on the B side, he moved all the way towards A main to surprise them once more. So it's Sai playing with a certain degree of rigidness, always anchoring either Art or the double doors region on mid, whereas it's the rest of his teammates like Vibor and Knight Rider who were more dynamic on that defensive side.
Yeah. And mind you, we kind of expected this result considering that this is God's Reign's pick. So God's Reign taking map 1 in this best of 3 as we look to head towards Bind next, which is going to be the pick of VRS. Considering the operator prowess that we've seen so far, I feel like Knight Rider should be more than ready with his chamber on Bind. But what I'm going to be interested to see is if Sai lets go of that jet and for the love of me plays Raze. Because you see...
I think he will.
Exactly. Because you see on a map like Bind, especially with that old alarm bot with the way it works on chamber, it can absolutely shut down an offense. And that's exactly what they did in this map, right? That offense from VRS really didn't hold for much. Their defense was actually where they got a lot of those highlight moments and a lot of these rounds. So
Yeah.
VRS, in the grander scheme of things, need to solid out their attack if they
Yeah.
want to stand a chance on map 2.
But this round from Asite, this hero performance, is what kept VRS alive. Now, unfortunately for VRS, even God's Reign were all down to hero performances in this round. Vibhor came through with a triple kill and a res in that particular round. Knight Rider was the one who enabled the flank, which got God's Reign that round. And even though Asite stepped up massively, it wasn't enough. All the advantage was essentially snuffed out very early on.
Nailed them.
And then God's
And-
Reign just continued their reign of terror. They were so
Exactly.
instrumental on this B side because they not only showed us that Vibhor's barrier orb can certainly get them the round with a certain degree of assurance, but also they are able to flank in from B link, change up their approach towards the B side, and still get control of this area.
I still feel like Vibhor had such a quiet yet really good game for himself. Not in terms of the frags, but in terms of the pressure and the impact he's able to make towards the mid round. Mind you, in the first half, Man got close to 3 revives. So
Yeah.
that is one crucial aspect of a Sage, right? The ability to
Yeah.
get your teammates up in a position where they're still able to make impact without being spammed immediately, which is something
Yeah.
that he was definitely able to deliver for his team. And in the second half, sure, VRS had a decent start to the half, but especially rounds like these, right? This is South Asian Valorant in a nutshell. Okay, I mean, the round coming forth where Sai had that frenzy in the same position.
Yeah. A lot of these rounds came down to the wire, especially with VRS just going trade for trade, kill for kill.
Oh yeah, this one.
But even in this, when VRS was able to get 2 opening kills, God's Range just made it work because Vibhor and Sai just play so well off of each other. One doesn't peak while the other does, and they just turn things around by taking things one by one and basically pulling God's Reign in different directions. They can't clear all the angles at the same time. Of course, Sai then started to become a little more aggressive. Always started opting towards art and towards double doors. Meanwhile, Knight Rider was doubling down the long side of B as well as A every now and then. So the double up setup was very salty and VRS could not find a workaround in it. But I feel especially bad for Chromes because he was done dirty by Sai on multiple occasions. First, it was in, I believe it was round number 9 or 10, where Sai was just coming into its A main, and Chromes just threw a nade, hoping to keep Sai back because he was opping. Chromes wouldn't have expected Sai to push, but Sai did exactly that. Push into his fate with the Blade Storm, decapitated him, and then Sai did the same thing in the penultimate round of the game where he just basically got into Kroom's face and decapitated him towards the top of mid.
Yeah, and you know what? Interestingly, I never had an eye towards the scoreboard. I didn't realize Vibhor is all the way on the top. Like, he came up with really good plays. He came up with a very clutch performance on multiple rounds. Now we see it. 23 kills on the stage. And he's surpassed not only both his own Chamber and Jet, but also Roach on the Rena. So that's got to tell you something.
Yeah. And the stats don't do justice to the amount of security Vibhor was providing to his team. Every time God's Reign have been successful on the B side in their attack, it is because of Vibhor's barrier orb. It is because of that Sage Wall. That Sage Wall, what it basically does is it creates multiple extra angles which they have to check. A crossfire which cannot easily be broken for God's Reign when they take their post-plant posies. And it forces everyone from VRS to swing the right-hand side of pillar. And that opens the opportunity for Knight Rider to snipe them down from a distance.
The one thing I loved about VRS, though, especially on their attack, was their ability to force fights, right? When they had to make decisive calls to play fast, they took it with decisiveness. They didn't give away mid through. Sure, they might have not gotten the frags, which is kind of how it looks when you have a good strategy but can't implement it as well. Maybe on bind, they might be able to pull it out. Because again, map pick of Pearl was taken by God's Reign in this best of 3. So VRS, don't take any credit away from them, ladies and gentlemen, as they still have more than the ability to fight back in this best of 3.
Yeah, they definitely have the ability to fight back. You can see that God's Reign, most of the times they were able to go toe to toe with VRS, and VRS was hitting shots really well, especially their Reyna and the Rays. They were doing an amazing job. Roach was so instrumental in their success, especially when he was on the attacking side, always winning aim duels. And not only just winning him duels, but he was humiliating God's Reigns players. Like, he would be having a Vandal or a Phantom or something, and he would still be winning duels against op wielders. So that tells you how much in form Roach was. So when it comes to first kills, both God's Reign and VRS were on an equal footing. But God's Reign certainly a little stronger in the post plant situation, and that was partially because of Vibor's wall, partially because the crossfire setups from God's Reign just became naturally stronger with that kind of composition. Of course, there were some rounds where the God's Reign team were susceptible to backstabs from their opponents. And those were rounds where the Brimstone would usually just create a wall of smoke towards the B side, and Benjay would come in from behind, from B long, and flank them. So those were the rounds which Union Gaming, or rather uh, VRS, were able to successfully convert, even though Godzane had amazing positions in post plants.
I think the post plants and the mid game was what's exceptional, especially their mid game where they're able to commit rotations at about the minute mark was what kind of threw VRS off guard.
Hmm.
And like you
Yeah.
said, right, with a player like Roach, he has more than enough firepower to have full control towards the early part of the round, where you have to just swing wide, get that headshot, and your job is done. But if you
Yeah.
don't gain control and objective on the back of that, which is something that we've seen on multiple occasions that VRS have fallen prey to, you just lose your momentum, you lose your pace, you're in a bad position to take a bad fight, you essentially box yourself in. And that's never a good position to be, especially on a map like Pearl, which has such dynamic rotations for the defenders to try and put more of a threat when you're trying to execute, when you're trying to rush, when you're just trying to W your way into a side rather than trying to play slow and methodical.
Yeah. And if the defenders played a little more aggressively, then there's a good chance that even in the middle of an execute, a backstab will come through really quickly, and that will just throw off the attacking side. And we saw that the members of VRS attempted that on multiple occasions, especially when VRS were executing from A main and Art, and Godsane was trying to retake from A link or something like that. They were always able to get the kill onto players like Hoax and Sai, who were desperately trying to get into the action, but just VRS not letting them through. And the only times VRS succumbed on the attacking side was when Vibhor was left alive in a situation where he would be able to build crossfires with Sai, and then they both play off of each other. The round that I'm referring to is probably going to be round 14 or 15. I, I believe it was 15 because that was the buy round I remember for either side. And Vibhor and Sai just played so well off of each other, even though they did not have the proper weaponry. Sorry, it must have been round 14. My bad. I believe it was an anti-eco for the side of Team God's Reign, and Sai holding flower pots, Vibhor holding dugout. They both were able to defend so beautifully on the B side.
Yeah. And you know what? Considering the map pool that we have, considering that we just got to see Pearl, I was bamboozled by the fact that they had the audacity to run that double operator setup, because Pearl is
Yeah.
very, very close range and timing reliant fights. So you never really want to have an operator when it's that close range, although timing reliance is kind of an iffy thing, because you hold an angle with an operator for like 30 seconds, you let go of the angle and timing does you dirty. Yeah, that
Yeah.
happens so often on Pro compared to the other maps where
Happens to you.
you take a you take a map like Blaze, you take a map like Icebox, it's far harder to catch a chamber or a jet off guard compared to Pearl.
Yeah.
So if
And
they were
that's
able to
true.
make that double operator work in a map like this, now that they go to something like Bind, which is so reliant on utility and CQC affair, I wonder how the dynamic changes. Because if you talk about just raw rifle firepower, VRS are no slouches. They don't have the operator prowess that God's Reign might have just due to having Psy and Knight Rider on the same roster. But if you want to even the game, I think Bind is as even as it gets.
Yeah, definitely. Those ops are not going to be able to get into much action because if they're playing from passive angles like, let's say, CT or elbow on B, or let's say heaven on A, they can easily get smoked off. And if they do want to get
Easily.
in your face, there's so many things that you can throw at them, whether it's boom bots or whether it's prowlers. Keep in mind, both those abilities have 100 HP each right now. It's still the old patch, so it's difficult to break them. And they're going to be a pain in the ass for anyone who wants to play first contact. And I'm
Hmm.
definitely sure that Fade and Raze will be picked up in this map. So it's not even a question of when, but more of a question of how.
Yeah, that's what I was going towards. So if they want to kind of deter that operator that they've seen right now, and they might expect on Bind, I think we should expect the double initiator composition. Uh,
From
at this point, I'm
VRS,
thinking.
right?
Yeah, from VRS, the Deter God's Reign. So, like you said, the Fade's viable. It's with the double Prowler on 100 HP, a very, very
Hmm.
useful tool to deter close range aggression. You also have the Sova, which is somewhat viable on this map if you're able to drone that A side, recon backside. Both works in tandem. It's what goes alongside this, right? You have the Sky as a valuable option on this map because your flash can be set up from the TP. You can play
Hmm.
individually. You can set up your teammates even better. So there's a lot of options that you have when you have that double initiator composition.
Yeah. And Bind, it's always double initiator for the side of God's Reign. I'm just looking through their previous setups right now, and on multiple occasions they have Fade as well as Sky in the team. So imagine this: the Sky trailblazes, the Fade throws in the Prowler, the Raze throws in the Boombot, and now all of a sudden there's three utilities heading towards you, which force you to either fire at them to break them or just reposition entirely. So these three pieces of util by three separate agents just force away their opponents from their aggro angles, and that gives God's Reign so many avenues of clearing out areas without even putting their bodies at risk, just by sending objects and tigers and little bitey things from Fate. I don't even know what to call them. By just sending these objects down, you push the defenders back and basically make their first contact positions redundant. Yeah, of course, there is a chance that they can swap out the chamber for the sage. There have been times in the past where uh, I believe it was Knight Rider who picked up the chamber, but
Hmm?
every now and then the team of God's Reign swaps out the chamber in favor of a sage. And we know how impactful Vibhor's sage was in a map like Pearl. On Bind, it can be probably a little easier to deal with the sages, but
Yeah.
they still can be a very viable threat.
True. I mean, you talk about Sage, right? We also talked about how the new patch and the old patch makes a big difference. It also applies for Sage. The self heal
Hmm.
is still there for Vibor, so he can heal himself up to full HP. Although I feel like, especially with the kind of nerfs that we've gotten into Valorant with the latest patch, I think it is a little unjustifiable to nerf Sage. I feel like
Yeah,
Sage
why?
isn't the sentinel of the meta, and she requires somewhat of a buff. So
Yeah, I mean,
yeah,
even if you don't buff her enough, or like even if you don't touch her, I'm fine with Sage being as she is. She's
exactly.
not that annoying. Yeah, of course, the chamber nerf wasn't required, but even chamber, I think, has been over nerfed. Like, if you screw around with this TP and alarm bot, you probably can leave the headhunter and op untouched. And alternatively, if you nerf the headhunter in the op, then you can leave the alarm bot and TP untouched. You don't have to nerf
Exactly.
all four of his abilities at the same time. So I guess my boy Chamber was massacred, but yeah, you still get to see him live one more time.
Yeah, I think the beauty of this is how Chamber should be perceived, right? So, if any of you are newer to Valorant and not familiar with how high level players think, with the way Chamber has changed, the Alambot AoE is similar to how you might have a Killjoy turret. You need to be in a certain AoE for that Alambot to be active. So, with that change, essentially, when you see an Alambot, you know where Chamber is. You know that
Yeah,
you do not have to go to that site, and you can avoid that entirely, which prior was not possible.
yeah. And you saw what Sai was doing to Chromes, right? Basically catching him off guard by dashing into his face. That can happen to Chamber so many times. Like, a Chamber might still be playing first contact, but because now he only has one teleport beacon, if he misses, or even if he TPs back and your jet is still alive, you can easily cover the distance and murder that Chamber as he's still recovering from his snapback.
Sheesh, you've gone to the trauma. I mean, I can see it. But, one more thing that they've completely killed about Chamber is the fact that if your enemy breaks the TP, I don't think you really have a TP for the rest of the round.
Oh yeah,
So,
I think that's a fair, justifiable
hmm,
change. I think that change was necessary. It is definitely annoying that the chamber is able to teleport twice back and again, and that too is like a teleport that reactivates with time. It's not like the jet dash where you require a certain amount of kills to re-earn it.
yeah, true, true. And at least considering what we started off the year with, right, with the kind of Chamber that we got to see. Mind you, I think Chamber, when he was released, had a smaller AoE for you to hear the TP. So it's possible for that to be a full execute. You TP straight behind them and you're able to line them up. So considering where it started, I feel like Riot's done a really good job with finding direction. Because you think about many moons ago when Jet was broken, Chamber initially was looked at as a replacement for Jet on the operator. That was
Yeah,
how Chamber was introduced to the meta. And watching
yeah.
him shift to his original Sentinel role slowly and steadily is, I think, a very good path what Riot has taken, because they need to keep not only the meta in balance, but also they need to try shifting the tides, right? The agents that we didn't get to see that often in prior play, agents like Cypher would be a really good example. Now might get to see the light of day. And sure, I might not like it personally, but there are a lot of players who are a very uh, acute play where they might be able to play two agents, three agents. So this essentially forces you to diversify. And hey, it's a game at the end of the day, right? You not only love playing Valorant, but playing around your enemies, and playing around them in different ways is the fun of the game. It's the way to keep it fresh. It's the way to keep it going. And talking about keeping it going, we're going to keep the show going right after a small break, ladies and gentlemen. Map 2 of Bind's going to be on your screen pretty soon. So grab your popcorn, grab your drinks, and we'll be right back with you.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to Penta Pro Series, a VCT official off-season event brought to you by Penta Esports. We are witnessing this game between God's Reign and their nemesis VRS. These guys have been inactive for quite some time, but upon their first match, return to Valorant, they were pretty strong. Of course, we did expect God's Reign to be the stronger team going into a map Pearl because it was obviously their own map pick. But now that we head into Bind, VRS actually has a chance of making a comeback. Let's take a look at the map
True.
and see how we ended up in this place.
Yeah, it's been a very, very dramatic start to this best of three, where we assume for a second God's Reign's ability to hold on the second half might be a threat, but not the case whatsoever. They were able to convert, and now we head to map two, which is going to be VRS's pick of Bind. Mind you, we've already discussed in detail about the kind of differences in the strengths that both these teams have, right? You look at a team like God's Reign, the prowess that they have on the snipers is next level, bro. So having a map like Bind is going to be very important for them to even the playing field, as they have more than enough utility alongside having CQC combat, which their players seem very proficient in, to maybe seal the deal and push us to a decider map 3 of Ascent.
Yeah. If it does go to Ascent, then honestly don't know who's going to be able to come out on top. Ascent has always been that kind of a map which kind of remains on the fence. You can't
The most
really
buggy
call it.
map.
Yeah, it's the most buggy map of them all. You can't really call yourself an Ascent superpower, right? I mean, Ascent superpower, what the hell is that? There's no such thing. Yeah, but that being said, Bind is significantly more favored in the side of Team VRS
Mhm.
because even though we have established that God's Reign is an attacking sided team, God's Reign will be starting on defense. Now, on Bind, God's Reign has a 59% win rate on their attacking side, but on the defense, they have only 33%. Now, this is a red flag. God's Reign starting on the side of defense with the 33% win rate kind of starts the bells ringing in my head. The bells of danger start tolling.
Hmm?
And I don't know what to think about this one because VRS suddenly seems like a team that can actually pick up a win, even though they lost their uh, even though they lost their first game.
True. I think for a lot of teams, especially in a map like Bind, right, they usually feel more comfortable on the defense than the offense. So, like you said, you having that past in the back of your head is going to be a slight bump along the road. Although, considering the kind of prowess that we got to see in map one, not only from players like Nitrata and Sai, but also Vabor, man just killed it on a Sage. There is more than a viable possibility that that stat could be irrelevant. Well, this best of three, the first best of three that we've had in the Penta Pro Series, is going to decide who's going to be knocked down to that elusive and dangerous lower bracket. So both these teams are going to really be fighting for their lives and for their safety here. God's Reign, if given the chance, will want to end this a 2-0, and I'm 100% sure that they're going to give this everything in map 2 and maybe even want to close it out here.
Well, it would obviously be in their best interest to close out the series in a 2-0 fashion. You don't want this to go to Ascent. You don't want to squander the advantage they've acquired on the side of Pearl. And very soon we'll be getting into the bind map as well. But before we get in there, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go on a quick break once again. Do not worry. We just have to get some issues out of the way so that everything can proceed smoothly. And we'll be right back. See you on the other side.
All right, so we're just moments away from starting, right? We took that small break. We're back in the action. Hopefully, we get into the action real quick. Now, we talk about a lot of compositions on the pre show, right? And Bind is one of those maps where you almost always see a race. Race is without a doubt going to be there. The secondary thing is when we're talking about Bind is the Sentinels. Chamber has been a staple ever since he was introduced, and considering what we've seen in game one, I'm pretty sure that we're going to see a Chamber from both ends. We've seen the Fade be instrumental from both sides. So Fade alongside a Sova, even a Sky, very viable. The initiator is where we're going to see the big difference, though. I think both the sides now need to force a brim. There's not much versatility that both the teams can bring in that market. So whatever diff we're going to see, it better be on both the initiator and the duelist front. I mean, duelist, sure. I mean, the Raze is a staple, but I think a player like Sai might just be, crazy enough to pull off a jet on this map, which I really won't be surprised by. Oh, okay.
Okay. Well, you were not surprised by the jet pick of Sai, but then again, sorry, the HUD bamboozled me over here. They still haven't picked up anything. Hoax is the one going for the Raze. Okay, then. And Sai on the Fade. All right, this is a big turnaround. We're both on Sky. Hold on. This is the first time they've actually turned up all their agents. They've switched things around, and yeah, no chamber. That's what I'm surprised. But then again, I wouldn't be surprised by the no chamber pick because there have been several instances where the side of God's Reign sub out the chamber and take the Sage instead. But what I am surprised by is the fact that there is a Reyna. Now, we've seen a Reyna on Pearl in the past. We've also seen it be very viable on maps like Ascent. But on Bind, I don't know if the Reyna can provide as much value.
Exactly. I mean, I see the idea here, maybe have the Reyna force the uncomfortable fights. Even if she ends up winning it, give her a little backup so as soon as she dismisses out, the fight's either done and dusted or you get an extra leg with your four-course meal. So it's heavily contingent on the idea that things go right for them. Otherwise, that Reyna pick could be a make or break.
Yeah. I mean, I really don't know where it will lean, whether it will lean towards the make or the break side. I'm only assuming that this is a comfort pick for the side of VRS because they haven't played in a long time. Reyna doesn't necessarily fit into the meta on Bind, but hey, as long as you're able to make it work, Valorant is a game that forgives you for being innovative that way. But that being said, how much innovation can you put in? Especially when there's so many things that can be thrown at you, that Reyna will never be able to hold an off angle, which the Reynas are mostly famous for, because there's gonna be Prowlers, Trailblazers, and Boombots heading your way. Then all those three things are thrown at you. You will have to either relinquish the area or at least break one of them to give away your posse, and then probably lose the advantage that you were holding.
Now, on a utility dump, like you said, it's scary, dude. I was just going through it in my mind. Prowler, Seas, the Blinding Light, the Dog, the Boombot, the Nade.
I mean, at this point, I'm not even considering the other abilities. I'm only considering the C ability of every agent. And that itself is enough to scare you off. And those are some of the least intimidating factors about these characters. It's the other abilities that are more dangerous. And if the basic stuff can scare you off, then I don't even know what the rest will do to you.
Well, it's gonna be tried and tested as the results are important on the server, as what's on the paper might just get down under the water. Before he's gonna be playing this semi-aggro angle towards long. He's just gonna be jump spotting to get a little bit of information as the rest of VRS try to mount their attack outside B. Vapor, the push close range, he opts for the tail blaze and he spots both of them towards long. Doesn't have a single flash, but the concuss is more than enough for him to get the opening frag. Vibor alongside Knight Rider working well in tandem. And the man disadvantage right on the bat.
Ooh, this could be a crucial one. Now, it's quite a nice shot from the side of Sai, but what can Roach do? He's the one character who can be viable in a clutch situation, but he's got no say in this round.
And what a start for God's Reign. Considering the kind of aggression that they were mounted on towards B, The ability for them to hold off each other so easy there was, I'll be honest, not expected. I didn't expect Vibor to get that freebie towards long, and with everything falling into pieces right off the get-go, it didn't seem like VRS had any kind of mayday planned, any kind of contingency put on the board. And they're off to a flying start here, especially on the defense. Oh, no. Cringe.
Sad. Yeah, that's what happens when you mess with the shorties at that range. Instantly bouncing in, getting all the kills, and VRS are just being sent back to the next round. God's Reign have absolutely no remorse pushing it down like this. And for the first time in a long time, I'm actually seeing Knight Rider and Sai smile. They were deadly serious in the previous game. It's almost like they had poker faces going on.
Yeah, I'm still waiting to see
Vibor still
Vibor
has his
smile.
poker face. Yeah, he's always going to have a poker face. I've given up on him trying to smile.
Well, at least for Vorpal squad, there will be a chance for them to smile and shine, as they're the ones on the buy.
There.
For 3 Vandals, a Phantom and a Bulldog, with boatload of utility to go alongside it. And it seems like they're trying to replicate the strat that they had on the pistol, just changing a couple of pieces here and there to make this somewhat ideal for them. I mean, hookah control is essentially given to them. After that first round, you didn't really see anybody contest hookah as much. So they have hookah control here, and they know Vibor's position to a small extent. They've not been able to push the issue just yet, and they're camping the TPs as well, Crips. This is a nice setup from VRS, but it's more about the execution which worries me. Perfect! No! Good trade though. Roach keeps things in it to win it. Then Satchel buys them a little bit of distance and some aggression, where Hoax is able to play alongside it brilliantly. They relinquish control, try to reconcentrate their attack towards Hookah, but that's where Ember lies in wait. Two rounds on the board for God's Reign, and this could be a very important one for them to translate into a success. It will diminish everything that VRS has worked for. This here, on the other side, that enables Sai to jump out towards that box, but he wants to play this one alongside Hoax, who has good control towards long. So far uncontested. And they look to regroup and recenter their effort towards Sai, who's left on such low HP. And Sai, such low time, the clutch, still a possibility, but he needs to play quick on his feet. Sai, he finds the clutch, he finds the defuse, and he finds the round. God's Reign still with the clean sheet.
My goodness. I mean, sure, even if Sai lost this round, I would have been completely fine with it. This was supposed to be a bonus for them anyway. But not only is he able to finish the clutch, but also keep the economy intact for his team. This is going to put VRS back by miles. And that too in such a ridiculous fashion. His position was known. Every single thing that VRS needed to succeed was available to them, but they still end up failing. And Sai, with such prosperity, he will bring out the diversity in God's Reign to its fullest extent.
Yeah, and more importantly, God's Reign convert on that bonus. So, like you mentioned, the first half where they're on the defense, it being a little harder, that made it infinitely easier now.
Where are you?
Just spamming bullets right through that smoke, and God's Reign know what's on the other side, hence they did not want to push as leniently as they might like. And Knight Rider's position here is a curveball, because that wall indicates that they're going to be playing hookah passive. Well, Knight Rider has a different idea about this round. Gets the first, 1 kill away from his revive. So Knight Rider doing the same amount of impact as Vibor did in the round in the game prior, as he was able to come in with clutch revives on clutch rounds. You talk about clutch, right? Oh!
Yeah, that's a spicy shot. And even though he's able to fall back with no disregard for his safety, he's got the backup available in form of Vibor, and the birds go out, blind them like bats. This is VRS just struggling to make an impact.
And it's all left on a Ben. It's all left on the Koof if he can do a little more damage, which he really wasn't in a position to. Vibor A good hold alongside side towards his A side. But again, keep in mind, ladies and gentlemen, VRS had barely anything invested in the round prior. So the damage that they want to do, the round that they want to take is going to be this one. They have the orbital strike as well on Taku. So a fast hit towards A, just alt lamps. You know, these are strats that are really quick, really easy, and really on the fly.
Yeah. And it's those on-the-fly strats that can make a difference. Knight Rider forced to fall back because of the paint shell, but Sai goes down at the hands of VCT, and this was towards Hookah. Yeah, that would have been a problem. Sai definitely must have felt compelled to get those kills, especially when his abilities granted him the information. First contact made by Coop, this time going towards the U-Haul region. Doesn't account for Ember to be in the same place, but unfortunately Ember was only able to get the kill because of baiting Vibhor. But he doubles up, so he's made good on his commitment.
Yeah,
so many kills from VRS, going all the way in different directions. They recover the spike, and by this time, the raise in the form of Chromes has already teleported twice, so there's enough chaos to make things a little difficult for God's Reign to decipher. Vibhor diving into the TP tells him everything he needs to know.
Yeah.
Now it's a battle of the two raises.
Hoax was hoping that the rotation comes back. Now the plan's being stuck. VRS. The only round that they've come so close to winning, and it's down to a 1v1. The raise against a raise. Hoax essentially sidelined this fight as he negates Chrome's position without him knowing it. So if Hoax even gets into the site, clearing Hookah needs to be in the back of his mind. Well, considering the plant position, it's something that he'll have to expect. But Chromes is just playing time, and he's playing it so safe. Even if Hoax pushed Hookah there, Chromes was in a position to play it without giving away any chance. And utility used to perfection. Hey, he has the showstopper at the back pocket as well if things get nasty. Well, time's run out. Time was off the assets. Hoax gets the kill, but VRS, more importantly, gets that first round on the board. Their attack has been started slow. They've been plagued with bad luck so far, and that book has changed. They've turned a new leaf. Let's see how long this leaf can stay out in the shade. I mean, without the shade, though.
Yeah, Vorpal Swords finally able to muster up around after so much effort. And they've tried so many things in order to get this one. They've tried B-side attacks, never really paid off. The A-side crunches also did not pay off dividends. Even when they had control of a shot and both showers, they were not able to completely clear out the site. It's finally multiple teleports and chaos plays that give VRS the round that they have been working so hard to acquire. But this all can go south really easily.
Yeah. And God's Reign call a gamble here. They're heading towards the A side. 4 members stacked up on the defense, with Knight Rider holding showers with that operator.
Who would expect a Sage to be opping, especially in a position like this? The judge has absolutely no say in this round unless Chromes pulls off a tap strafe in the face of Knight Rider. Yeah, that would have to be masterful movement in order to make this one work. But no, Knight Rider gives Chromes the range he wants, and now he's got the YOP. Oh, I'm getting nervous, OG. He spots the gun barrel. Attack comes through from Sai, and Chromes somehow avoids the molly, somehow avoids his death. This one player is being so impactful right now.
Yeah,
God's Reign have to invest this Nightfall in order to keep VRS at bay. And the Orbital Strike comes through as well. All these impactful utils have already been used up, and VRS still have the time enough to make this A-side attack work. Hoax finally kills Chromes, and this was the danger man dealt with, but this comes at the cost of giving up the site. No way!
Boomba, dude. It's perfect distraction, perfect finish. They're baiting out the plan, but they know exactly what lies ahead of them, God's Reign. Oh, goodness Christ. This round's like a roller coaster, man. And I'm feeling motion sickness already. It's all left on VCT, who is good for a single frag on the 24th. The damage he does could be very valuable for the later segment of the half, but he's not able to do much in the grand scheme of things. And sure, Chromes, he pulled off a good timing play here. He had a lot working for him. Sadly, a very, very well-timed push from Hoax was what God's Reign needed to get this round back in that control.
Yeah.
And he did.
Imagine what would have happened if Sai died in that position. Chromes had him dead to rights. Somehow the bullet hit the wall and Sai stayed alive with just a sliver of HP. But keep in mind, Ember has been able to get multiple kills from that position again. And this time it was possible because VRS did not place down the smokes, which left Ember in the prime position to get those frags. That too when the Reyna was desperately trying to refrag onto their fallen Rays, and this time Sai gets away with a nasty shot. He will continue to regress, he's not going to fall back. This time finally gets shut down for good.
They have the Showstopper here, so that's a piece of utility they need to respect. Showstopper, a Showstopper! Hoax gets the diff, he gets the defense, and he gets the frags which are crucial for him to hold this B site.
My
The
lord,
hopes of VRS with their utility just sent packing to the round coming forth, and Hoax looking to try and clean shop. He gets the triple, which is good enough for what he was set up for, which was a solo defense, mind you, after his comrade did bite the dust. And they still manage to get the round here, God's Reign.
Yeah, I'm not gonna say a word. I'm just gonna watch this. I'm sorry, not op. The Rocket versus Rocket battle. How often do you see this? I would have called this an anime battle, but even anime doesn't have ridiculous stuff like this. So this is just coming straight from the fantasy of a 10-year-old kid who really likes violence. It's just rockets spawn rockets. Such pristine movement from Hoax, which destroys the hopes of VRS.
And now VRS left to wonder what they can do. Mind you, another very important round for them as they're forced this bite. And no, Roach. He's been so pressured to find the entry that he takes such uncomfortable fights, which gods see coming from a mile away. Chrome's finally making momentum outside Showers, being so incognito with his approach. And he's the only one who's been able to find results so far. Nitride didn't anticipate the push to be that brutal. And it's all left on a Vibor. Sure, he has one flash to work with, but I think damage is what's going to be key yet again, as it's going to be the second round on the board for VRS. They keep 3 members up, which is pretty decent, but doesn't allow them to build much of an economy. And they need to start mounting somewhat of a comeback, because this first half so far has been abysmal for them.
Yeah, but this time finally the smokes from VRS land in place and they're able to safely get to the site, get that plant. The last time VRS tried something like this, Koof did not place his smokes down, and that resulted in the death of Chromes as well as Roach, who went down without even a fighting chance. This time at least they knew that God's Reign will not be able to push to their heart's content, and they were able to take fight on their own terms. Oh my goodness, Sai always taking fights on his own terms. Yeah, man, he's the bloody Fade. He's not the entry fragger, but still he continues to fight like an absolute demon. Sometimes it's towards Hookah, sometimes it's towards a shot, and this time he's managed to bite his opponents with the Prowlers, and he's just sending down a barrage of them. It's like he has an entire zoo at his disposal, and he's sending them through. Finally gets shut down, but he stayed alive for so much longer over there. Even the orbital strike came through for a moment, and that did not help either. Timing finally falling like flies, but the revive comes through. That too in the open. It's a very risky one, and it doesn't pay off. Oh my lord! My god!
What is this brawl towards this A side that we're getting witness? Man, they didn't want the plan. They're like, we take the bodies, we take the numbers, we take the heads, but not the rounds. VRS. I think they overextended just a TD bit. I think Chrome's peak towards backside was brilliant. They forced out that revive. They fought the Sage, and maybe it could have just ended there. Vibor comes in with a massive double to catch everybody out of position. And that's what happens when you force uncomfortable fight as an attacker for far too long, Crips. You lose the leverage that you have over the defenders towards side as they come with the rotation and then play off each other.
Playing off each other is the name of the game. And for a second, I really thought that VRS will finally have what it takes to win this round, because they were able to get the entry frags. They even had the man advantage at one point. All of that went to waste. Such a lovely position by Nitride. Managed to get all the way towards the back of Cave, and even though he's dead, he's given away so much information to his teammates. Unfortunately, though, his death does result in the rotation of Hoax towards the A site, which is a little bit preemptive. Unfortunately, VRS is not heading down that road.
Flash peek.
Spike still towards B long. Lovely flash, and
Nice.
Vibhor capitalizes on it one. This Seeker ability can really spoil VRS's plans because now they're starting to fall back towards the Link region. And at this point, it's a neutral game for them. They can hit either side, but the Seekers will kind of channel them towards the A side where Hoax is ready in tandem with his fellow Brimstone. Showstopper from Chromes. Let's see if it does anything. Of course, it blows up Ember to smithereens, but Sai instantly retaliates, and Hoax goes unchecked towards U-Halt. He peeks right outside of U-Halt and destroys them as they walk out of the smokes, and he styles upon Benjay. My goodness, this guy's an absolute demon.
Hoax is just doing them a
Dirty?
lot. I was gonna say doing them a lot of pain, but doing them dirty is another way to look at it.
Yeah.
Although he's been clinical with his aim, so I think dirty would be a double way to play this one out. Talking about the double play, well, we have one set up towards Hookah, and I think this is the first time we've seen God's Reign actually do this on the defense, right? Now it's Hoax playing ultra aggressive with Sai backing him up. This is a duo that you do not want to face up against. Hoax dodging the flash. Nice utility to force the fight, and Benjay can't dodge it whatsoever.
Oh my goodness,
Oh,
God's Reign
okay.
are bringing the fight to VRS. They all dump everybody, every piece of utility into Hookah, and somehow VRS find a way to stabilize. Vibhor's position would have been crucial. He could have easily decapitated one of his enemies on the crossing, but he is now detected. It's all up to timing now. If he can jump out of the smoke at the right time, it will be pristine, but he looks towards elbow instead, and he gets timinged. A taste of his own medicine. Vibhor finally tastes bitterness in his mouth, but Knight Rider can still make something out of this one. 1.5 men against him in terms of HP,
Almost.
but finally VRS are able to win one.
Why not? Did you just call Acete a half a man?
Oh, because he had half HP.
Well, at least in the HP ways, it makes sense. But the ability for him to get to that with the Headhunter right outside Hookah, that is stuff that you will not get to see with the new chamber, my friends. Enjoy it while it lasts.
Yeah. Spoken like a man who's gonna miss chamber himself.
Oh no, I'm gonna be happy that I don't have to play against somebody who'll just one-tap me and my teammate and just TP back, so I'm happy.
Okay. I appreciate the honesty in that matter. Yeah, but honestly speaking, VRS need to make this comeback happen. Even if they win this particular round, 8-4 is still a decent enough lead for God's Reign. And this is on the back of God's Reign having very less win percentage on their CT side. Keep in mind that historically, they've only won 33% of their rounds on CT side. So them taking a lead on their weaker half basically puts God's Reign at a massive advantage.
A massive advantage would be understating it, bro.
Yeah.
Nonetheless, VRS, they have... Oh, okay. That was still the other side. I was wondering whether it was towards Hookah, which would have been much more of an influential pick. All over Vibhor finds the double of his own, and he didn't even need much to initiate with.
Yeah.
Criminal.
And even though the 2 of the force is able to give them a pick towards a shot, it doesn't matter because the spike is dropped towards B long. Oh. And now God's Reign are going to reinforce it.
Yeah, they have the showstopper. They have the orbital strike. They can just burn VRS to a crisp. And the spike's all the way out towards long. This is quite the handicap that both Chromes and Acete have to fight against. Nice shot. That was with the Vandal Mighty, not with the Tote Force. Man is versatile, and yeah, that's done. That's done and dusted. Round's over. Try to tank the damage of the ult. You can hear the damage being tanked.
Yeah.
These guys are thirsty for kills.
Yeah, and I don't really blame him, right? Which madman would anticipate his enemy to push through his own teammate's orbital strike and then try to kill you? So I don't really blame VRS for getting shut down like this. And this is a pretty unorthodox playstyle by God's Reign, keep in mind. Sai, being a Fade, he's playing like a bloody duelist. Always pushing out of either a shot or pushing out of Hookah. Always just suppressing VRS with the utility before he finally goes in for the kill. And even though Sai dies plenty of times, Hoax makes up for it more than multiple times over.
Enough, bro.
And Vibhor, he's a bloody Sky who's supposed to flash for his teammates, but he's using those flashes for himself, and every time he's able to get a couple of kills towards B long.
Yeah, the main reason why Crips avoids ranked. And now 93 with VRS on the back foot but on the defense, they stand a chance to control the narrative. To control what fights that they get to choose. Sai finally put to a stop. One of the initiators to be a little bit, you know, laid back and passive. Well, that might just force Sai too. Although Webor's certainly not deterred. That Boomba just sails right past Chromes, who has the classic for a perfect play with the perfect position to make this work. No! His trigger finger is a little itchy and he ends up surviving with just the skin of his teeth. Mind you, Benji is alive, so there could be a heal.
Yeah, but will Benji even get to
Never
see
mind.
the face of his teammate? Hoax. Yeah, he's able to kill the other Rays almost instantly. It's just down to Benji, who's the healthier player. And even if he somehow manages to heal Roach, I don't think there's much that they can do. There's no trade potential on either of these players. They're not anywhere close to each other. We're both just going on a farming spree.
They had the man advantage here, VRS, but they were simply not able to hold with the utility pressing them down towards the site. And especially the one play that almost could have won them the round, the play through the smoke that Chromes was attempting. If he could have held his patience a little more for a little longer, he would have been valued with gold. Now, they have barely anything to work with on the hold because 10-3 with God's Reign on the second map so close to victory. This VCT is starting to look hella bleak, my friend. Nice tag. TP out. Good call.
Yep. Crisis averted for now, but the rotations from BRS inbound, I think it will be a bit too late because God's Rave already invaded the B side and now there's really less hopes for a retake. Sure, VRS can still hit some mighty shots with their sheriffs and their frenzies, but the amount of suppressive utility that God's Reign still have at their disposal is immense. They've still got the molly to hold them back, and in case something goes wrong, Webhor has not only his heals, but quite a lot of flashes at his disposal, so VRS basically have no say in this round. Much more time bought because of these smokes, and poor Goof, he has to swing right through it, hoping he'll be able to deliver success because of the flash coming in from Benche. It still did not help them at all. Oh, and both of them get revealed because of the haunt. Hoax gets a freebie, and he turns around for another one. At this point, it's just a farming day for God's Reign, who are just going ahead with the kills and making sure they can get their ultimates online as quick as they can.
They're one away from hitting map and match point to start their journey off here at the Penta Pro Series Valorant off-season event. And God's Reign, the squad put together, we look at the names, right? Sai, Ember, Vibor, Knight Rider. Individually, they're beasts, but it's always been a question of chemistry with these individuals and their respective squad. And I'm happy to see that they're showing this face at the start of the tournament. It just gets me thinking, boy, what do we have in stock for the coming week? Double judge. Oh, thank you, Acete. Thank you for putting him to place. Hoax, you might need to save that for the next round, buddy. But at least you get a taste of
Wow,
bitterness.
you're really salty against all these race players who satchel in towards the U-Haul with a judge. It's
Yeah, why
quite
do you
common
think
for
I
races to do
have
so.
this? Why do you think I have that banter with Cracky half the time, dude? Man doesn't know anything else.
You can only judge in. Well, at least Chromes is just timing in everybody. Sai? No way! Sai had no business getting all those kills, and he's still continuing to deal all this damage. There's no way they're giving him all these individual gunfights. Now with the Vandal in hand, he's going to be even deadlier, and Chrome finally puts his killing spree to an end.
What are we seeing, Crits? I'm seeing crazy things. We've seen unthinkable things. This is just adding on to the tally, my friend. This is just them having a field day. But let's hope that they don't lose themselves in all this excitement and fun, right? Because they've still not finished the game technically. And hey, call me biased, call me far-fetched, call me whatever you want, but you've not won until you've hit 13, and VRS still have the chance to come back. So I just hope that God's Reign respect this and slay them mercifully.
Oh, I mean, mercifully slaying? It's kind of a paradox. Someone we might get to see later on in this tournament, but for now, Chromes has been nullified out of that position. At least he's able to go out swinging and kill Vibor before he finally bites the dust, but that's the best that he could have done in a situation like that. It was either falling back or him going all the way through. Roach all the way towards the bottom of B long. Now, this should give VRS quite a lot of information, but what good will information do when you've got a showstopper in your face? Sends it towards CT, and this makes it slightly harder for VRS to come in and deny the plant, especially when Hoax is continuing to be aggro towards Triple. Oh, and another one from Sai. The only defender towards the A side has now fallen, and it's Roach who's still holding B long. And I have a feeling he might have been disconnected from this game.
Oh, no, not like this. No, Roach.
He hasn't moved an inch.
True, and he's looking at the wall, so yeah.
Yeah.
F in the chat for Roach, guys.
I mean, let's be honest, even if he...
about this, though.
Yeah, even if he was not AFK, even if he was in this round indeed, it would have been a bit too late for him to come through, because from B long to come all the way to A side, it's quite a long amount of time you need. And in that given time, God's Reign would have already wiped out half the team of VRS and gotten the plant down. So, yeah, the best that Roach could have hoped for was come in, you know, and get the timing right, maybe get the planter while he was planting on a backstab, catch them with their pants down or something like that.
Yeah, and for him to go that out in the open towards B long, it would have taken time after the round began. So I don't think a reroll is also in the cards for VRS if they want to try playing for the, you know, dub, which is miles and miles away. Nonetheless, with the reroll out of sight, I think this is safe for God's Reign to maybe call this done and dusted. Hoax is like wondering, bro, what is he doing? Puts him out of his misery. And 12-4. Considering that this is VRS's map pick in the best of 3, I expected a decent bit more from them on this map, which is not the case, man. We saw more on Pearl than we've seen on map 2, Krebs.
Yeah, it seems like VRS have almost no say in this game. Sure, even if Roach deals with all his connectivity problems and get back into the game, it's not much that he can do. There's barely any weaponry available on Vorpal Swords.
And honestly, I like this about VRS, dude. There's very sportsman-like. They're like, you know what? We know that we have a long way back into this game. We don't really want to delay, waste the time of others. They just want to get this over with. So I like the sportsmanship that they have, VRS. This map might not, this match might not have turned out the way they've expected, but hey, this is the Penta Pro Series, right? We have the double elimination system for a reason. You have a second chance. So for VRS and all the VRS fans out there, do not worry, ladies and gentlemen. They still have a chance to make it deep within the Pro Series, but that's heavily reliant on them having a very good lower bracket run.
Enemy remaining. Still waiting.
Yeah, and for now, they have absolutely no chance in this game. This is done and dusted. VRS, man, they've been sent back into the lower brackets, and God's Reign have quite an easy time dealing with their problems in Bind. Of course, it's slightly sad that Roach had connectivity problems towards the end, but even if he was available over here, there's not much of a difference that he would have been able to make, because God's Reign was just way too high on momentum. They were already close to map point before the disconnect from Roach came through, and I think it's only a matter of time before God's Reign finished the game. But that being said, I would still say that VRS can hold their head up high. Having a 5-month-long hiatus from competitive Valorant does bring you down a notch or two, but the last time they competed was all the way in May. And between May and December, there's quite a long time. So if they're able to give God's Reign a good run for their money with virtually no practice and no previous tournaments played in the recent past, I think God's Reign, they got off easy. And this time, VRS might not have been able to give their best. But given how much of a break they've taken, given how long they've been out of action, I would still say that they have a chance of making a deep run in the Penta Pro Series.
True. And like you said, that long hiatus, right? We're living at such a competitive time in not only FPS, but in esports in general in Southeast Asia, right? That if you take a hiatus, there's going to be 100 other names that are going to work twice as hard as you can just to make it a little ahead of you. So they're going to have to catch up to speed here because, sure, they might have lost a series against God Rain. Once they go down to that lower bracket, they have no more safety net. And who knows what kind of monsters might be lingering there as we progress deeper into the tournament. Because we have some of the best teams here in Southeast Asia and South Asia to compete to see who could take the dub, who could take the throne. And we have a long, long way to decide who the champions are. Like we said, today's the 12th, right? It's going to end all the way, I think, in the 24th. So you need to be ready for the action, my friends. It certainly seems like God's Reign are.
God's Reign showed quite a lot of stability in Pearl. They showed that their composition, which has been unchanged ever since they formed this team, especially the composition on Pearl, is quite stable, and every time they're able to get Vibhor into the crucial positions that he needs to be in, he will deliver. Of course, I think God's Reign stopped taking the game seriously in Bind because they were doing a lot of unorthodox stuff which usually would get punished in any other game. Like, for example, the flashes that Vibhor was throwing towards B long and then peeking himself rather than setting up those flashes for a teammate. That kind of stuff usually gets punished in other games, but this time Vibhor was able to get away with it. Same with Sai, right? He was playing aggressively both towards A shot as well as towards hookah, alternating every now and then. So those two guys were able to get away with a lot of stuff which usually should have gone punished. This anime battle though, between Hawks and Chromes, I don't know what to make of it. Chromes was able to get the clutch in one particular round, and then of course in the very next round he made things very difficult for God's Reign, made them uncomfortable, but God's Reign punished them out regardless. And soon that Showstopper versus Showstopper highlight will be seen. I believe it's in this round. Is it?
Yeah,
Has to be, right?
It is 100%. Here comes the party. Boom. 7 HP, man. 7 HP. I would be salty, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah. Surviving on 7 HP, and not just that, also repositioning yourself towards the left-hand side of Hookah to kill the chamber as he's jumping through that smoke. That's just absolutely disgusting.
Yeah, like you said, the Fade doing stuff like that, just simply things you can't account for from time to time. You'd assume that without the prevalence of a Jet, a Yoru, or a Chamber, not many people on God's Reign would have gone for that peak. And I think that's what kind of sells it, you know? The unexpectedness of the aggression.
Yeah. Vibhor playing unexpectedly, just flashing for himself. I mean, at this point, Riot has even said that the flashing initiators and flashing duelists will have a stark amount of difference in them with regards to how long the flashes last, and also with regards to how the gun pull-out time has been increased for Sky after she uses her guiding light. But Vibhor is able to just completely ignore all those stats and make it look like he's just having a deathmatch run over here, easily getting the kills towards B long multiple times.
And I think it's also very important to have a little bit of a conversation around the Knight Rider Sage. We didn't get to see a whole lot, but doesn't mean that it didn't have impact, right? We only got to see that one funny round where he walled on top of Shars and held with an operator just to be on the receiving end of a judge. But a lot of the heavy lifting here being done by Sai and Hook. So if any other team is to face against God's Reign in this very tournament, I think there's very little homework that they can do on the map that just got played. Just due to the fact that VRS didn't even get so many rounds to make God's Reign use and flex their other strategies, and more importantly, the mistakes that you might see. You know, we've seen Sai play aggressive. If you force the fight well enough, and if you have the momentum behind you, who knows, you might be able to pull a couple of fights from Sai, which would be disadvantages to him, which then might give you a round. Sadly, we didn't get to see any conditioning from VRS, and can't even blame them. They didn't even have the rounds to do so.
Yeah. Not enough rounds to work with, almost never having the economy to put up a good buy and counter God's Reign. This was a slightly one-sided map coming out from God's Reign. At least in the previous game of Pearl, VRS was able to have somewhat of a say. There were several instances where SCT made hero plays, so that was always great to watch. And if it wasn't SCT making those plays, then always Coop would be able to trade things out. Chromes was having a field day. That was until Sai decided to surprise him with the Blade Storm on two separate occasions in two different halves. So at least VRS was having somewhat of a control in Pearl. If not
Mhm.
winning the fights towards the entries was a problem that VRS was facing, then they were able to make it up by getting in the flanks and make sure that they hit God's Reign from the sidelines. That was possible in a map like Pearl. In Bind, there was absolutely no potential of it.
None
And
whatsoever.
yeah, none whatsoever. So God's Reign just have a field day over here, especially Hoax. Man was on fire. From that funny highlight clip where he dodges the showstopper and uses that one of his own, or it's just him capitalizing on the opportunities that Roach was offering to him. It was just insane.
Yeah,
Hoax with a clutch percentage of 0, partially because he never stayed alive up until the end of the round, and plenty of first bloods. He is the one who puts God's Reign a step ahead.
exactly. And considering that it was a 13-4 game, that quick, he ended up getting 23 frags. Yeah, man did quite a bit and a little more for his team. I feel like once God's Reign go against more stiffer opposition, like let's say a Reckoning, a Revenant, a Velocity, then we'll see the God's Reign where Sai is not allowed to play this aggressive, where
Hmm.
Hoax is not given so much freedom, where Vibor's flashes are well countered with an anti-flash setup. Only then
Hmm.
will see God's Reign truly be tested and their results actually holding weight and value.
Yeah, the results actually hold weight and value against a team like that, because over here, I feel like God's Reign were able to get away with way too much stuff, which
Exactly.
does not really reward the right play. Like Vibor's flashes, size, aggression, you were right. Under normal circumstances, a Fade or a Sky should not be able to do all of that. At least not without any help from their teammates. Vibor flashing
Exactly.
out for himself usually will result in the other guy just dodging around
Or playing anti-flash, you have your
or
teammates
playing
back.
anti-flash. Yeah. Yeah, but if Vibor is able to flash for one of his teammates, let's say if Sai peeks on the back of Vibor's flashes and then they get the kills, see, that's a more standard way and a little more of a accepted way of getting the kills and playing Valorant. But this was just them pushing their advantage simply because they can and simply because God's Reign were the clear stronger team over here. Of course, the members of VRS, you can't blame them as well. They haven't played competitively in a very long time. So it's gonna take them some time to shake the rust off and get back into the thick of things. But what God's Reign were able to do in Bind, they wouldn't be able to replicate this performance when they go up in their next match, which will be against the winner of Revenant versus Reckoning, which is coming up next.
True, and then we'll have to see how our fellow comrades face off against the loser of Revenant versus Reckoning as well. Because mind you, there is that lower bracket, right? So you guys do need to keep that in mind. Even if your team does take an L in the upper bracket, in the grander scheme of things, they still have a chance. And hey, what's a story without struggle? What's a story without strife? Only then will you reach triumph, and that's what we're looking for here. Mind you, we also made that prediction, right, Crips? This being one of the last events of its kind here in South Asia. We really want to see a South Asia versus Southeast Asia finals. So we're also going to be having a prime eyes on contenders for that finalist spot, right? God's Reign looked pretty decent. We're going to see a very, very reformed roster of Reckoning and Revenant tonight. Mind you, it's a Monday, Both me and Crips have had a very slow and chill off season. So we're starting things off relaxed here. And we've kept the heat for the night because at the night, it's going to be an exuberant best of three that we have on display. And that's only day one of this tournament, mind you. You also have teams like VLT who are trying their very best to make this a tournament where they dominate. Because, mind you, of every team that's been playing here in South Asia, VLT are the most experienced squad that's playing. And by all metrics, they are the I think candidates who might make it to the grand finals, at least if you talk about results and consistency. Although the dark horse has always kept me excited, so I'm looking forward to that second best of three, Crips.
Yeah, that's true. VLT, I mean, they won't be playing today. The next match we have is going to be between Reckoning and Revenant Esports. But if there's
Yep.
any team that most people will expect to make it to the next stage of the tournaments, it is VLT. The second spot can either be filled up by Reckoning, Revenant, or God's Reign. These three teams, for now, stand at the top of the South Asian scene. Of course, the Pakistani teams, the Bangladeshi, and the Sri Lankan teams will obviously look to make sure that that storyline gets changed. Although, speaking of changes, Reckoning versus Revenant will also have a couple of juicy changes. Reckoning just this week picked up Shooter. I'm sorry, they picked up Soulmate. And this guy has been one of the pillars of the Pakistani Valorant scene. With them making roster changes just 1 week before the tournament starts, maybe not even 1 week, it's been only a few days. So he is yet to make his debut for this team. This will be Soulmate's first game under the banner of Reckoning Esports.
Yeah, which is a very good switch up, right? We've not seen much representation of that region inculcated with Indian teams. In fact, we were sitting and watching the other day, a VOD from 5-6 years ago, Soulmate playing CS for, I think, one of his very old teams with a couple of his friends. So Soulmate's been there for quite a while. His experience is by the boatload, and that experience is going to help him try to gain comfort and chemistry with a new squad. And I think that's a very important aspect to a player, the ability to play with any other player you're given and to make the max use that you can of your teammate is something we've seen out of very few players in South Asia, which for some players has been an absolute game changer. At least if you talk about Indian teams, right? If you take a look at players like Hellranger and Kappa as to how they set up, they might not necessarily be at the top of their game or at their prime of their career, but they're still able to unlock the potentials of players who are at the cusp and looking to reach great heights. The second best of three that we've been taunting, Revenant versus Reckoning, two revamped rosters, but with historic marks left at this region, is going to start off very soon, ladies and gentlemen. But we're going to go for a short break. Grab your tea, grab your popcorn, grab anything you'd like, because that best of three, it might end up being your last meal.
down, cause I'm here to flow, 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 flow. Get down, cause I'm here to flow, 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 flow. Get down, cause I'm here to 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 flow. down, cause I'm here to flow, 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 flow. Get down, cause I'm here to flow, 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 flow. Get down, cause I'm here to flow. Get down, cause I'm here to flow. Get down, cause I'm here to flow.
Talent to learn and to grow from what the SEA teammates could bring on board in terms of value, which could be in terms of calling, which could be in terms of general strategy, which could be also in terms of the play style that these teams do choose to play. So with both Revenant and Reckoning making this roster change, this is one roster change that I hope at least endures half of the next year. That will give both the international talent and the domestic talent enough time to mesh well, get the chemistry rolling, and more importantly, elevate their standard of play. Because both Reckoning and Revenant, we've seen across 2022, have tried to hoist that trophy high. They've tried to hoist that flag high, but not a trophy to show for it. Revenant, to some extent, has more experience with their appearance on their first LAN in Bengaluru, and also their entire squad sticking together for 2022. It did post decent results, right? They hit top fours across multiple tournaments. I think 2023 is the year they're looking to convert and just hit a little higher.
Yeah, I mean, Revenant throughout the course of 2022 have been improving consistently. Sure,
So,
there's still some chinks in their armor. They need to I'm sorry about that one. Yeah, so Revenant across 2022 has been improving quite significantly. They started off as a team that was failing to make even the top threes in every tournament, but then they are starting to even take down the bigger names in the region. At this point, Revenant have reached an understanding where they realize their only Indian roster is not going to be enough, so they bought a firepower, and that firepower now comes through in the form of Ching and Josh S. Now, these guys are also beasts in their own right. Of course, Zeke has slight more reputation than these three players, but Ching and Josh are also equally talented. Especially Ching, he's got a rich competitive history, right? He's played for several teams: Bren Esports, Archangel, Nigma Galaxy, even W Streak Esports for some time. So he's quite a coveted player, and he just joined Revenant Esports last month. Mostly Ching plays info-based initiators like Fade and Sova. Whereas Josh S, he's basically a resident chamber main, and now that the chamber is on the older patch and not the new one, we can still see Josh S pull off some incredible plays.
True. Well, we're going to talk a lot more in depth about Revenant and Reckoning Esports, but let's quickly glance over the other matchups that have us hooked in the upper bracket. So we're going to have White Swing and VLT for match 3, right? White Swing, for those who do not know, made it through by winning the Collegiate tournament held by Penta. And this is their chance to play against the best our region has to offer, which is, again, VLT in this circumstance. That's a match that I'm pretty sure VLT have in the bag, although I'm very interested to see what White Swing has to offer, right? Because if you're VLT, you can't read White Swing. So you have to just play your default game. You have to play a cautious standard game of Valorant, where then White Swing can try and exploit it. So, Revenant, Reckoning. Both these teams have a very, very important task on their hands today night. That is to keep their upper bracket position alive. That's what's on stake for tonight's best of 3. Sure, it might not be do or die, but they want to thrive. And with Revenant's case, I have to give them a small edge because you look at the recent opposition both these teams faced, right? Revenant have played a lot against VLT, they played a lot against GE, they played a lot against EG. So they have good competition in the past, regardless of W or L, it's hard foes that they had to fight against. And you look at the other side of the aisle, you have Revenant who played against God's Reign a couple of days prior, you have them playing against Medal, against Lethal, but these are older rosters that still haven't stuck, I think, up until this point. And more importantly, with their new additions of international talent, this game is going to be all more crucial. It's their debut.
Well, Revenant Esports, let's see what they have in store for us. Like you said, this team has been on quite a roll recently, especially with the addition of the foreign talent. They look so much stronger. One Tap God is still one of the most consistent players in this region. Wimp, usually a good IGL, but that sometimes tends to affect his individual performance. But if Wimp does fire on all cylinders, this team is unstoppable. Absolutely unstoppable. So if he activates today, then Reckoning Esports are going to have a damn difficult time. If he doesn't show up, well, then Revenant Esports will have to make up in other departments. One guy who's always been consistent, regardless of form, regardless of people he's up against, is Blackhawk. Back when Astra was at her prime, when Astra had all 5 stars available, Blackhawk was an absolute beast. He still is, but now he's just a little more versatile.
And like you said, we're not going to get to see the Paradox show today, right? So we won't get to see the dynamic duo of Paradox and Wimp with that 1-2 punch, which gets me thinking, what's the setup going to be like? I think One Tap God, in and of itself, had a very, very good year in 2022, right? He had to almost go solo, join True Rippers, and literally carry the team every single day in, day out. Man has certainly made a name for himself as an up-and-coming star that we all need to have an eye out for, and it seems like Revenant have invested in the future for now. Let's see how long and how strong that future holds, though. Because on the other side of the board, at least for today night's matchup, we have Reckoning Esports. Zeke, Fishballs, Harsh, Rio, and Soulmate are going to be on the playing field today. We did describe Soulmate's experience, right, in the past, in the pregame as well, where Soulmate's been that player who's been there for ages in the competitive FPS scene. And considering now he has Harsh and Rio, which are 2 talents who still require, I think, a good 6 months to develop and fully take. Having Zeke and Fishballs bring in the experience from abroad will certainly help this roster. And I've always told this about Reckoning. Reckoning Esports across titles have always been the team that encompasses talent which are up and coming and sends them to the upper echelon, or at least gives an attempt to. And I feel like this is one of the strongest rosters they've put together in history, period.
Yeah, I think the same thing. This is the strongest Reckoning that has ever existed so far. Soulmate just got added this week. He's as fresh as things can get. And keep in mind that Soulmate also, not just him, but his entire ex-team had been going through some troubles, from organizational issues to not being able to enter the country, even though they had several offers from Indian organizations. The visa issues just made sure that not just Soulmate, but even Shooter, back when he was in Orangutan, he was not able to enter the country every now and then. So it was impossible for these guys to make an impact. But now that Soulmate's been picked up by Reckoning, I really hope that he brings through his true firepower, which he was known for. And he wasn't the kind of star player or the kind of flashy player that made those clip moments or everything. No, he's just a very sustainable and a very disciplined guy. So with him on board, I think this team is going to do wonders. But then again, you have to consider this. At least Zeke and Fishball have been playing for this team for some time. It's been almost like a month. So they've had some time to gel with the members. I can't say the same for Soulmate. Man's brought into the team only a few days before the tournament starts. So this will be his debut tournament. At least Jing and Josh S, these guys have played for the team before. At least Fishball and Zeke have had the opportunity to gel in with their team and even play some competitive games while they're at it. Not Soulmate. This will be his debut tournament for Reckoning.
Dude, I just have a problem with that logic because it conventionally makes sense, right? Because what you're saying is essentially they've not played together so long, so their chemistry might be a little off. That opens up the window of opportunity for your enemies to just try and edge you out of the competition. There's also that weird buff That is like I forgot what they call it. I think it's the honeymoon buff, if I'm not mistaken. As soon as you join a team, your
The
performance is
honeymoon
so
buff.
nice. Yeah, as soon as you join a team, your performance is so nice for a month, and then you slowly start to drop off. So I've seen both the sides of that coin, Crips, which gets me thinking that, you know what, I think there is our potential curveball for this best of three.
Well, I mean, if that buff is indeed active, then Soulmate's gonna have a field day. I wish I can say the same for the other two Filipinos and the Malaysian players as well. But what about the Indian players who've been in the scene for quite some time? Harsh and Rio, they look like a very stable bunch, but they're never there in your minds. They are never the ones who are remembered for making those wrist breaking or neck snapping plays. If they
True.
have to go up against the superior firepower that the foreigners bring to the table, will they be able to step up? That's question number one. Question number two is whether this honeymoon buff that you spoke of remains active or not. I've seen it happen for quite some teams. I remember back when Orangutan was formed, like within 2 weeks of formation, they already started kicking the ass of teams like VLT. They gave Global Esports also a good run for their money, but you were right, that honeymoon buff did wear off towards the end after like a month or so had passed. Now,
Exactly.
it's not a phenomenon that's commonly observed. I'm glad that you brought it up. I'm glad that you noticed this, but I'm not sure if that will be activated today or not.
And I'm glad you brought up a very important name, Orangutan, one of the only organizations that has tried really put an effort into fielding an international roster with Indian players in it, right? We
Yeah.
saw how that dream team turned out. It didn't live up to the expectations that it advertised. Of course, that third place in the Bangalore Arena LAN, it didn't really give them much of a kick to continue that project, and that's something that I hope Reckoning have solved. Again, it's about expectations versus outcome, right? You need to
Yeah.
have both leveled up. Even if you challenge all the teams in South Asia with an international roster, there are a couple of things, there are a couple of fundamentals which take time to develop. And if you allow room for that development, I'm pretty sure that the players within this roster are smart enough and hungry enough to make as much use of it as humanly possible. Because you look at these names, right? These are names that are still looking for their big breaks.
Yep. They're still looking for their big breaks. Revenant and Reckoning have been around for quite some time, but they've never really etched themselves a victory or lifted any trophies. So this might be finally their opportunity. With teams like Enigma and Global not participating in this tournament, they have only one contender that can really give them a threat, and that's going to be Velocity Gaming. This should be a tournament where Reckoning and Revenant bring their best things with Haven.
I mean, this is like perfect territory for Old Chamber, right? Haven is one map that he's absolutely dominated and terrorized everyone with. So I'm pretty sure that Haven, it's going to be a map which involves a lot of gore, a lot of gruesome sniper on sniper action, is what I'm hoping. We have Bind up in the mix, which is the same. I hope it doesn't end up the same as the previous best of three. At least in the context of both these teams, I'm expecting a really close fight on any map that we get. And what's the decider going to be like?
Decider?
Ascent.
Ascent?
Okay.
I mean, there was only really one choice left. Now, we didn't get to see Ascent in the previous BO3, even though it was picked up as the decider map. That game ended in a quick 2-0 fashion. Do you think this one has the potential to go all the way?
I think it can still end 2-0, but both the maps I feel like are going to be heavily contested. Both hitting double digits for sure. Both teams, without a doubt. What about you?
Um, I think it's gonna be equally contested. I would love to agree with you, but then again, with with specialty maps like Fracture and Pearl out of the way, you can't really claim your land on Haven and Bind. Statistically, both the teams have been fairly successful in these, and we've already discounted Ascent to be nobody's mistress. We already know that Ascent is one map which nobody can really claim as their strongest map. It's just so puggish, it's so defaultish. You really can't claim your lay. Haven, I guess, is the only one that's going to be somewhat of a stable game. Bind is going to be super chaotic, and if one of the teams end up picking up a double controller, then it's going to be even more chaotic that way. So it really just
God.
comes down to the wire.
Double controller, I can already imagine that cringe, man. What a Brimstone Astra. Uh, nah, no, thank you. I would not like that a lot, but you know, in the context of Haven, I feel like we're gonna get a lot more of the operator action. So I'm actually going to be very excited for map one. Bind, I can maybe pass it an Ascent. Every caster in India at this point is kind of bored with Ascent, with how much
I
time type I've got.
swear. Same. Yeah.
Dude, I'll be honest, I feel like they would have, if they would have removed Ascent instead of Bind, I would have been the happiest soul on earth. Because Bind I can still get behind, right? There's a lot of plays that you can make in the offense. The rotation is very tricky on that map. So you see people make a lot of high stakes, high reward
Yeah.
maneuvers, which in all honesty, as a player might not be as comfortable, but as a viewer and as a caster, those are the moments that we live and die for. So
Exactly.
on split, we might not get to see as much action as we do on Bind, but again, that's for a tournament later, that's for a day later, that's for maybe a patch later as well. As right now, we have the veto on your screen, ladies and gentlemen. For map 1 of Haven, Reckoning versus Revenant. I expected the chamber to come out on both ends, which might not be the case for Revenant, as they're opting in to go with this double initiator composition. And one tap god on his raise, which okay, on Haven race, I still like it quite a bit because there's a lot of things you can do once you get into it. The side, the way you can take fights, the way you can flush positions. With this agent, it's phenomenal, and we're gonna get to see the race coming out from Fishball as well. And it's a double initiator, but not in the mirror sense. You have a Fade Breach on the side of Reckoning Esports. On the side of Revenant, you have a Sova Breach. So you have more long range information and fake possibilities from Revenant with this composition. Meanwhile, Reckoning are more geared up towards more CQC and mid range fights.
Yeah. And I'm even surprised with the Omen pickup because in the recent past, Revenant Esports have been quite adamant on picking up the Astra on Haven. Of course, they have flirted with the idea of Omen in the past, but it's been a while since we've seen them using the Astra. It's been a while since we've seen them using the Omen on this
Honestly.
map. So yeah, these guys. I'm actually surprised that Blackhawk has gone for the Omen. He is one of the best Astra players I know in the country. But him picking up the Omen will definitely be a little curveball. He can set up his teammates for success much more easily when he's in close proximity to them, and this will allow him to play with the team in a more trade-ish sense of fashion. Whereas usually you'll find Blackhawk towards the black lines just setting up the stars and helping his team in a more of a setup kind of way rather than a trading kind of way. So I appreciate this change of pace. This will enable Revenant Esports to be a lot more versatile, allow them to be a lot more faster, pick up the pace every now and then. Reckoning Esports, on the other hand, I'm not too surprised by their picks though.
Yeah, I kind of get your point of view as well, because if you recall from the start of 2021, it was Ember who was playing the Astra for Revenant, I think then got Particles, and they kind of revolutionized how Haven is played, right? They had the wacky comp of having both the Breach and the Astra alongside a Jet, Killjoy, and I'd like to think a Sova, if my memory is strong enough, but they heavily emphasized on having utility for the sight hit and committing it with perfect synergy. And that's something I absolutely adored from back in the day. Different comps, different time, different opposition, and hey, hella different odds as they enter into this game as Revenant Esports, at least on my textbook, are the more favored side. What do you think, Krips? Are you feeling Reckoning or are you going Revenant as well?
I for one will actually not put any predictions over here. Um, of
Safe
course,
side.
of course, the safer pick over here would be Revenant because the roster's been more stable. But then again, Soulmate is a wild card, and you don't know what this man is capable of when he starts to get into the groove of things. If his communication is on point, then he will not only help his team thrive, but also kick some ass himself. And he's a mad fragger, so I'm kind of excited for this one. Right off
Yeah.
the bat, Revenant Esports heading into its garage. Slowed down by the fault line only momentarily, but look at how Reckoning respond to this. They have taken a very aggressive approach towards C Long with two of their players in Cubby already.
Exactly. And they're maybe anticipating a Revenant push towards C, but that's the polar opposite. Revenant having keen eyes towards this A side. Mind you, Reckoning, they've elected to play a retake setup towards A, and they're just going to play off that trademark that's being set at the moment. Rio, not the best position for a Frenzy. Eats a bullet, but not to his deathbed just yet, down to 78 HP. The double push towards C Long does enable a very, very quick flank, which now Revenant need to be wary of, as he set the crossfire from within the side, which looks solid. Josh, he should not fall without a frag. Oh, gets the first. Beautiful job. Nice trade. But this backline's closing on Revenant when they need to hold and fold.
Hold and fold. Well, that's a very nice wordplay. And at the same time, this is a very nice flurry of kills coming in from Reckoning Esports. Revenant find themselves obliterated at the hands of the Wolves. And they have taken the first round for themselves.
And what fashion as well. Because at the first few seconds of the round, they smelt that aggression, right? They got aggressive at Silong immediately. That flank was, okay, less than ideal to some extent because they lost that race, but the way they dealt with it was brilliant. They didn't lose control, they didn't lose calm, they held towards defender spawn, they held from the back lines, and when the fight needed to be taken, they took it. Revenant, it felt like they were a little too much in frenzy towards that post plan because they had decent positioning, but again, with the backlines closing, they need to kind of force fights.
Well, speaking of forcing fights, it's once again Revenant heading down the same corridor, but this time with upgraded weapons. They're not the ones to hop for an eco. They make do with the Stingers and the Spectres they have. No! Utility kills by the breach, and that wasn't supposed to happen. At least the spike goes down. Blackhawk had to commit it at the cost of his life, but now his rest of the team needs to hold on to this one, and the flurry of trades once again goes in the favor of Reckoning. But the moment I say that Revenant, they turn up the heat, they bring on the firepower. Lovely shot by the Chamber, needs to somehow isolate the last kill, and Ching, he's just gonna play for time.
He has the utility. HP so dead low. Oh, he gets the headshot and the clutch. Beautiful job. And Reckoning Esports, they're keeping this blow for blow here. With Reckoning winning the pistol, Revenant winning the follow-up. Man, this game has gotten blazed from since minute 1, dude.
Oh, well. Revenant Esports instantly steal all the momentum away from Reckoning. This wasn't supposed to happen, you know? Revenant was supposed to be in a position where they just waltz in and maybe make the retake work. And Reckoning had enough post-plan positions to just carry on with that hold, but Revenant just comes swinging out the doors, and Reckoning weren't ready for this sort of a fast-paced approach. Of course, with Wimp's flashes, he's actually setting up his team for success that way. And they're able to get the round again.
Dude,
the risk pays off.
It's wide open.
Yeah, not even a piece of utility marking that angle, not even a chamber trademark or anything. One tap god lives true to his name. It's a one burst this time, but he's gonna get that stylish frag regardless. Soulmate out of the picture. Plant going down.
Plant's head up. They're looking up. They're aggressive. The headhunter right up at the smoke. They don't do it in tandem, however. Alongside Wim should buy enough space for this round to sail in security. As both the players now approach towards backside.
One enemy remaining.
Backstabs already in with this round going the way of Revenant in more of a clinical fashion that helps them build economy, not only a lead, but also help gain that momentum. Now, Reckoning Esports have to dismantle. And what do they have to dismantle it with? An operator on Harsh. Something that we might not get to see much from Revenant on their defense, as they lack a viable agent to man the operator with. Well, they have this double initiator, right? The Sova and the Breach. It's going to be hella hard for Harsh to find any success if he plays this ultra aggressive, because the information priority here is to keep information concealed right up until the very moment he goes lethal.
He might just go lethal in this round itself. Unfortunately, though, he probably might not get to see the action right off the bat, because Revenant Esports huddling up outside of a long just indicate that this is going to be a very fast-paced approach, especially with Vimp's Rolling Thunder already online. Reckoning Esports are about to get hit in the face with a massive earthquake if they don't play their cards right.
And it's only the early game that we're talking about, Crips. This is round 4, for crying out loud.
Yeah.
So we're already seeing so much punish from the get-go. When it comes to a round where both the teams are at double digits, dude, the pressure is gonna be pro max. I love this. I love the brackets that we have, right? Because we get to see the clash of the dark horses. we get to see a team like VLT have an easier time than expected, although that story can quickly change, depends on how White Swing plays. We have two Southeast Asian teams confirmed for the finale, which is Bleed and Boo. So, considering all the history with this region and with them having difficulties competing internationally, when everything is settled online, you know, you still get a couple of cookie points if either of these teams are able to make it to that distance and get results. Which is the one team do you think that, you know, nobody's looking at but might have a good chance against a team like Boom and Bleed? I think, again, Revenant are a team that could stack very well with the experience that Josh and Ching do bring to the server. Reckoning Esports should be another name logically, right? Another team that houses international talent. And Zeke, man, this guy is on absolutely something else the times I've seen him. So if we're gonna get to see a repeat of that, this first game is gonna become, this first map at least is gonna get very, very heated. And a quick play towards it. Dude, I didn't even see this coming. They just rushed W and there's nothing to stop them. This operator is gonna be a big handicap as they try to commit for this retake. Heck, they might even go for the save if they don't get the opening anytime soon.
High stakes over here. 5v5 retakes, always very chaotic. And how can you possibly deal with a situation like this? They were not at all prepared to hold on to the side, but Blackhawk definitely is, playing in tandem along with Ching as they both hold down a shot. And this is an instant shutdown. Reckoning Esports have no say in this round. They will be forced to go back and save the weapons which they hold now.
Good tap god, he's ready to punish. Oh no, Rio. If only he had eyes in the back of his head, might have stood a chance. One tap god being as sneaky and as elusive as ever. And they're trying to hunt for this operator. They know that it's in the hand of Harsh, and if they're able to get this asset out of the hands of Reckoning Esports, easily another 2 rounds as a dub. But hey, a W is a W, and they do it in a flawless fashion here, Revenant Esports. That was a very crucial round they found, Krebs. Now, the first half suddenly looks hella more bleak for Reckoning Esports, unless Harsh is able to translate that operator into brilliance.
Yeah, at least the op gets saved, so there's some sort of hope for Reckoning Esports in this round. Given the way Revenant Esports have been playing, their Blitzkrieg attacks can really overwhelm Reckoning, especially with the amount of utility dump that Revenant have on board. This chamber in form of Harsh can at least get a single frag before he falls back, but this time the paranoia just hits everybody. A team flash also comes through in the process, but the shorty doesn't deliver as it's supposed to. And Revenant Esports, as expected, they are steamrolling over this site. Harsh at least gets to keep the op alive once again, but how many times have we seen not being in prime position? Last time he was opping towards C, the hit happened towards A, so he couldn't do anything. This time, the same thing. He's opping towards A, and the hit happens towards C. It's almost like this man is followed by some bad luck, and he's never in the prime position to stop this push.
Yeah. I mean, he's at a point where he's getting a little closer to the 34s. We've seen on multiple occasions on teams which are reliant on their operator players, where they just give up momentum in the quest of saving the op, right? There are rounds which are feasibly winnable, like 1 versus 2s. But you need to count your stars cautiously. And I think they know exactly. Oh no! Okay, he TP'd out. They still have a flash. I don't think they're close enough to chase. I thought for a second that the operator is gonna go out of his hands, and I felt bad for him almost.
Yeah, I mean, that's the most intense game of tag you've ever seen. Just chasing him down. He saved that op for 2 rounds in a row, and Revenant would love to steal it away from his hands. But the threat is still looming around the corner. Ever present, ever active. If Harsh can just place his bets correctly this time, then he will be in a great spot to shut down Revenant Esports, who just seem unstoppable for the moment. And it's not like Revenant Esports have shown us way too much of their playbook.
Exactly.
It's mostly been just fast rushes. And every now and then they will probably like make some noise towards mid before they head towards their initial site. But this time, instead of making noise and holding back, they just move in. Showstopper. Nobody wants to peek one tap god because of it.
Obviously, man. One tap god just making so much space, and now everybody's set up for the post plan from Revenant. They're able to do this with pistols. Boy, oh boy, is it going to be a problem with the rifles. At least they've taken out Josh immediately, which means there's no swarms for the post plant. A much more doable task for Reckoning Esports. Although they have a little bit of time that they need to play around with. Nice shock dart, nice landing blow from the Sova, although it's still a 2 versus 4. The Hunter's Fury to buy just a little more time and to force the aggression. Ching! Is he going to be able to pull him off the diffuse? No, he is not. Reckoning Esports. It almost felt like they're playing skip rope with the Hunter's Fury, but they still managed to survive. A valiant effort from them towards this B side, but I feel like if Josh would have survived just a little longer and is able to play off his utility, that would have been a more lethal Hunter's Fury, just buying a little added seconds. Which in the grand scheme of things would have won Revenant the round. Again, bro, you mentioned that they want to dodge this operator. They've been doing it so well, Crips. Now the operator is set up towards C, and they instantly set up a hit towards A.
It's almost like Revenant can read where the operator is, man. They avoid him like the plague, and my goodness, they're also swarming the A side like the plague. Flashes this time, a rare miss, and it allows Fishball to get that frag and fall back to safety as well. But while this A side is being contested, Josh S is knocking on the doors of B. Soulmate holding a cheeky angle, spots the battle out, and the frags exchange through the woodwork, and Josh S burns his opposition alive. And at the same time, A shot is also falling like flies. Reckoning Esports are crumbling. Some stability brought to the table by Zeke, but how much will he contribute?
He has the Rolling Thunder. If he has information, it's more than possible for him to set up a big play for himself, although the trade's instantaneous. Wimp gets the trade, gets the site, and should get the plant. Harsh. He's walking into the lockdown. Man, this guy has no fear. This guy has no sweat, and he can break the lockdown as well. 1 versus 1. For a second, that got me scared there. And undoubtedly, Wimp is scared as well. He has one flash to work out of. Holding the off angle through long, and Harsh, a common pre-fire. Clears the left, now clears the right. Wide swing, and Wimp not able to get the job done. Harsh just playing contact. And we mentioned, right, there are a couple of these rounds where you have the operator and you might be tempted to save. I'm so happy Harsh went for this 1 versus 2. It looked hard, it looked like an upward climb, but hey, the rounds are what's more important, right? He has a sturdy force, he has a sniper. There's still inroads for Reckoning Esports as they dismantle this offense. And Revenant, due to the way that they've been winning the past rounds, I think they should still be able to squeeze together a buy, if not at least a half buy. So Reckoning still need to tread in security.
Yeah, and I have to point out that the positioning of Josh has basically cleared the path for Reckoning Esports to go on for that flank. Because Josh was ever present towards the B side, Revenant Esports, they could not have reinforced their back lines, and Reckoning instantly take advantage of it, especially Harsh did. Here's a very risky play. Of course, he's got the beacon activated in case he wants to TP back, but the tour de force being this close is something that you cannot take lightly. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, frags have been exchanged towards Garage and Grass respectively. C long too. So both the teams down a man. The advantage still lies in the court of Revenant Esports because they can still group up and deadball a site execute.
And peace. Honestly. And well dealt with from Revenant as well. They knew that the Tortifos is posted in that exact position and a very swift denial. Revenant across the board, across the map, taking fights on their terms and winning it as well. Finally, Reckoning replied back in kind, but it's still the man deficit. They have the Rolling Thunder. I think that they might just save this for a day later to come. More importantly, the weaponry, which is going to be more crucial. Although they're slowly heading in from the back lines, they have both the windows of opportunity open. They can either go for exits or they can go for the round, Crips.
Well, it's about time they hit it. And nice frag comes through from Rio. They figured out the position of Josh S, and now that he's down, his nanoswarms are actually not viable, but they get hit in the face. Zeke!
The full stick.
They go for
Are you
it.
serious? Are you serious? The man disadvantage double flank retake actually works.
My god. And we saw this previously as well. It was Harsh on the back lines pulling off that 1v2. And now, again, that they come back from the back lines, Reckoning Esports are able to make this retake work. And now they must be questioning themselves, what were we so afraid of before? Why did we save so many times? It works like a charm. And you gotta draw parallels to this one, right? Because the last time Revenant Esports, I believe this was in the pistol round, Revenant Esports just basically destroyed Reckoning towards the CT side of A. But now that Reckoning are starting to opt for a long and a short, rather, in case of a retake, Revenant are not able to hold on. So there's clear strengths and weaknesses of Revenant towards the A side being displayed over here. Every time Reckoning attempt a retake from the CT side, they have not found success. Every time they try it from a long A short, it works. And while this rings true for the first 8 rounds of this game, will things change after this timeout?
Now we've reached the halfway point of the first half. This is where ultimates play a very, very big picture in the game. Look at the side of Reckoning Esports. They have the Nightfall, they have the Showstopper, they have the Fear from Shadow. On the other side, Wimp has the Rolling Thunder that he could have disposed of the round in prior as well, but he opted to save it. And Blackhawk with the Fear from Shadow yet again. There needs to be a play around these ultimates now. I feel like a hit towards C might change the cards, although this is the first time that they're going to go head-to-head against Harsh on that operator, which could be a very decisive move from the side of Reckoning. Finally, he gets the fight he wants. The recon, not going to deter. He holds the angle true and almost lands the frag on a one-tap god. Makes it out in one piece.
Off your feet!
This was a dangerous one, but Fishball doesn't get hit with the Rolling Thunder. No! His Showstopper misses. He still dies. What on earth did my heart just go through? This was not supposed to happen. Not the way the round was supposed to go out. But Reckoning Esports once again lose control of the C site, and Revenant have the spike planted firmly in the ground. Oh my goodness, and they're falling like flies. Even Rio can't get much done. Zeke and the Pro just turn everything around, and Wimp is just so furious right now. But can you imagine my heart in that moment? Rolling Thunder used, Fishball doesn't get hit. Oh my god, moment number 1. Showstopper pulled out, gets missed. Oh my god, number 2. And then after that, it was just pandemonium.
I kind of feel bad for that Showstopper, man. I
do. Like, I didn't know the ultimates will interact like this. Jesus.
We've been having this from since the last series, ladies and gentlemen, so
yeah.
It's been a long day for us. One tap, god, wait, what? Hello? Okay. I saw him place the shot to him, like, why is he not going ahead? Does he know? Felt a little fishy, not gonna lie. Well, Fishballs, I hope he's made that rotation towards the side. Yeah, he's made the rotation towards the back of the side, so they have at least some stopping utility on the side of Reckoning Esports, even if this A-side hit does come through. The call from Revenant, they don't have much utility in terms of their ultimates. So they need to be a little bit careful as to how they play with this here, because Reckoning Esports are thirsty for information and they opt to play this one aggressive. Ching readjusts for the second, but he's not able to make more work out of this. Luckily, they get information though, and information is half the game, kids.
One enemy remaining. Spike
Oh my
down
goodness,
A.
forget about information. Even if you have it, there's not much that you can do to stop Revenant Esports in their tracks. Maybe Josh can pull off an interception. Rio doesn't have a chance. Woo. It came down to the wire. I really thought that for a second Reckoning Esports had what it takes, but of course, this was just an eco, so even though Reckoning didn't make such grave mistakes, they were not supposed to win this round in the first place. I guess they can take it easy. What I appreciate more is that they are willing to take risks like these. A 4-stack towards A-shot is not something that you will see on an everyday basis, and the fact that Reckoning Esports on eco rounds are making risky plays, it's a good thing. They do it in a round where they don't have much to lose, and they see what the default of Revenant Esports looks like. They want to measure how Revenant responds when they see a 4-man walk out of shot, and hopefully it will give them some information which is useful in the next rounds, which, you know, have more significant importance economy-wise. Oh. Double ult either side. This time the Showstopper doesn't miss, but one tap god is only good for 1. Harsh chimes away with 2, and he still manages to get back to safety, even with no rendezvous in place.
They still have the Fear from Shadow if they want to opt out of the side and head towards A, but it seems that they want to commit to the plan as everybody has decent position on the side of Revenant. Still 3 versus 3, but they have decent utility on Zeke, who just got beheaded. No, that was the worst possible play that Reckoning could have made.
One enemy remaining.
Close range peek. Omen on Omen. Blackhawk finds the best
end of that sword. And Revenant Esports managed to stabilize in that 3 versus 3
Last
harsh.
round in
For a
the
moment,
half.
it felt like the heroics that he performed could have been just about enough. But the aggressive play from Revenant Esports, especially Ching there, saved them a little bit of skin in a round like this. And mind you, small rounds like these squibs is what's helping Revenant amass this massive lead in the first half. 7-4 could very well end 8-4 considering the way and the momentum this Revenant Esports roster has put together.
Last round of the half for now. And Revenant Esports. Not too many ultimates to work with, but Ching will have his Hunter's Fury with just 1 point. On the other side, Soulman, he's got his ultimate active. Yeah. See, when stuff like this happens, I can't even blame Rio. Man has not at fault. And with this, Ching gets the ultimate that he had been waiting for. 1 point away from the Hunter's Fury, activates
Spike
it.
down
Wimp
A.
is brave enough to peek even in the back of it, and One Tap God does get the trade onto him. So Revenant still have the advantage. But Harsh pulls the trigger, just waits for the wrong time, and One Tap God is still able to turn around and shoot him in the face. I feel bad for him now.
Oh, Josh knows it as well. He's on a run for his life, which sadly ends up in death. Zeke is only 1 frag away from his ulti, but I think One Tap God, he has to squared away to a 8-4 half on a brilliant last round. A quad kill from him in total.
Switching sides.
You can see all the boys in the Revenant boot camp feeling composed, calm, and collected for what they know as a long best of 3.
Well, this was what I call a textbook hero play. And I kind of feel bad
bad
about
for Rio.
Reckoning is. Yeah, I know, right? The poor guy's not at fault. And who does he die to? Ching. The one guy who can use his ultimate, he's the one who gets that frag. He's the one who gets that Hunter's Fury online. And if it wasn't for that Hunter's Fury, Wimp would have been successful in getting that frag. His utility placement was on point. But because of the Hunter's Fury, he was already tagged onto lower HP, and then there's nothing he can do. And if that's not enough, One Tap God goes in a killing spree. Doesn't check for Harsh initially, and Harsh is like, yeah, sure, he just walked past me. I think I can pull off a ninja play. Nah, surprise. One Tap God turns around and executes him. And then he's all the way towards CT spawn, a position which none of the defenders will even bother checking when they're going for an A retake like that. Oh my god. You know, in the last round, I truly felt bad for Reckoning Esports. Sure, both the teams have made some mistakes here or there, but in the last round, you can really see that even if you make no mistakes, it's still possible to lose. I mean, I can't think of a
Tough as
single
competition,
thing.
bro.
Yeah. I can't think of a single thing that Reckoning did wrong over there. Shot, not being able to hit their shots is one thing, but that's not an excuse, right? That's not something that you can chalk up a round win to. And Reckoning Esports just got unlucky, playing unlucky in the previous round. Could have been a 7-5, but now Reckoning find themselves at a 4-point deficit. Let's see if they can make it up in the second half.
And it's all going to be their ability to come back is all going to be reliant on their pistol success. The fast play towards, oh my god, the double satchel! Oh, he almost found the frag! The paint shells could find him through the grave. It's taken Fishballs down at 2 HP. The push. This could be Josh finding perfect timing. And he's found people with that back turn. Oh my goodness. Revenant Esports on the verge of pulling up a very massive play to win them this map in a decisive fashion. It's... Oh goodness, the flash on flash on flash is like playing Holy all together again. Revenant Esports boxing Reckoning in. The back line closing in on them. And they are shown absolutely no mercy.
Revenant
I-
Esports.
Clips, I grieve you on a daily basis. I don't feel as bad for you as I do for Revenant Esports. I mean, Reckoning Esports.
Yeah, this time Revenant take no prisoners. In at least the last round of the first half, you can chalk up the Revenant win to Reckoning just getting simply unlucky. This time you can't even do that. This time Reckoning knew what they were walking into. Revenant Esports, unrelenting. No mercy for them whatsoever. And once again, it's Revenant Esports starting things off on a bye round.
Exactly. And what do they have to fend off against? Just mere pistols, man. One sheriff, one fishballs. one Sheriff.
Well, let's see if the Sheriff can make an impact.
Exactly.
Fishball is in the right position. He's just about to get towards the back of A. And if this
utility.
flank comes through quickly, then Revenant will be able to hold on to this Reckoning Assault. And they're dropping like flies. Josh S. him cleaning up the round. And in case any of these people died, Revenant even had members coming in from A long all the way towards the bottom of mid. So that would have been a lovely crunch too.
And double digits attained within relative ease, I'd say. Both me and you expected this to be a very sweaty affair, Reps. And I don't think we were even wrong in that assumption. Just seems like Revenant, they've already found themselves quite the step ahead of Reckoning Esports, both in and out the server.
Remaining. Flawless.
And now Revenant have this dilemma where they have to play the bonus, right? So this forces them to play a different playstyle, maybe play ultra aggro, play close range, off angles. Luckily Reckoning Esports have this double initiator composition, so it's still possible for them to deal with all this aggression with utility and composure. Although the latter is something that's attained through years of practice.
Finally, Reckoning Esports have the weaponry they require to deal with this Revenant Assault. But Revenant Esports, they hit the brakes. Instead of going for an A long push like they did in the last round, they are sending their raise down C long, and one tap god is about to get intercepted. Soulmate walks away by the skin of his teeth, left on only 2 HP. Oh, no.
Go again.
Poor Blackhawk. Yeah, you wouldn't have expected someone to be this close, so Revenant Esports just keep losing their members every now and then, but at least Josh S is able to retaliate. At the same time, the spike is heading towards the A side, so this is going to be a fast assault. There's still one CT down towards A shot who's not going to detect it just yet. Although, that being said, the hit might come through from the CTs before the spike can even go down. At least a good bodyguard attempt by Zeke comes through, and he's able to keep his members safe, but there you have it.
One enemy
Wimp
remaining.
with it all to do and very little HP to work with. It's going to be nearly impossible for them to get this retake down.
Yeah, Wimp could do a lot more in the way of damage. He's doing way more than damage, mind you. He's still in the vicinity to take the dub. Reckoning Esports luckily played that one with decent bit of chemistry between the last two players, with one playing a time-based game and the other just spamming the smoke. So good on them to take this dub, but mind you, Revenant were playing full bonus. So now comes the time where Revenant can contest on an equal footing. And every time we've seen Revenant on an equal footing, they take the front foot. Now comes part where endurance is going to be key, Crips. They need to make sure that those 5 rounds start looking like, 5 minutes essentially.
Yeah.
And Reckoning Esports, they're trying to play ultra aggro towards short, which for a moment it looked very scary for Revenant, but Revenant themselves were able to back off and play, at least respect the aggression.
Yeah. And with Revenant spotting out multiple members of Reckoning right towards the A lobby at the start of the round, allows them to fall back and go back to their defaults. At this point, Revenant Esports don't need to make any moves. They know for a fact that Reckoning Esports are also looking for picks, so Revenant will just simply not give them any and boil the timer down.
And this slow-placed contact play. They just want to take this ace side by surprise. Little did they know, one tap god, he's on his own little Dora the Explorer mission towards short.
Dora the Explorer. Well, Dora never inflicted violence, but this guy definitely can.
With silence, that nobody knows he's there.
Not yet. There you go.
Quick refrag.
Yeah, at least he's able to get one before he finally falls down.
30 seconds left.
No way. Fishball, he threw that nade over the wall.
Spike planted.
And it landed on Wim's feet. He was just setting up utility. He got so unlucky over there.
Oh, the play! No! The parrot almost hit. Luckily, Soulmate's able to hold this together. And like you said, Soulmate might not be the flashy player, but he gets the kills where it's required. And Revenant, the fast-paced execute, it's something that they might have anticipated, didn't get it. It was contact play, cool. But the way they dealt with it was a little weird towards that post plant. Let's hope that that's something that they can rectify, because Reckoning Esports are just 4 rounds away from Revenant, which, if you I will look at the game that we had before. It means nothing.
Still, that was some good level of forward thinking by Reckoning Esports. They knew for a fact that Revenant will have the paranoia, clear out the common crossfire. Oh my lord, though. That's a disgusting shot now. A flashy play once again. Does get the kill onto Fishball, so his killing spree has come to an end. But in fact, even one tap god is dead. So with both the razors out of the picture, who's gonna bring the heat? It's gonna be Wimp along with his fellow. So Shenko heading down a shot. There's even a crunch coming in from C Long. So essentially, all the members of Reckoning are now towards the T-spawn region. And Revenant is trying to crunch them from both the sides. Little do they know that Jing is already up close in their face. At least Zeke is able to save them. And what a shot!
Spike down.
My
1v1
lord!
now. 9 HP. That's all Blackhawk has to work with. But he has the element of surprise to some extent. Soulmate. Playing a game of chicken. Just waiting. To take the ultimate. Oh, he's all the way towards the
Spike
side.
planted.
Punching in the digits. And now Soulmate has the upper hand. He can lie in wait and set a trap in motion. Blackhawk is the one who needs to make the next move, who needs to take the initiative. And mind you, he's the low HP player. Still has a boatload of utility, so if he gets even a little bit of information, he can put together a brilliant play, which is very well denied by Soulmate. Again, another important round, another important frag for Reckoning Esports to make their way back into this matchup as Soulmate continues to be that pillar.
Lovely triple kill from both the breaches actually. This was such a big move from him. Look at that. Was that a collateral towards the end?
Yep. No, to begin things with, if I'm not mistaken.
Whew. I mean, I've seen AWP collaterals come through, but a Sheriff collateral is very rare.
You want to play? Let's play.
Well,
This is a very, very nice time to switch up, right? You have
Face your
the
fear!
Tode force active. You can provide long-range cover, although the utility put perfectly, and they get that first frag. Knowing that they have control, knowing that they have the lockdown, and knowing that they have the man advantage, it's possible for them to play this plant with good amount of ease.
Yeah.
Although with that lockdown being destroyed, now Revenant are at a slight sweat, although Reckoning Esports... Okay. That Hunter's Fury could have changed that round entirely. Now look at
but
Soulmate.
it's fine. Yeah, it's fine because Revenant still have all the members up, and the only thing that can go wrong for them is the backstab from Soulmate. It needs to
What the
come through
hell?
quickly because if it doesn't, then it's Josh S who's kicking names and taking names and kicking ass. At least the backstab has been shut down, but only momentarily. Reckoning Esports get wiped out.
They finally won frag at the end of that entire ordeal, and that too it's on Josh. The man who wasn't even playing point.
Yeah.
Oof, dude. So Reckoning Esports, the way they entered the side, yeah, they got, I mean, a little unlucky with the way utility was placed. They planned a fast hit, but that paranoia with that smoke alongside the spam, there's almost nothing you can do, right, in that position. But it's the way they dealt with it thereafter. The player peeking garage should have no right to get a double kill like that. There should be at least one member watching for such a push, which simply wasn't the case. And that one small mistake gave away a very important round to Revenant, which puts them now 2 rounds away from getting map 1.
A gift.
This road up now seems hella complicated, man. Harsh, back on that operator, but is this even the answer to the question that they've been faced with?
I mean, an operator certainly can change things, but that only depends if Revenant Esports are playing aggressively from the start. Harsh definitely in a position to punish Revenant if any of them come flying in or try to take aggressive control, but what happens if Revenant just hold their ground? What happens if they just don't play aggressively at all? Then Reckoning Esports are left at the dust. They're going to be waiting for an aggression that's never coming, and all that's happening is that time is going away from their clock, and Reckoning Esports will they'll be left with like 1 minute or something to make an execute happen. Because that's essentially what they do. They play their defaults for 30 or 40 seconds, which is the more expected part, but what would you say will happen if Reckoning Esports pick up the pace? So far, we haven't really seen any full-blown executes from them, except for maybe in the previous round. And that also happened because they had some ultimates to boot, so a fast-paced C aggression from Reckoning will pay off dividends. At least it helped them get the plant down. Now it's Slightly
I think-
unfortunate that Revenant were able to go for the retake and that too so effectively that Reckoning had no say.
I feel like there could be a much more well orchestrated play having fishballs into the equation. Man's not been having the greatest of games, but on a map like this and at moments like this, if you're playing a race, I think your prime priority should be working on the back of your breach. Working on the back of your breach to get an aggressive off angle to get the ball rolling. And I feel like that's what Revenant should do that's what Reckoning should do. They should try getting that first frag, then play their slow, methodical default to watch out for pushes. Because if there's no pressure, why would Revenant even push? Right?
I mean, that's true. That's some reverse psychology coming there. One tap god though. Waits for no one. Takes matters into his own hands, and with a triple aggression towards a long from Revenant Esports, this is quite a lot of firepower invested by them. It's also quite a bit of a gamble because they've left Garage and C manned by only one person, and B just on the basis of the Killjoy utility.
Yeah, Josh's
nothing-
position there is
yeah.
kind of iffy. As soon
Yeah.
as if that smoke's clear. So he's playing that more passive now, and the rest of Revenant Esports are focusing in towards this A side, where Reckoning Esports are rolling in. They're just walking into a 3-man stack, Crips. You know, again, said take it slow, take it methodical, take it with utility, and take your fights. But they've not been able to do the last part of it, which is take the fights.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's what it comes down to.
Exactly.
But look at this
at the-
aggression from
oh
Remnant.
my
Yeah,
God.
they've already pushed up. At this point, all of Reckoning Esports are sandwiched in.
Oh no!
They can't go
look
into
at
a short and
what
long.
this.
And Blackhawk is prepared for this one. Josh gets come through with the trade, and it's a flurry of kills. And while Harsh is able to get that frag, he
30
gets
seconds
stunned.
left.
Imagine what would have happened if that fault line came through just a second earlier. And then they finally shut him down. Lovely read from Pimp over there as he recognizes that all of Reckoning
Match
Esports are
point.
towards a lobby. And while their aggression was not getting the firepower it wanted, while Revenant Esports playing aggressively towards A did not actually help out, they realized that if they send their players down towards the bottom of the window, then they will have essentially boxed Reckoning Esports in. And the moment the flurry of fights began, Wimp with the fault line, lovely idea, trying to help his teammates out like that. Great read, and now they're at map point. Revenant Esports about to take this map for themselves.
In quite the fashion that neither of us expected whatsoever. Reckoning Esports, the last possible holdout here in Haven. They need to come up with something different, something intuitive, something innovative. The time for that has boiled down.
Yep.
And yet again, they have this low-paced default planned without having the opportunity to even take the fight. So they're trying to clear out every close cubby, but every cubby that you don't clear, there resides one tap god. Well, at least one tap god got one tap in this occasion. They find some results here, Reckoning, but what's more important is them converting this result into a dub, which has been a problem for them thus far. Lockdown should push them towards the seaside and force them back. Okay, they're taking the long route here, Krebs. I like it. Safety first.
Safety first is their principle for now, but Revenant Esports still in a position to close things out. Of course, they
30
don't want to
seconds
push
left.
the showstopper, but it's not like they're backing off either.
Spike planted.
Goes through and poor Blackhawk. Yeah, he eats it.
Standing.
Rio's able to take down Josh S, and that's it. Reckoning Esports keep themselves alive for one more round. And it was quite the adjustment from them. They forced out the lockdown first, avoided it like a plague, and then Reckoning Esports ball in towards the seaside, hurtling down that narrow corridor which was defenseless.
The flawless nature of this victory gets me so confused. It's like they couldn't win a single round pre this round, and then they do it in a flawless fashion.
Yeah, I
the
see the
stars
0-100.
essentially aligned. The stars essentially aligned. We're Reckoning to take that round.
Yeah, but they're gonna need a lot more than just astrology luck. Now, luckily for them, even Revenant Esports are running low on money, so if they're able to keep themselves alive for a round or two more, then they actually have a chance of mounting a comeback. 2 more rounds for Reckoning Esports, and not only did they get to 12-10, but Reckoning will go completely broke, so that is something to look forward to. It's only Blackhawk who has some semblance of money, but that doesn't stop one tap god from going through. A very risky approach from him, and it's all gonna come down to timing. He's got backup available from Josh, yes, and that gets the kill onto Harsh. Paranoia misses, and once again,
punish.
the aggression from Revenant does not get countered by Reckoning Esports.
And they find a little bit of room here towards this A side, but now they're just gonna flood into the side. Nobody to resist so far. And hey, if you think of it, it's still worth playing retake because they have the Rolling Thunder on Wimp, which is gonna be game-changing, along with the Showstopper on one-tap God. So Reckoning Esports to some extent know that committing here might just be a bad idea because Revenant Esports are essentially letting Reckoning commit.
Careful.
And Soulmate's on a late rotation. He's just now made it to lobby. Rolling Thunder, along with the Showstopper used, and this is, mind you, at the 30-second timer. Oh, it almost saved past him, it just did! No, another Showstopper whiff, but at least they find a little bit of recovery. Zeke, quick to get the trade, quick to get the numbers back in the favor of Reckoning Esports. 3v3, this is the closest they've ever gotten to a win, and they're still trading this out man for man. Although Revenant and Blackhawk alongside Ching come on the offensive and take the frags necessary to push this past the finish line. Reckoning Esports, to some extent, making it even... Reckoning Esports, to some extent, even made it look easy there towards the second half. I'm not really sure how their attack was strategized on the drawing board, but we never got to see it in fruition in the server.
Revenant Esports, with such proactive plays, they take the dub. And they realize that Reckoning are the kind of team that were playing a default lot more than usual. Yeah, of course, every now and then Reckoning turn up the pace, especially when they go for those seaside hits. But whenever Revenant identify that Reckoning is on a default, they just try to wrap all around them. Such proactive calling, basically boxing Reckoning Esports and giving them very little room to work with.
Yeah.
And when you have
Especially on the
so much
defense, too.
Yeah, especially on the defense, right? Whenever Revenant Esports on the defensive side, they find an opportunity, they try to box them in from both C-long as well as A-long. I mean, normally teams only aggress towards one part of the map at a time, but Revenant Esports leave the conventional thoughts behind and they go for this brand new innovative approach which boxes Reckoning Esports in. And with your players so aggressively positioned, you can get information so early on. Every time Reckoning Esports make a move, those forward positionings from Revenant, they will give you the information in prior.
Yeah. And it felt like, especially off the bat, right? Like, on a round like this, Revenant taking the dub with pistols. From the get-go, it wasn't really smooth sailing, but hey, that's life, right? From time to time, you have to learn to deal with it, very much like in the game. It's how they progressed with the second half what actually drew my concern. Because when they were on the defense, there were rounds which Soulmate did pull out of the bag. There were a lot of rounds where Fishballs could have gotten more, and more importantly, Harsh. He wasn't given any room to work with when he had that operator. Revenant Esports were able to play around Harsh so well that they avoided him at almost every time of asking. And even when they did face him, they didn't have a shred of fear within them.
Yeah. Forget fear. I mean, not even a shred of regret. Even if you die making that play, you're like, okay, brush it off. Gonna make something just as risky next round.
Space created.
Yeah, space created. It's a little bit of give and take, right? Of course, you have to take some risk in order to get some return. They are more than comfortable doing it. Oh, poor Reckoning. This round is the one where I really feel bad for them because I felt like Reckoning did nothing wrong in that round, but they still lost it simply because Revenant... I mean, what can I say? They just hit their shots. And this is another good attempt by Reckoning. You know, they just go right in from the start. Aggro plays towards grass. You don't usually see that in pistol rounds. Sure, in second rounds, it's quite common to see those grass aggro plays, but not in the pistol itself.
This is what I believe when my duo says sometimes if fate is against you, you really won't win the game, so don't even try. And this time, yeah, it was clearly fate against Reckoning.
I don't think it's a fate problem. It's just Revenant writing their own story, dictating the pace of the game, and Reckoning Esports failing to keep up with it.
Yeah,
of course, when Reckoning
like
Esports started to pick up the pace on their own, that's when they were able to win the rounds and make things quite sweaty for Revenant. But every time Reckoning just left it up to a default or tried to go with the flow and maybe punish the Revenant aggression, they were not able to do so.
Yeah.
That's also partially because Revenant are very smart that way. They know when to press the S button after they've been pressing W for the first 30 seconds of the round. Like,
True,
they don't
true.
hesitate falling back. They don't hesitate giving up map control as long as they get to keep the man advantage.
I think that's
That's
visible with One Tap God's performance on the race because you see him place the satchel, you anticipate him just going forward, but he doesn't. He's using that as mind games because people peek right after a satchel, right, to catch the raise in transition. So he was playing around with their minds brilliantly. And like you said, holding the W button is as important as holding the S button when you're done. There's no point of giving away what you've worked for with blood and sweat. And more importantly, I feel like with them not only nullifying Harsh but also Fishball to a large degree was what contributed to Revenant having such a, I wouldn't say a landslide, but I'd say a significantly easier victory than what they even envisioned for this best of three.
well, Revenant Esports picking up that first win. Still got 2 more maps to go in case Reckoning Esports are able to mount a comeback. And it really shows how many times Revenant Esports were able to make an impact, especially with the amount of difference in the first kills on either side. 15 of them on Revenant, only 6 of them in Reckoning. MVP Ching. And I feel like it's not just one MVP performance. This time, everyone on Revenant Esports just going ahead and winning their duels in such a dominant fashion, right? Almost
Yeah.
everybody performed.
The synergy
I mean,
was what's very important.
synergy important, and even before the game started, I did mention that when it comes down to brass tacks, it's not just the calling you have, but also the shot hitting. I mean, players like Wimp, I did say that they are a hit or miss, but this time he was in form and he was hitting all the shots, calling the right shots too, not missing his target, and Revenant Esports just dominant right from the beginning.
Exactly. Every time you saw Revenant get into a 3 versus 3, 4 versus 4, you never saw them break their sweat. They lose one tap god, they instantly get the trade, they play off utility, they play off each other, and they do it brilliantly. Sure, there were a couple of rounds where, for example, that 2 versus 3 retake when both the Reckoning members just snuck in through long, got the kills, used the Rolling Thunder, and secured the round. You know, rounds like those, it happens. Just get past it, is what you need to do at that phase, and that's exactly what they did. Well played from Revenant in this best of three, which opens up their playbook to the rest of the world in this tournament. They've performed well, although we still have bind left on the table. Only God knows if God's Reigns, map 2 might be a repeat in the second best of three, where it could be as dominant, but we hope, considering the names that are fielded on the Reckoning roster, that they stand more of a chance and are more of an adversary. Heck, they're one of the dark horses that I might pick as, the storyline of the tournament that might head deep. But for that, they need results, they need to show form, and more importantly, they need to start getting on their A game. Both Harsh and Fishball being denied on map 1. Hey, I get it. Sometimes it might not be your map, right? But that's where the safety net of this being a best of 3 chimes into the picture. Not only do you have every game that you play in the Penta Pro Series be a best of 3, but you also have that lower bracket system. So it's not going to be a do or die situation as long as you maintain your mental strength and are able to, persevere in that upper bracket run. And that's what we need to see from Reckoning. Do they have it? Do they have it within them to fuel their flames and get alive for this map 2? Because Ascent, once it goes to map 3, both of us know Crips, things will get dead even, and this could be anybody's game.
This definitely could be anybody's game. In fact, even this game was very close. I mean, the scoreline will tell you that it's quite far, and Revenant Esports were able to win this in quite a dominant fashion. But so often, this game came down to the wire, down to 1v1s and 2v2s. So many clutch situations these players were put inside. I still remember that 1v2 clutch from Harsh, and that was basically when Reckoning started to figure out that, hey, our aggression towards the A lobby is actually working out in our retakes, and they were able to continue that streak of good luck and get a couple of rounds in the bag. Of course, Revenant Esports adjusted faster. They adapted much more responsively. And that is how the cookie crumbles. With Revenant being a little more proactive and a step ahead of the way every single time, balls in their court. Now they need to be the ones to deliver the death blow in the next map. We've seen several times, especially between the rivalry that Reckoning and Revenant have, we've seen several times that things swing in the other direction, especially when it comes to map number 2.
Yeah, it needs to be a very, very, relaxing time that they have now. They need to mentally reset and be ready for this to be a longer best of 3 than they expected. Now, with map 2 being bind, we've already seen both the races just go ham, at least for one tap god. Man hasn't chilled from since round 1. So for him to go to bind straight up, I think is very confident, you know, it's a very confident thing that he has on the back. Because you look at Fishball's performance, right? He had what, I think a grand total of 6 to 7 frags. As a duelist, frags aren't everything. First bloods to some extent are, and more importantly, the way that you get killed is so much more important. If you're the one who's frontlining, if you're the one who's constantly getting traded, and mind you, being traded is important, because if you're not getting traded and you die, it's essentially a needless death. If you trade, there's a lot of value behind the death that you just went through. So there needs to be a little more synergy with the front lines, because you see how Soulmate comes in with the post plant, right? Soulmate essentially locks out the post plant. He gets 1 or 2 frags, which might not be anything in the current round, but in the grand scheme of things, those are the few rounds that Reckoning did manage to bag. So when you look at it from that perspective, those frags become hella more important than what could be an entry frag. And I feel like the front lines, yet again, need to be reinforced, and the plan needs to be rethought for Reckoning Esports. Yeah.
I mean, at least when Reckoning Esports were enforcing their own plans, they were able to find some success. Every time they were able to hit C fast, it went in their favor. Nothing really went wrong. And even on the attacking side, when they were holding their defaults, they were able to get a lot of information onto Revenant Esports. Now, it's a different story that Revenant adapted faster and they changed the game before Reckoning Esports could take any action on the information that was just presented to them. But that is just what Valorant is all about. Maybe sometimes Revenant Esports did it deliberately to sell misinformation to Reckoning and then make them, you know, misdirect themselves or maybe make the wrong move. But that basically reinforces the point that I said earlier. It's about you having a plan and you enforcing it. If you're not able to enforce it, how many backup plans do you have? How many plan B, C, D do you have?
And a lot of it is also individual responsibility, right? Because you look at the names on the server, a lot of these players are capable of individual brilliance. So that's something that you also need to account for. I think we got to see a good bit of that when we got to see God's Reigns game, right? With the individual prowess that Sai was able to bring every round early on, with the kind of composure Hawks had on his raise, he was able to deal with a lot of iffy situations in a very clinical manner. So I think that's where now focus needs to lie.
Find seen a map like this just in the previous series. And in that map, I have to admit that even though Sai's team was not playing the most orthodox form of Valorant, they were able to win. And that's partially because their opponents were also not feeling themselves. I mean, we saw how Vibhor was getting frags which he had no business getting. Sai was swinging wide in every direction and still getting the frags, even though on paper he should have been punished very easily.
Would you say Reckoning are in the same boat?
No. No, at least Reckoning didn't make any of those unorthodox moves this time, right? They were always making the calculated plays. Yeah, sometimes they missed their calculation, but that's not because Reckoning made a mistake. It's just because Revenant were playing well. And the manifestation of not making a mistake but still losing. Last round of the first half. What did Reckoning do wrong? Nothing. They still lost. And it's funny because Valorant works like this sometimes. You don't make a mistake, but you still bloody lose. And as Bill Murphy would say, that's life.
Exactly, man. That's why I'm on a break from Valorant. But that aside, now with map 2 being bind, I think that we might get to see another composition where there's no operator whatsoever. And again, we've seen how Revenant are comfortable without running a single operator, right? They showed us a very valuable lesson, Crips. You don't need to join them to beat them. Look at how they dealt with Harsh. They didn't need a single op. All they needed was a little bit of utility, a little bit of speed, and more importantly, good anticipation as to what the round ahead's going to look like. If they sense that, okay, this guy has enough money, he's going to go for an op, there's a good likelihood he's going to be playing A, because we've hit A twice, the defense at A is weak, so he's going to be like, guys, let me take care of A, just leave one player with me. Then they manage the rotations that way. So a lot of this is not only due to the reads that they have on each, I mean, reads that they have about the game, but reads that they have on each other, right? This Reckoning, Revenant rivalry, if you may call it so, is I think an important one because both the teams are in a very similar position in 2022, at least with how they entered and their objectives in 2022. So both the rosters essentially can read each other relatively well because it's the same kind of game that they're playing. To beat the underdog, you need to play a certain kind of X factor way, and both of these teams have even mastered it to some extent. And with the addition of people like One Tap God who have single-handedly carried rosters for months put together just amplifies the kind of results that he can get out of this kind of play style.
Getting a good read on each other is basically what Wimp was doing this time around. And I've already said this before that Wimp is an excellent IGL. If he fails, it's gonna be because he's too involved in the IGLing that he forgets to play his own game. But this time he did not.
True.
When he's in form, he's unstoppable. And you saw that in Haven. Even though he was hitting his utility really well, he comes through as a breach. It's really difficult to get the timing on the trades right. So he was still able to do that. And when it
Yeah.
comes to read, I think Reckoning were not far behind. They were able to get the read onto Revenant, but then before Reckoning could take any action, Revenant would have already, played around them or come through across. That's basically how the cookie crumbles. Going into bind, it's going to be significantly more important for them to not only get the information but also act upon it. Because Reckoning were doing the first part of it just fine. They were just not able to act on that information in time. And in bind, it's even more difficult because as CTs, it takes forever to rotate via CT spawn. And as Ts, you can always just bamboozle and take the teleporters, switch around the things so easily.
Yeah, I think one more important name that he mentioned there was Wimp, right? I think the reason why he was able to play with that much confidence was because most of the times his calls were right. He was able to get such a good read on Reckoning Esports that you truly see Wimp challenged when he's not able to get that read. If he doesn't get that read, he's not in his comfort zone. If he's not in his comfort zone, he can't get his A game up. So I feel like if Reckoning Esports can try to outread and outplay what Wimp is calling to his comrades essentially, they should have a much more easier time trying to root out mistakes and try to punish aggression where they did. And you know what? In the last map, we did get to see that on a lot of occasions. One Tap God was the first one to die. On a decent bit of occasions, they did find the trade, but Reckoning Esports, they weren't able to get past that hump. I think on Bind, a new start could lead to a new finish.
New start can lead to a new that's too poetic for a situation like this. I guess a new start in bind definitely will help them reset their morale. But then again, I hope Reckoning don't fall into the trap of trying to overfix things. There wasn't much broken. Revenant happened to win, but it wasn't because Reckoning were making mistakes, it's just because Revenant was faster. What do you think is gonna be the one thing that Reckoning need to address in bind? For me, it's gonna be watching out for the unorthodox plays.
I think more than watching out for the unorthodox plays, it's to try and facilitate Fishballs. Fishball wasn't given any room to work with on Haven. He was always up against utility, up against a two-man crossfire, and hey, there's sometimes where he just got straight up unlucky, right? Like one tap got just rushing through the smoke well, Fishball pull out the showstopper. So things like those happen, and the only way for them to prevent stuff like that is playing on the back of utility and teamwork. So I feel like if they set their game up around Fishball just a teeny bit more, it could be an easier affair for Reckoning Esports to draw this to an equalizer and push this to a cent.
Sent. That map. I mean, it sometimes gives me PTSD. I'm not even gonna lie. Bind itself can be so chaotic, then I don't know what's gonna happen if Ascent rolls around. And the fact that Ascent is not really comp dependent and more around like how it boils down to your trades and how you microplay around each other, that's when the team's metal will truly be tested. At least in Bind, if you make the right rotations and you make the right call, you can win. In Ascent, even if you have a 5 stack towards the A side, it's not necessarily that you're going to win simply because the maps are just that puggish. Let's head into the game, ladies and gentlemen. Revenant versus Reckoning. Once again, about to begin. It's Revenant. They're starting on the defense and Reckoning on attack. One tap God has raised. No surprises over there. Ching has picked up the fade. Again, no surprises. But this time, instead of going for a double initiator, they have opted for the double controller. So Revenant bring on the Viper and the Brimstone.
this is going to be do or die for Reckoning and their hopes to maintain that upper bracket run. It's going to be crucial for them to find form when things are looking bleak. What's their composition looking like? They have the Sage, they had the Sky, they have the Brim. So this composition, yet again, not a composition that revolves around the operator setup. It's going to be interesting to see how Bind pans out, especially if they're able to shut down that operator as well on a, repeat occasion. I'm going to truly take this as a big W for Revenant. And hey, this is all about trying to assert your voice, right? This is all about trying to get into the groove for the longer run of this tournament. So Revenant, I think they've started that off relatively well. If they're able to finish on the same note, all the other teams are going to be looking a little bit different at them tomorrow.
Tomorrow is going to be another spicy day. We've got some really cool games. In fact, I'm really excited to see One Chance in play. I mean, that also is another team which has been on the hook for quite some time, right? It consists of Caramel and Hiccup, both the players who used to be an Enigma on the bench, but now that they're getting into the server themselves, I'm really excited to see them and see what they bring to the table. But for now, Bind, just about to begin. Anything that stands out to you about the agent selection? Anything out of the ordinary?
We got to see a lot of it, so I don't think we can go really into that much of an in-depth discussion. And like we said about compositions, it's all about how you play around them. So I think we're going to get to see the finer details in game, and that's why we should save them.
Finer details. That's what it comes down to. At least in Haven, the finer details were not overlooked by any of these teams. Every time a single sound cue was made, information was relayed, and it's more about the macro adjustments that Revenant Esports was making that allowed them to win. No such micro detail that went overlooked and got them the surprise. That being said, Bind is going to be slightly more difficult, at least given this double controller setup. And while I don't necessarily have anything against the double controller, it's just that it slows the pace of the game down to a crawl. So let's see if both these teams are ready for something like this. Of course, it's a very different game when there's double initiator active. You can take things in a much more faster fashion, but for the double controller, it's just going to be Revenant and Reckoning both being extremely careful and playing each other with all the mind games possible.
5 seconds to go, and we're going to get live with the pistol. Revenant Esports a step ahead in this best of 3, and they look to close this out right here, right now. Josh, an interesting placement of the rendezvous, because he needs to swing wide to get back to safety. Well, at least he gets back with his life. They spot a lot of aggression towards B, and the rotations are far away. It's all going to be on these two men to hold the line for their team as the 4-man aggression through long starts right now.
Oh, and they wait for nobody. Absolutely nobody. Reckoning Esports, having taken this side, have walled off CT. There's a tiny gap, but I don't think it can be exploited by Blackhawk to that extent. But this shot can definitely be exploited. Instant kill onto Rio, and he continues to go up against the Viper as well. Zeke does get the frag, but he's down to very little HP. Now, luckily for him, Harsh is around the corner, so the heals can come through. But I don't think they're aware about Jing coming in from B long. Both the players playing towards CT have been spotted by one tap gone, and that's information relayed. Jing goes ahead to stick it. They're about to come through for Melvo, but by that time, he will already be done with half the defuse, and he survives that encounter. Still goes around, still trying to swing. It's just down to timing now. And one tap god chimes in at the perfect possible time. Revenant Esports make this round work.
Push no button. Save the day.
No.
Easy.
That was so unfortunate for Reckoning. For a second there, it looked like they almost got that dub. But that was so well played by Ching. Unbelievable composure from this man. I think if it was any other player in that position, they might have just swung wide and actually taken the L there. But for him to use his ability to perfection and not be punished in the process of doing so, oh, Reckoning Esports, not gonna enjoy that whatsoever. As they try playing a textbook, they try playing every
I'll find you.
possibility right, and it still wrongs them. Revenant steal the pistol round away, and hence they can start their momentum yet again in map 2. Look at this deep control, man. This double controller composition. Yeah, they're gonna boil the time quite a bit here, Revenant. Especially on the defense. This kind of a power move, so problematic when you have a Raze like One Tap God against you, who isn't afraid to hold any rat angle possible.
Stim beacon here.
Nice utility to deny. They're trying to fight this plant. Break the wall down, but they're not able to get the spam. The plant should go down completely. The Lamb's control firmly denied by the Raze. The Util pushing them all the way back. They go brawl for brawl, they go swing for swing, but there's still a man down here, Revenant. Close range, these Spectres can absolutely shred, but that's the confidence Reckoning are playing on the back of the double. One Tap God, making this more than doable situation. Wimp needs to play off utility, needs to play off his teammate here. And look at the backstab. Slow, calm, composed, harsh, not able to make the timing land. His position given away. And One Tap God trying to play this as quick as humanly possible because he knows that he has position and he's the only one who can swing and pivot. Harsh, now left all alone. This is two! And he pulls off the clutch! Reckoning absolutely needed that to survive. They break this even 1-1. This is exactly what we wanted in Bind. They tried their very best here. One Tap God even made almost all the right moves. Oh, the stars align. And Reckoning Esports gifted the round. Only pistols now that Revenant have to work with. Quick push towards B, and that aerial angle is just what the fishball needed. I love that fishball is going for this much of an aggressive play, especially after game 1. This kind of a play, it really helps rebuild your confidence, and that confidence is gonna pay dividends when it comes to an actual gun round, where he'll need to take a gunfight which might be less than ideal for him to win. It's on a Black Hawk, and the only thing this man can do is damage. He would have liked to go down with the spike here. If he could have taken a body, might have been a nice addition in the gallery. But Reckoning Esports, a flawless victory. Something that we haven't really seen for the majority of this half. At least this best of 3, mind you. I just hope sincerely that this is Reckoning just turning off a new leaf. Revenant Esports, they have the buy, and Reckoning Esports are trying to play off the bonus with them having 3 Spectres and 2 Bulldogs. CQC. At least with the Tailblaze, One Tap God's position should more or less be ratcheted out. Okay, there is showing all the way towards the backline to buy a little bit of distraction. One Tap got in a very good position, set up for a very big point. The transfer is beautiful, and the setup falls to pieces. Reckoning Esports, they try to leave back, but they are sent packing to their graves. These Spectres might as well just take the fight at this point. They're able to take a couple of guns away to help them, as they will try to restabilize later on in this first half. Nice kill, actually. Brilliantly done from Rio so far. Taking 2 guns away. Any more and it would be a gift and a blessing in disguise. Revenant Esports though, 2-2, and they have found the equalizer. Reckoning Esports really need to combat this loss with a victory. They cannot allow Revenant to build back the momentum and the kind of confidence that they had in game 1. If they try coming up with the same plays, and if they try coming up with the same kind of aggression, it's going to be another can of worms that Reckoning Esports essentially are opening up.
Well, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Finally, a decent buy from both these teams. Both the teams have played significantly well so far, but this is very toxic kill from the Bucky. That's gonna be super difficult to deal with.
You will not kill my
Nice.
allies.
Resurrection comes through at the very least. This should help Reckoning Esports stabilize, but now that the crucial ultimate has been baited out and even Harsh's position revealed, Reckoning Esports, they need to make good on the amount of time they've lost in order to make this maneuver possible.
Poison's on.
Revenant Esports, once again, the ball's in their court. Having the information that is just given out to them and the amount of positioning that Zeke has acquired, it would be crucial, but then again, it goes to waste. Good recovery from the side of One Tap God. This toxin screen that has been placed by the attacking side, it was a good fake sell for the time being, but I think Revenant Esports now have the right idea. Especially with One Tap God moving towards the B side, it really tells you how much information they have about this already. A Nightfall to push them back and keep them at bay. But somehow Fishball goes through it, battling through, hustles through all the utility thrown at it, but he still finds the kill. Again, it's just Reckoning Esports hitting them with brute force, and they fight fire with fire. Blackhawk stabilizes them, but in a 1v2, he just has to delay the plant if possible. If only he had his orbital strike now, this would have made a world of difference.
And it boils down to this. Reckoning Esports, they have enough time to lose position. 41 versus 2, and so may. That swing almost scared me, but he manages to compose himself before that swing, and Reckoning Esports instantly take the lead in this best of 3. They have finally taken that. I don't think in the first map there was a chance where they took the lead, right? Revenant were most of the time in the driver's seat, if I'm not mistaken. So how the tables are turned.
Fight.
What do Reckoning even have to face off against? Alright. 2 sheriffs, 3 sheriffs, and a Spectre. Close range? Yeah. They have a good inkling as to what's ahead of them, although they still somehow end up conceding a frag. The Blackhawk. There's not much presence around this area, so it's still possible Revenant realistically to retrieve the gun and put it to use against Reckoning's B hit, which is now slowly coming into picture. I love this angle though. I like this angle from Wimp. Though he's conceded, understanding that the hookah aggression is very real. That's not the most ideal position to hold and to work off your teammates with. The double entry though from Harsh steals the show away, and instantly Reckoning Esports fully gain control of the side.
Choosy shot to finish things off. Reckoning Esports finally retaliating for whatever Remnant did to them in Haven. Clinical run from them too. They keep it clean, keep it concentrated. And before Revenant could react this time around, they head straight in.
They got the first frag, but after after realizing what Revenant were doing, Reckoning, a good job in grabbing that round and slowly starting to apply pressure on Revenant. Something that hasn't been the case for the majority of this best of 3.
Two massive ultimates online from Revenant. I'm starting to get scared. One Tap God, Blackhawk. Both are ultimates that can devastate you. Meanwhile, on the other side, there is another orbital strike available on Soulmate, but the bigger problem is going to be this Viper Spit if somehow Reckoning managed to get into the site. And keep in mind, this is still the previous patch, so the Viper Spit is still OP.
What do they have to combat that with though? They have Showstopper, they have the Orbital Strike, and they have only the Fade as an initiator. So it's still possible for them to, you know, explore into the Viper's Pit. Although I feel like, especially for the post plant with the way Revenant play, sometimes it might be working against you unless you're able to boil the time down. I don't know, Revenant have been so fortunate in the calls that they've been making and some of the plays that they've been making that it feels like even though logically you'll be at an advantage, it's better not to make that call from time to time. which is, I think, part of the conditioning that they're doing.
Conditioning. It was definitely active in Haven. Let's see if they can bring it back in action and bind. Aggro angle from Josh S. Ready to strike on both ends, and he does get the frag. Snaps back to safety. The cover of smokes deployed, but Reckoning do give him another angle to re-peek through, but Whip this time peeks out, unfortunately. That was a disaster coming out from both those raises. What the hell happened over there?
Battle, my friend. Not the kind that you'd expect, though.
Yeah, Fishball basically deadballing himself to death. And Reckoning Esports, at least this is a good reaction. They jump in with the spike in their hands, and Revenant would now expect the hit to come towards the B side, but instead Reckoning Gaming have slowed things down to a crawl. There's even a possibility that Spike might come back towards the A side, but for now, this guy is responsible for causing all sorts of distraction and destruction. Oh, and he delivers through the smoke! No way Joshua should have gone down like that, but Rio has his eyes opened and his X-ray vision activated. And look at what this has done to Revenant Esports. They're still focusing so much on Rio. He's essentially given the rest of his teammates a free B site. Finally, Blackhawk kills Rio, but by now the damage is done.
Blackhawk, so we've seen him in the situation in the past. He is calm and composed to the majority of the extent, but even this is going to make him sweat. Nobody is going to even take face from Revenant Esports. They want him to play aggressive. They want him to play into this crossfire, which is well orchestrated for his arrival. Reckoning Esports slowly get the lead. This is one thing that we did allude to in the pregame, where Reckoning Esports need to get off to a good start, deny a good start for Revenant Esports, and slowly start putting pressure on a Revenant. Only when you put pressure, you can force errors out of your foes. So they're doing the first part very well. They've gotten a flyer of a start. Like you said, they have the Viper Spit. Added to that, now they have the Orbital Strike on Soulmate. All key pieces of utility during the mid-game and the post-plant. I hope that they elect to use it very responsibly.
Okay, at least now they figured out where the two of their forces. Let's see if Reckoning Esports avoid the hookah region and hit the A side quickly enough. They've already crept in towards the Shahs. A shot also about to get hit. They're just waiting for their toxin screen to get recharged. And as soon as it's up, Reckoning Esports will send their utility flying in. It's just a matter of time before this execute gets hit. Revenant also are using all their smokes to block off and hold Reckoning at bay for as long as possible, but now the hit comes through. Rio just flirting with danger across this smoke towards Shahs. Meanwhile, the U-Haul is already being invaded. Joshish, yet again, not able to connect another shot, and Rio and Hirsch now chime through. The smokes hold no barrier towards Reckoning Esports, and they're still able to get the kills, even though Revenant were all behind them. My lord, one tap god. Still getting some lovely shots in, but what is this gonna do? It's not gonna help them out with the retake too much. And it's all going downhill. Time ticking away. One tap god and very little HP. It's all up to Ching. And Revenant Esports are still opting to go for this one. Not calling in the save just yet. Not throwing in the towel.
I think they should have a little bit of money in the round coming forth, except for Wim. They do damage, it's going to be really, really helpful. And I think that's why One Tap God's just rushing in to force a fight, to force a trade. And hey, they get a frag off it, not the worst thing in the world. If they want to start winning now, Crips, and if they want to make this an even half, it's very crucial that they start breaking the economy of Reckoning Esports, so they're not able to reinvest on every time of asking. At least now, they've forced them to reinvest, but they've not exhausted the economy just yet. So it's going to take something close to back-to-back dubs. And only then will Revenant Esports start to get into their grooves, get into their mojo, and be in the zone where they're absolutely lethal.
Blinded. Time to hunt.
Oh, here we go yet again. It's Revenant Esports on the defense, but this time they have quite a lot of aggressive positioning. And they fall back just as it goes through. My goodness, what a flurry exchange of kills. And at the end of it all, it's Reckoning Esports who are left with the man disadvantage. Spray down, attempt from Wim. the raise lands towards the back of side. Now Fishball is left on an island. He doesn't have too much backup, but then again, he doesn't need much. Rest of the members of Reckoning also flood the site, and Wimp takes long control instead. That's a good call.
And mind you, there's a very, very important task on RDE. Use the ultimates. Viper Spit, Little Strike, things that can very much influence the way this round's going. Just 3 people rotating towards defender spawn, and Soulmate, the player who needed to stay alive, is still not bowing out of the fight. The man disadvantage. And the close play from Zeke. Soulmate still playing patient because he knows this round is very much on his back. The push though, one tap God, does he find the frag? I don't think he did, but Zeke surely did. Playing elusive ninja plays through the smoke, through the Viper Spit, finally gets punished, but this could be the orbital strike and play. No, it's a spray down, it's the massacre, and it's the victory yet again for Reckoning Esports. Soulmate, Duke, stands strong.
What a sweaty round. And this is exactly why I say the scoreline of the previous map does not do justice to how close this game is. I like the decision of Wimp to go back towards long, better than staying on site, which he cannot hold because he's being overwhelmed with the numbers. But even after making the right moves to minimize the damage, Reckoning Esports come out on top. Revenant take the tactical timeout. About time they hit this button. About time to hit the pause. So far, Revenant Esports have tried quite a lot of things. The preemptive rotations, while they are able to figure out where Reckoning are headed, have not been able to stop Reckoning from moving in. And if the preemptive rotations don't help, even the aggressive positioning from Revenant has not really yielded them any dividends. It seldom will, because there's so much being dumped at them. The Reckoning Utiltum basically just forces the Revenant players to give up their aggressive positioning and fall back towards the site. Of course, there have been several instances where players like One Tap God, Blackhawk, sometimes even Josh S are able to get an early frag and fall back to safety, but it doesn't really help them change the outcome of the round.
True. And now Revenant called the timeout. Understanding that there needs to be something that's fixed. And understanding that the first half is still well in its way to recovery. Hey, even if they make this a 7-5 or an 8-4, it's doable if Revenant have a solid game plan on the offense. Which is what I think would save them. Otherwise, we're going to ascend, baby.
Oh, that would be a whole different league of its own.
I know, right? And, you know, I just got a very, very interesting notification. I didn't know Valorant does this, but there is apparently a VCT documentary series.
Ooh.
And I just got the notification for episode 1, The Fearless. So that's something fun that we can do after the cast.
Nice. The Fearless.
I know, right?
That's a very bold word. Who is this documentary about?
It's a documentary generally on Masters Reykjavik. I have no clue. It's
Yeah, I guess we'll have to watch.
Time, I guess.
Yeah, I guess we'll have to watch after the game. So even when the action's over, it's not really over. There's always something or the other exciting coming up in Valorant.
I know, right? Considering it's December, there's a lot, man. You have this, maybe more content from Riot themselves.
Here.
I like that idea, dude. This is something that we don't get to see that often in esports, right? Even in very developed esports, there's only a few that can actually make content around their esports, and there are fewer who make it really good and create the standard. So I hope there's one of them.
Here.
Because you know for a fact that at least all of the official events that have happened so far, right? The LANs, things like Reykjavik, things like Berlin, they have pretty good documentation of every match, of every player, pre-game, post-game. So if we're able to get that all in a, you know, all in one documentary, it's gonna be mad, dude. Sometimes I think player documentaries are hella underrated. You know, not only in esports, but also conventional sports.
Safety's off.
Conventional sports has plenty of documentaries that way, I think. Yeah, esports documentaries.
Underrated?
Yeah, of course, underrated. I mean, so far the best esports documentary I've seen so far has got to be Two Sight. But speaking of sight, it's Harsh who's got them in as crosshairs. Oh, this time Revenant Esports are flirting with danger. Multiple people aggressively playing towards a shot, and Josh S connects the first shot. Fishball still wants to go through the smoke. Will decide against it. Well
That was
played for
scary.
now.
You will not
But look
kill
at what
my
the
ally.
other guys are trying to do. Revenant now walking through their own smokes. Blackhawk, so brave of him to push through like that. Harsh does punish him in the end. But at
That
this
was
point,
time.
they've pushed Reckoning Esports so far. Back with Rio! No, this was not supposed to happen. He goes unchecked. Takes down Wimp and Ching at the same time, and that leaves one tap god to do it all.
If you made the cross there, I would have doubted my eyes. Reckoning. They find a very crucial run, and like I said, that aggression behind the smoke, dude, it was so well timed to the nade. I'm surprised that Blackhawk did not find that kill. That should have been his any time of the week. And slowly you start to see the smiling and happy faces at Revenant simmer down.
That's a good.
Simmer down, pucker up. And Revenant tried to interrupt all this play by making an aggressive one of their own. It was, of course, just an eco, so they didn't have much to lose.
Get it.
And I'm kind of, not against the decision. I would love more eco plays like this. No, a rare miss. And Josh is... At least he gets away unpunished, so Reckoning Esports now know where the op is. Do they expect a double op setup? I'm sure they don't, but... If
I
Reckoning
mean,
Esports...
they have limited decisions here. It's either walk into the
Yeah.
operator or walk into the Viper's pit.
Yeah, both of them not very pleasant.
Not very enticing.
Not very not enticing at all. But
Oh,
a brave attempt.
beautiful.
Yeah,
Through the smoke! Fish balls! That was not supposed to happen. At least with control of long, Reckoning Esports have the ability to just TP and hit the A side through showers, where there's no Viper's pit waiting for them.
Poison orb emitting.
Wimp needs to stay alive.
There.
Wimp is the one player that's binding this play together. This defense. And right now he's pushing Reckoning Esports away. All the way towards the B side and into the loving embrace of Josh, who might have not gotten very lucky with the way he opened up
30
the round.
seconds left.
with
but
those
he
two
can make his
weird
own luck
misses.
now.
Exactly.
Seek them out.
Seekers. At least it will reveal that there's only 2 players towards the B side, so that should help Reckoning Esports barge in, but the Nightfall keeps them at bay. Ching now engages them once more as he walks them in towards Josh. The crossfires, not the most potent, but at least they swing out of the smokes in time, and one tap got to send it all down.
Last round before the switch.
A very crucial round here that they managed to pick up. And Reckoning Esports, they're sure in the driver's seat for the first half, but they're still mapped down in this best of 3. It's in their best interest to finish this as soon as humanly possible and head over to Ascent. As we approach this last round of the first half, firepower, utility, it's not going to be a concern for either of these
Bomb
teams.
buddy out.
They're going to have it filled to the brim. And it's going to be the best who walks out of this round with the W, at least for this half. And it's a very committed hit towards the D side for Reckoning. Oh, what a flick. Ching. Demon-like behavior from this man towards Hookah as he sends them smoking up to heaven.
Launching smoke.
2-man advantage. Everything that they work for towards Hookah falling flat.
Well, Strike keeping them at bay. But it's not like Reckoning Esports are short on time. They just shot on players, and Josh doesn't even need a line of sight to get their skills. Harsh and Rio left to do it all. This will most likely end in a 4-8 favor unless these guys pull off a 2v5. Nah, Rio not able to check Blackhawk, and it's all down to Harsh. This should be the end of it.
Yeah, I mean, might be a great player and all, but nothing he can do in the face of 5 Revenant players just trying to get his body.
Switching
And,
sides.
you know, all things said and done, with the way the first half went, Crips, a decent recovery from Revenant. Not the best, but still very doable. It's all going to be on this pistol victory, and that's why Revenant have been having a strong suit, right? Their pistols have been pretty nice, and considering the way they like to play aggressively with Revenant punishing them with Reckoning punishing Revenant very well in the first half. I hope it's something that doesn't deter them in the second. And you're playing the attack half of it's based on your confidence to take those fights and take it not necessarily on your terms, but still coming ahead.
Toxins going up.
Very slow throws from Revenant. They're holding all across the maps and they're trying to scout out aggression for where they find it. They anticipate a lot of presence towards A, and well, there was a utility dump towards Shars, which is keeping the members towards the B side with boots on their ground, hoping for an aggressive pick, hoping to catch one of Reckoning members off guard. But sadly isn't the case. Nobody to push whatsoever from the side of Reckoning Esports. It's just a jump spot, a minor one from Rio towards Long. Meanwhile, Revenant still vying for an opening towards this A side.
And after a whole 40 seconds of defaulting, Revenant haven't really found much. In fact, Reckoning are playing this so passively, they haven't given any info, so now the pressure starts to mount up for Revenant Esports as they are bound to make a move. And it seems like they are labeling this basket A. Nice exchange of frags towards Shaz, but that's not the problem over here. The problem is that the A-shot players have already snuck
Spike
in.
down
Nice
A.
shot. This drops the spike, and Blackhawk is now dead. It's more difficult for Revenant Esports to go for the plant right now.
30
Josh just
seconds
continues to
left.
stick it.
There.
Luckily for him, Reckoning Esports aren't pushing him. And that's partially because the crossfires are being held from showers as well. No, wait, what? He's actually taking matters into his own hands? And he's still going for aggression even though he was supposed to fall back. Reckoning Esports, they do get shocked, but at least they get the round.
And Revenant Esports got to be kicking themselves. That is their one ticket back into this map. And now they've handed Reckoning Esports maybe double digits, which is still, again, you can steal that out of the hands, but it's going to require a lot of individual brilliance, which Revenant Esports sure do have, but they can't keep relying on. You mentioned this even in the pre-game, right? With Reckoning Esports having so much individual brilliance and a lot of rounds coming due to the individual brilliance, especially in the last map, it looks flashy, it looks cool, but when it doesn't work out, this is how it looks like.
Okay then, force buy coming through from Revenant 2. They're holding nothing back, they want to stop this out. A couple of stingers, a Spectre in the mix, and a Sheriff too thrown in by Ching. Revenant Esports hold nothing back, and this is a much faster approach than what they had last time around. They don't have the info, but they don't need it. Ching battles through, gets the kill onto Zeke. That's the Danger Man taken out of the position, and Soulmate tries his best, sprays down 2 before he finally bites the dust. As the side falls into disarray, Revenant are looking to plant, but still the suppressive utility from Reckoning Esports does not let them. It's so important for Reckoning Esports to keep disrupting Revenant like this, and that's exactly why they've been able to get these kills. Ching left to do it all by himself. At least he's not in a position where he's trapped. He's always got the position to fall back. But will he be allowed to? Oh, he somehow gets away with it. And now it boils down to a 1v2.
He has a spike.
Where are you?
Okay. What do they do here, Reckoning? They play this together. That would be the right way to deal with the 1 versus 2. Again, Ching on 17 HP. The only way they lose
30
this
seconds
is
left.
if either Ching outplays the living hell out of Reckoning or they line up. One of the two. And he's been very incognito. He's not taking the TP back. In fact, he's walking. He's walking towards that B side. Now he's giving away a little bit of audio cue, but it's well out of audio range for Reckoning Esports.
10 seconds
But that's
left.
fine. I still like this approach from Reckoning Esports. They would much rather play together and make
planted.
sure that Ching can't trade them out rather than holding one site each. Ching holding for first contact. This should get them the reveal. Able
Nice
to
try.
isolate one, but still not enough. He was too low in HP to make a move over there. Hey, but the very fact that Revenant are able to get a plant down is a big thing, right? Because the way Revenant started, it was a risky buy for them in the first place. And if they were not able to get the plant, then it wouldn't have made sense economically. I wouldn't
They
say
have,
fully
yeah,
paid
they
off.
have money now. And
yeah,
considering that Reckoning are on double digits. Now Revenant need the money the most, the rounds, more importantly, the most.
Can someone get this?
Revenant Esports trying to make the best of a situation like this. It does get dire every now and then. They still had some money. They could have forced into Spectres this round as well, but they opted against it. Instead, they've all got light armor and sheriffs.
Yeah. For a second, the Harsh was almost dead.
Yeah.
The wall is what saved. So many
No,
doesn't
wait.
know. Oh, he still finds him through the smoke.
My lord, that was a very aggressive attempt by Wimp. And this wall as well has been placed in such a way that it does allow for counterplays towards Pocket as well as Cubby. But
And
they've
that
all
wall
come
was
in
from
from...
Wimp, mind you.
Yeah, but hey, now that Wimp can't activate that wall again, his teammates had been forced to go towards wall, where Soulmate still lies in wait. They try to enter in from Shahs and they manage to get in towards the side. Planting is going to be difficult. Blackhawk sticks the plant. And this molly keeps them away from U-Haul. This gives Reckoning Esports quite a bit of an avenue to regroup and try to hit this site as a retake with one cohesive unit.
It's a 3v3
Josh
though.
Yeah, and in this 3v3, things can go in any way. Josh is looking to make the first contact. Zeke still runs around him and outmaneuvers. Soulmate is the one who's responsible for clearing out U-Hauls, and he's done so. On the back of this smoke, Revenant Esports can't peek out. The best that they can do is spam and hope that they are able to kill the diffuser, but that doesn't happen.
Not the case whatsoever. Reckoning Esports able to make this round work on the back of playing it a little more relaxed on the retake. They regroup. They re-enter the site on the back of each other's support. Exactly the counter to what Revenant was throwing at their coat. And now Revenant need to get ready. Because it's either going to be map 3 or one hell of a map 2. They can be the deciding factor. Because Reckoning, everything looks solid from their end thus far. Reckoning being 2 rounds away from forcing map 3. I don't know, honestly, with the way map 1 transpired, Bind, I thought would be way more of a close affair. Not the Revenant dominance that we're used to seeing. In fact, it's quite the contrary. RGE. If they manage to commit an upset on the back of winning map 2 like this, I think this would be a very, very big upset in the scheme of this tournament. Because I don't think anybody would have seen something of this scale. The fast play. One tap got 3 dispatches off that recon, but he's so close. He might find timing. The huge one at the wrong time. And that costs one tap god his, that costs Fishballs his life. Decent trade, but Chink could have done way better. And mind you, that's a spike down. A huge price that Revenant might need to pay right up until the very end. Seek instantly decapitated as he tried making his way out, and it's all left on a Harsh. Almost an undoable 1 versus 3 lies ahead of him. And he still opts to try and drop into the smoke. Save would have still been a decent option, but Wim's gonna remove him off the playing field. And they edge another round on the board, but are nowhere close. They're edging close to an even fight.
Can someone get...
Reckoning Esports still very much in the driving seat. Sure, a win or 2 might come through from Revenant, but they need to string together these rounds. They've been on the receiving end of brutal economic saves for quite some time, and it's only after this round that they've been able to afford everything that they need for success. Even the AWP comes online. AWPing T-side on Bind, definitely a risky affair. But it's one risk that Josh is willing to take. Contact made towards shot, but no casualties just yet. At the same time, Revenant are knocking on the doors of B long as well. Simultaneous pushes, hoping that Reckoning Esports will over-rotate or maybe overcommit, but nothing of sorts has happened so far.
Then this trade-up ninja play that Wimp has been trying to play towards A. And I think it's come to an extent where Reckoning are like, you know what, let him do the ninja play. We'll play even more passive and wait for us to get an opening to punish him. So Wimp needs to be cautious. What looks like an open path usually is a path laid with booby traps. Josh is being very patient with this operator, and if he finds the timing on Fishballs, that's one of the 2 defenders in this A side gone. Luckily, there is rotations committed though, as Revenant Esports are anticipated towards the site. Now the hits in full fruition. One tap God trying to make his way quickly into ramp, but his backside resistance is gonna be quite a bit. That orbital strike was brilliant, and the aggro behind it, a step ahead. Reckoning Esports, their A-side defense vanished in the matter of seconds.
And even though they were able to get the rotations in on time, the two ultimates just made it so much more difficult. And to add to that, Revenant Esports aren't even the kind of team that will stop once they've taken control of the site. They even push further enough and make sure that nobody from CT is able to come in. Harsh and Rio better off saving these weapons. At least Harsh is still sticking around to it CT, hoping that the judge will be able to get him a kill or two in case Revenant decide to come this way.
Another round going the way of Reckoning, of the Revenant Esports, and Reckoning forced to concede, forced to save. These two guns are going to be immensely valuable in the rounds coming forward for Reckoning Esports to try and chip at the economy that Revenant are trying to build at the stage of the game. And Revenant, they look fully geared for the comeback. Reckoning just need to derail this train, because they're just one stop away from map 3. And this is kind of where heartbreaks happen, right, Crips? If you're so close to victory and it gets snatched away from your hands at the very last second.
Yeah, it feels worse than not being able to get even close. Once again, a very passive approach from both these teams. I mean, that's basically what the game becomes when you're playing a double controller on either side. Doesn't bother with the haunt. And as they approach this Shah's region slowly, I must confess that Revenant Esports have been very consistent at getting Shah's control. And it's not like Reckoning Esports always want to challenge them. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. But whenever they place multiple people over here, Revenant have been able to bulldoze their way through. Harsh walls it off at the right time. And even though kill has been acquired onto Blackhawk towards the Hooker region, Revenant still adamant on hitting A. Of course, it's going to be so much tougher now without the Brimstone. They won't be able to lock Reckoning out of the action, so it's going to fall down to the capable shoulders of Wimp. And he's placed this wall only to allow his team to get into the U-Halls, and they've been doing that so well so far. But what about the actual plant? That's going to be a problem. Oh, the timing could have been so unfortunate over there for Soulmate as Josh took the shot, didn't hit it. 35 seconds left. Revenant need to make the commitment. Prowlers to go through, clear out the closer angles, but this crossfire between Soulmate and Fish and Rio can be devastating. One tap shot shines through with blistering pace. He's able to take the first contact towards Harsh, but Harsh does get the kill onto him. Viper's Pit deployed, but Plant not gone through yet. In fact, they've taken the teleporters and gone back towards the path region. And with only 10 seconds remaining, Revenant Esports need to run into the site with all their speed. They get the Plant just in the nick of time. Josh has to hold them back, and he cannot double up. Harsh is able to clean up shop.
Oh, goodness Christ, that could have been Revenant's round. The kind of pace that One Tap God had entering the site, you almost felt like he made it, right? He broke that crossfire and he knew exactly where the aggression's coming from. True defender spawn. Only he could have made that landing stick. Reckoning Esports, they deal with the front lines brilliantly. The back lines just have to retreat towards that A side. And they pick them apart like flies. Revenant, very much on the back foot. 6 rounds in consecutive fashions if they need to try and bring this to overtime, which seems like a dream too far-fetched. And crucially, Reckoning Esports, they have that revive on Harsh. They can play the numbers game, they can play this a little more chill and relaxed. While Revenant, they have all the pressures on their shoulder.
Just 1 point away from equalizing the scoreline and sending us into Ascent, which seems like an inevitability at this point. Both the Oppers staring down the battle. Harsh wins the first one and Josh is out of the picture instantly. This reduces the Revenant firepower significantly. But now that the operator location has been identified, they go in towards the B site. Crossfires, not that strong, but at least B-long control is still available for Reckoning Esports. And at this point, it's all up to Soulmate. He's gone unchecked so far, but he's able to get the spy carrier and Blackhawk's dead. One tap god finally deals with Fishball, but now recovering the spike is going to be such a difficult affair, especially with Soulmate's position still undiscovered. He's able to get one before Wim finally trades him out. Balls it down to a 2v2. This was supposed to be a clean round from Revenant Esports, but one little cheeky play from Soulmate just boiled it down to a 2v2. Revenant have the advantage at the start, but now it's back to square one, and they need to hold on to it with their dear lives. Wim aggro, looking to push Zeke back. Jink peeks on the back of it, but Zeke hits him through the wall, and it's just down to the captain. Will he be able to step up? Quick attempt at repositioning, and he gets the clutch!
That was close.
1 versus 2, and he plays that textbook to style and finesse around that keeps Revenant Esports in it. But right now, unless they win it, that round's not gonna mean anything.
Good attempt.
Or it's just light and weight there.
Spike down. B.
A little unfortunate that he was the last one alive there, Harsh, because if he would have maybe had different positioning, a different approach, could have gotten that revive. But hey, that's a lot of ifs, buts. It's not what Valorant's about. It's about what is. As it stands, Reckoning on the cusp of taking map 2 home. But Revenant being as taxing as humanly possible, did not want to give away a freebie to Reckoning. They're going to make Reckoning work for each and every pick like they've never had to work before.
No ultimates available on Revenant's side either. This makes it so much more difficult. Oh, this wall facilitates them to get into U-Haul, but instead Limp is peeking towards the site, now using it as a counter U-Haul peek. Good adjustment, but he doesn't find anything on the back of it. Oh, that was so scary. Josh stabilizes things, gets the first pick towards the B side, and now the rest of Revenant also try to make their way towards Hookah. After making so much noise towards Shahs early on, they make an attempt at repositioning, but the Seekers will give away everything that Revenant has been working on so far. And back they go. It's like a ping pong table. They go from Shahs to Hookah and back again towards A again and again, but with less than 30 seconds left, how can they make this one work? Revenant just need to get in and plant. Meanwhile, Reckoning have to deny this at any cost. Zeke, you can see the temptation. It's beckoning to him. It's calling his name. He's gonna try and peek and kill the planter as soon as there's an opportunity available. But the sound cue given away to a Shahs prevents him from doing so. And they peek all at the same time! There you have it! Reckoning Esports deny the plant. It's up to one tap god and Josh, and it's all but over.
Wait, didn't he hide? Didn't he hide? He had the time, he had the play! No!
With literal milliseconds left in the game, the kill comes through. Oh gee, this whole series has been a roller coaster ride.
Members of Reckoning maybe were in a position to celebrate before this got over. You can see Zeke had his hands off the keyboard.
Yeah, and who in their right mind wouldn't? Even I thought that was over. But Revenant Esports realize they can't go for the plant, so they get angry. And what happens when they get angry? An intense amount of violence. Revenant Esports, not only have they been able to keep themselves alive, but now they've broken the bank. Reckoning Esports are broken. This is the perfect opportunity for Revenant to carve out the double-digit scoreline for themselves as well.
4 rounds is what splits these teams. And Reckoning, after a very abrupt and awkward loss, have no money to reinvest in. Soulmate has a Bulldog. We have Harsh who has the Revive. Everybody else on mere Sheriffs. If Revenant do win this round, which they have the odds on their side to win it, they will be able to force overtime on the back of at least 2 rifle round victories. But they need to be flawless in their path to do so, not able to drop a single round. That's the handicap that they're playing up against. First day, second best of 3,
And
things
we're
are
already
heating up so much.
Yeah. Jesus, thank God there weren't any thermometers around. They would have broken under the pressure.
Now, Reckoning Esports with this timeout, what did they change in their approach, Crips?
I guess they try to punish the fact that Revenant Esports takes so long to get into the site. I mean, that's basically what you would have expected in the double controller setup anyway. But so far, Reckoning Esports, their whole game plan has been to deny the plant for Revenant Esports at the worst possible moment. Because
like
they've been
this
leaving
wall.
it up. Yeah,
It counters everything that Wimp is doing and a little more. It gives them control of Hookah as well.
yeah.
This is, I think, the answer that Reckoning were looking for. Zeke might have just found them. The gem amongst the stones.
Yeah, let's hope it shines like it's supposed to. Wimp, once again towards a shot. He's been playing this position since the start of the map, always trying to find the first pick. And most of the times, Reckoning Esports don't even face him, so all his patience doesn't get rewarded.
Toxins going up.
Oh, this
I
time
think
they
he's
go in
gonna
for
be
it.
eager to force the fight. I think
Yeah.
on a lot of occasions they expect him only to peek the backside. So, oh. Not like this. Revenant, they're losing members one by one. They need to try restabilizing because Harsh has to revive. As soon as another frag comes on through, he can revive his friend. They'll have 2 guns for the picking.
Spike planted.
They know that Lamps is a problem and Josh not looking at the angle. He gets the double! Harsh! How are you doing this? 1 versus 2. It's all on the experienced shoulders of Blackhawk.
Orbital Strike allows him to get the kill onto Harsh, but now he's gonna have to face them both at the same time. Ryo, Soulmate, both playing in tandem towards the left-hand side, and Blackhawk, it's gonna come down to timing!
Revenant Esports. They almost make that comeback,
Thrifty.
but denied by a
Defenders win.
miraculous play. Harsh.
Copper 5 is close.
What a menace. What a game. Boy, oh boy, what a series are we gonna have?
Reckoning Esports mount the comeback. Push it to Ascent. And this is just getting spicier and spicier. It started off as an affair which I thought Reckoning Esports will certainly be able to close out, but after that eco round win, I'm sorry, not the eco round win, the win which forced Reckoning into an eco, I thought that Revenant can definitely keep themselves alive for a couple more rounds. Little did I know that the Sheriffs will sing the song of death so beautifully.
Now go to Ascent. We mentioned it map 2 that if Reckoning Esports are able to do this and able to push Revenant, if they're able to take this to a map 3, not only do things get dead even, but considering the fashion at which RGE won this game, they might have just a tiny psychological edge over Revenant's game. Just look at the kind of round that they lost to, Crips. That is a heartbreaking way for a map to fleet away from your hands, especially a map where you're feeling the comeback in full effect.
Exactly. And heartbreak is something that these players are more familiar with. But what they aren't familiar with is that even after doing all the possible steps to avoid disasters, some things still get overlooked. And it's that exact thing that results in your loss. The highlights have plenty of plays in them, but what the most important thing you need to take away from this one is that Reckoning Esports, like I said in Haven, they were able to get the information but unable to act on it. This time, they were the ones dictating the flow of information. They were the ones who were selling all this misinfo to Revenant and making them outplay themselves.
Good attempt.
There were
Spike down B.
well orchestrated rounds from Reckoning Esports on buy-in, which is what I love. Because on Haven, we didn't get to see a lot of that, Crips. And I think that's what was the issue for Revenant. So, with them able to make amends for what they did in map 1, stand a chance at greatness. I think both of us expected Revenant to have the upper hand in this best of 3. So Reckoning Esports, with this upset, I think will pull off one of the most memorable ones of this year. How fitting on December, right?
Yeah. Christmas comes bearing gifts, and the gift is high-action Valorant. This is the kind of match that I had anticipated for today. Now, obviously, I didn't expect both the teams to end up winning a map each, but I definitely knew it would be close. We're going into Ascent, a map which I thought we wouldn't have to see. But here we are, ladies and gentlemen, Reckoning Esports. play Revenant like a fiddle. On several occasions, Revenant, although their aggressive tactics were working towards the start of the round, but Reckoning Esports, their ability to group up together and make sure that the trade swing in their favor is completely uncontested. Certain patterns were also noticed, especially in the attacking half, where Revenant Esports would be looking for the pick which Revenant would be looking for a pitch which Reckoning never offer. And it's very surprising, right? How Reckoning Esports are able to just drop the pace all of a sudden, and that leaves Revenant waiting for a kill that will never arrive for them. Even the stats indicate the same thing. Even though Revenant Esports have the more first bloods, it's Reckoning Esports who win. And I think this is exactly the stat we needed to paint this storyline. While Revenant are able to get those first kills, in the second half, they just had to wait too much to get that opening frag. And sure, the opening frag allows them to get into the site, but then all that Reckoning have to do is throw in their util to make sure the plant doesn't go down. Whether it's mollies that prevent the plant, whether it's showstoppers, or even orbital strikes for that matter, Reckoning Esports were playing on timing to get the win against Revenant, even though Revenant had superior firepower and more first bloods.
So, mate, at least I loved his performance on Haven, where he was the most consistent member of Reckoning during the post plans, which is the most important part of the round. And here, yeah, he's gone above and beyond, man. The entirety of Reckoning Esports, I'd say, have to get commend here, because even though Soulmate did a decent bit of the lifting, the way that the team was able to come together to shut down the individuals of Revenant Esports is commendable. And hey, map 2 of Bind did not go the way Revenant Esports wanted it to go. Best of 3, man. This is the best part. If it was a best of 1 tournament to start things off with, you could have been like, yeah, bro, they really shouldn't have gotten this win. It was a lucky win, whatever. Yeah, none of that, man. You have to prove your test with this one. Revenant opened the day off brilliantly with a good victory on Haven, and that's a swift rebuttal that Revenant got in reply from Reckoning. This was, I think, one of the more, I'd say, one-sided affair that could happen between two teams that we consider dead even. And with map 3 being as open as day, with the map 3 being Ascent, there is no judging which direction this is going to go.
Yeah, that's exactly what I wanted to say. Reckoning Esports, they played on the timing well, and because they were able to get such a good read on Revenant, even in the previous map, they fixed their mistakes. The mistakes were basically just acting out on them. And while Revenant were poking and prodding again and again, it seemed like it was fruitless, because whatever accomplishments they were able to get were just way too late in the round with like less than 30 or 40 seconds left. Reckoning Esports, on the other hand, lovely initiative. I also like the way how Josh S was pushing out every now and then towards the CT side. I think that kept Reckoning on their feet, at least in the first half.
I mean, yeah, sure, they had that monumental edge, and Reckoning never really gave them room, right? It's on the second half where things started looking a little concerning for me, but they didn't allow One Tap God much room. They didn't allow him much success towards either the B side or the A side. Hookah sometimes was even left uncontested, and they really didn't mind that here, Reckoning Esports. They just played around it. So, Ascent, it's a team. It's a map that's heavily reliant on teams shutting down individuals, right? That's why we love Ascent. That's why it's a pug map, and that's why almost any team walking into Ascent has a chance of victory regardless who stands against them. So if it's going to be Ascent, I'm really looking forward to the duelist versus duelist that we might get to see. I'm loving the dynamic that we have here. The One Tap God show being put to a stop, that's something that we didn't see coming. Well, I hope that is not the way it's going, because we have Ascent, we have a very, very open map where people who naturally feel confident have the ability to force fights that none of us can expect, right? And that naturally will lead you to get those kills. We've already seen a crap ton of bamboozling moments in this tournament already, with it just being day 1, and I have a feeling that that's not going to stop for map 3.
Map 3, it's going to be even more chaotic than this one. Of course, it felt a little more stable because both the teams were playing very methodically and they were all waiting for their defaults and waiting for the picks. But the chaos really ensues towards the tail end of the round. And that's basically when the cheeky frags also come in. Remember that one round where Soulmate was able to just stay undetected towards A long, hiding in his smoke? And when the time was right, he was able to kill the spike carrier? That was basically the round which kept all the people invested in this game, because it's not often that we see something like that. We don't often go unchecked like that, and it was a disaster towards the end.
I mean, a disaster, the perfect recipe for the best storyline. You
Oh,
name it,
that too.
dude. This has it. Because Reckoning Esports, with the way they came back into this one, if it's a dominant map, 3 Crips, I'm pretty sure Revenant are going to be shaking in their boots down in that lower bracket.
Shaking in their boots, quaking in their pants, and this is gonna turn this whole series into a rattle fest of extravaganza. This holy game, it's given us so much up until now, and the players are giving it their all. To start
True.
off on a good note on Ascent, you're gonna have to come out flying right out the doorway.
Ascent, Revenant pick defense. Yeah, this is a game that you would not want to miss, ladies and gentlemen. So do share this with your friends, family, your Valorant duo. Who knows? The more the better. Because Ascent, with both Revenant and RGE brimming hot and both vying for their chance to keep this upper bracket dream alive, are gonna go tooth for nail in that quest for winning in this best of three.
Haven, quite a close affair. Bind, equally so. And Bind was so much more chaotic than Haven. Even though in Haven, Revenant seemed to be in full control, their very attempts to be in control and Bind actually ended up working against them. And it wasn't exactly the wrong strat that done them in. It was basically them trying to be super cautious because they knew that Reckoning have their backs against the wall. And when Reckoning are desperate, they will make those wacky moves which catch you off guard. What instead happened is that Revenant, in their process of being too cautious, overlooked their own abilities, and that resulted in them losing the game. Ascent is going to be a completely different ballgame, though. I mean, at this point, whether or not you pick a double controller, whether or not you pick a double sentinel or initiator, it all goes out of the window. Ascent is just going to come down to your basics. Basics like trade fragging, making sure that one of you is playing anti-flash, one of them is playing the angle held, making sure your swings go in the correct time. And I do assume that we will get to see a lot of contact plays in Bind. I'm sorry, in Ascent, because we got to see so many of them in this particular game as well, right? From either side, whether it's Reckoning just creeping up towards the mouth of Hookah and creeping up towards B Long without any sound and then suddenly bursting out, or whether it's Revenant doing the same towards Shaz. It's both of them playing contact plays really well. And it's going to be even more important in Ascent because it's so easy to gather information over there,
Yeah,
at least for the
true.
CTs.
And considering the kind of frags that we've gone to witness, right? We have beasts on the server. I mean, Ching in and of itself, dude, this player has kind of blown my mind today with the kind of plays that he's managed to pull off. You also have players on the other side, people like Harsh, people like Fishballs, who had a very good recovery in map 2, something that we really wanted to see. Well, that's something that we got to witness. So when you talk about players like this, right, and when you also mention contact play, that gets me hella scared. That means we're in for a highlight reel, Crips. We should be ready for this.
Oh, definitely. We got to see some several multi kills this game as well, right? Whether it's the sheriff shots from Joshes, whether it's Wimp popping off with a spray down, whether it's even Fishpaw now coming alive. He wasn't very impactful in Haven, but now all of a sudden he's woken up and he looks so goddamn dangerous.
Yeah. Now, the duelists are on fire, the sentinels are on fire, the controllers have been on fire from since map 1. Everybody on the server, all 10 players, are on almost equal footing. And Ascent, a map that's heavily reliant on individual prowess, this is going to be a tooth for nail affair. And I feel like with everybody being on par, a big part of this is going to be respect, right? You never really want to overstay your welcome at a position. You never really want to overcommit to your push. And you mentioned that about Revenant in map 1, right? We didn't get to see a whole lot of that in map 2. And it's something that I feel like we need to see a resurgence of just a TD bit.
Yeah, I really like the point that you mentioned about overstaying your welcome because I feel like this was so relevant in Bind. You take a look at this because every time Reckoning Esports were on the defensive side, they were rotating really well. Those were preemptive rotations, but they had the right idea. Something similar they were able to do in the attacking side of Haven as well, where they had the right idea about where their opponents are, but Reckoning were just simply unable to capitalize on that information. This time, because of the information Reckoning made the preemptive rotations, they always had the site stacked up. Revenant were walking in to basically crossfires which they weren't prepared for. And every time somebody like Blackhawk died early on, they had no ability to place down the smokes. And that's a risk that you run when you're the lurking controller. If you go down, there's nothing else to help your team because Wimp has already deployed his toxin screen. He can't change that now. So there's no visual cover. And I think that's something that Reckoning punished really well.
Oh yeah. Reckoning were forcing such uncomfortable fights from the side of Revenant. Like, even for example, in the round where one tap got just double satcheled in towards the back of B, right? They got
Yeah.
to know the position of the player towards hookah, but there still was never a fight that Revenant could take in a position like that where they had the advantage. And
Yeah.
that's what's crucial. At any point, take only the fights where you have the advantage. Otherwise, don't even elect for it because there's always going to be another fight down the road that might be a little more enticing and might give you a better result.
Well, there you have it. Being able to pick and choose your own fights is basically the name of the game now. Revenant wanted to take fight on their own terms, and that's why they were taking their sweet time to creep ahead and hopefully catch some Reckoning players off guard, hopefully punish their aggression, but their aggression never came through. And it's their intention to take fight on their own terms, which basically did them in. Of course, in situations they were able to enforce it, but going into retakes, they were fairly more successful than when it comes to holding.
Yeah. And I'll be very honest, I was very surprised by the fact that we're pointing out these flaws in a lineup that has double controllers. So, yeah, something that really shouldn't have happened for Revenant Esports. But hey, a new map, new them. And this time is going to be on Ascent. The draft from Revenant. There we go. This is what I was waiting for, man. One tap got on the jet. Locks in the jet, and that personally to me is one of the best things that I've seen him play. I love the kind of confidence that this man has on his jet. Wimp on the KO. Now KO alongside Killjoy, yeah, it's a very very meta combo that Revenant are going for. I love the KO on this map, especially considering the fact that Fishball is playing the chamber. Wimp has a lot of responsibility on his shoulders to deny Fishballs any kind of easy frags, if you may say so.
Easy frags. I don't think any of those frags are going to be easy going into this one. Both the teams have learned their lesson. And to a certain extent, they've even countered each other. Think of the mistakes that Reckoning were making in the first map and how they've improved upon them in Bind. It's almost like that little gap of 10 to 15 minutes which exists between the maps was utilized to its fullest extent. Every single weakness we spoke of, addressed. Every single missed opportunity, now captured. And this rings true for both these teams. And that's exactly why going into Ascent is going to be so much more exciting because the way these teams are able to get a read on each other and improve round after round, time after time, that is what makes this game beautiful.
Yeah, that's what makes this game beautiful. That's what's also making this game ugly. You know, when you have to be on the receiving end of that, never really the best part of Valorant, right? And with the way this game is going, I'm pretty sure that later on, especially in towards the first or the second half, there's going to be a lot of plays that are going to be made which aren't really the most conventional, right? A lot of forced plays to maybe take that high risk gamble for the high risk reward. And that's where the KO is very, very powerful. KO is one of the only counters to Chamber. And the reason I say that is this is still the old patch where Chamber is utterly broken. And
Yeah.
sure, you might be able to drone out a chamber, you might be able to recon out a chamber, but a chamber will have the advantage regardless of what utility you throw, except for a 0 point or the null command. Those are the
Yeah.
only two things that will scare him away and can't really allow him to get out of a sticky situation. Otherwise, it's just going to be, hey, I'm in this position. I already have the pressure built up. I might as well just take a shot, snap out, even if I'm blind. Who gives a hoot?
Yeah. And it's that exact attitude that Chamber players have, which resulted in the nerf of this guy. I mean, even now, even in the older patch, if there is a KO or something, sure, you can still counter him, but that doesn't stop your particular Chamber player from holding his position and just continuing to battle down. And with that being said, with both the teams one-upping each other on the maps previously, it falls into Ascent. Revenant, Reckoning, both of them fighting for their first win in the Penta Pro Series, and Revenant starting on the defense. Let's get this underway, ladies and gentlemen. One tap got early commitment, doesn't get him the frag, but at least the trade does come through from the side of Wimp.
Placing swap.
Peeks out from shot, gets all that is required, and now the remaining members of Reckoning Esports are being held back by this smoke. Should be expiring soon enough with prowlers going either side. And the moment Reckoning walks out of that smoke, so does Revenant from the market smoke. It's almost like these teams can read each other so well, and it's like throwing bodies at each other. That was a bit labored, but Revenant do get the round win in the end. It's kind of funny, right? How both the teams just played on timing. And I think this is going to happen way more times going into Ascent, where both these teams just make the timing play so well, just get the read onto it so perfectly. I mean, it's obvious enough in the replay, right? Reckoning Esports hesitating to get out of the smoke, dump in the util, and they're like, YOLO, let's go in. But at the same time, Revenant knew exactly what was up, so they go for it too. Blackhawk, prime position to shut them down. He's got the backup of Wimp as well, and they are turning this into a shooting gallery. Nice spray down as they are able to definitely get the man advantage decisively. But after all is said and done, it's still spike control for Reckoning Esports. With just a bunch of classics, they shouldn't be able to get that much impact in this round, but when you walk across the corner like that against Fishball, what can you expect? Wimp taken down. Blackhawk exacts revenge, and he's on the verge of the ace.
Give it to
He's
him.
got
There
it.
we go.
What a way to start this game off.
I know, right? It's gotta feel a whole lot better for Blackhawk. Like you mentioned, you know, his plays in Bind were firmly denied. This is certainly gonna change that picture. Sometimes as a player, this is exactly the kind of rounds you need, right? It helps you regain your confidence, and more importantly, it helps you not lose that mind game. The mental game is half fit at the stage of Valorant. Oh, quickly. The flash almost bit perfect, but Fishball's already anticipating that coming from a mile away, and Revenant crumbling like flies. What's happening here?
Standing.
Oh, Rio! Disgusting one tap. Ching dipped to oblivion. And they don't spawn Wimp. Small possibility for him maybe to even get a frag or two, but I foresee nothing more. Sadly written to his name. And just off the back of pure aggression, Revenant might end up conceding to Reckoning their first round.
Spike planted.
Look at this interception. Oh, the movement. Goodness Christ, these guys dance well.
Yeah, and if he can dance this well, imagine what's gonna happen when he's got the guns in his hand.
Still trying their very best to remove this Vandal, which in all honesty is the right play, especially with the way they're executing it. Land the shot, Rio. You landed two disgusting one taps right before this. Come on. Got this, buddy. Decent flash, but the expected finish, which is Reckoning taking this round in flawless fashion. Some of it felt like, you know what, Revenant were just going AWOL in a round like this, but hey, fast strats are fast strats for a reason. They're meant to be played this way. Good job on Reckoning to expect this and playing passive, so that they don't get caught off guard. Patience is rewarded, but the lead still in the hands of Revenant, so they have a lot a decent bit of money at least to fall back on, with Blackhawk being the only one who needs to compromise. And hey, even if it's an Omen playing an SMG, it's all cool because Omen is one of the controllers that specializes in trying to close the range down.
The passive start from Reckoning Esports this time. Revenant looking to make early moves, but again, it's gonna boil down to patience.
See how patient Reckoning are trying to be with this, right? They have not shown face for about 40 seconds straight up. Now they just throw a little bit of utility to tickle this A-side defense. Mind you, they have no plans of committing whatsoever. With the minutes still left on the clock, they can just relax a little bit, take map control, and play off the late call. Assume that there was one person gonna peek top mid, and there actually is.
Enemy kill.
Oh! Execution! Beautiful one tap, and now they should anticipate the position of Ching.
No, what?
Remaining.
Whoa!
Kidding me, Jing?
30 seconds left.
Woo! That's what you labeled seconds before disaster. The drone just about cleared that angle until it did not. Moved away towards the right side just in the nick of time. And because Jing held the deeper angle, he was like, screw it. If they're gonna check me, I might as well swing and try to kill them. And he kills them all. Murdered in cold blood.
Cold blood, my friend. Let's look at that once more. First one, yeah, excusable to some extent. These two, though, dude. Oh, the last bullet of that spray and it caught Rio's head. How can you be that unfortunate? They had to be a trade. They had to be a little bit of space between the two. But hey, this was a send, baby.
There.
Goodbye. Looking pretty doable for RGE. They have one ultimate, and that's on Zeke. We could get the 34% Hunter's Fury relatively quickly, but that's if they play their cards right. Wimp. That 0 point allows some access towards Wine, and if Wine's left uncleared, it could be a big problem. Oh, nice from Blackhawk. He essentially walks ahead to bait the Prowler, and Wimp set up with a gallery right ahead of him. Not able to translate that into success, though.
But it's still a 4v4. And despite the heroics of... Yeah, despite the heroics of Wimp, now in a troublesome position. Soulmate lining them up, knocking them down. Revenant Esports, even though they had the right idea, they cannot go up against Soulmate's firepower.
And they just hold their ground. Everybody just taking that fight B main. They're like, guys, we don't care. We're gonna revive this. We're gonna hit side. Just cover me, heaven. And they just walk into a shooting gallery.
Man, the amount of stubbornness and the cojones you require to pull off something like this. Even Wimp over there, in the face of certain death, goes out swinging. And Soulmate.
He had to.
That was a spray down that did not just rip apart Reckoning's bodies, but also pierced down to the depths of their soul.
And economy.
And economy, yes, that too. Relegated to Spectres and Sheriffs. It's the heroics of Soulmate that restored the advantage for Revenant Esports. This time, a medium-based A-hit as Reckoning Esports are being held back. Nightfall committed, but they cannot move in because of the fragment and the paranoia. Oh no, the haunt! It reveals them! And Blackhawk ends up going down for free, and yet another kill onto Wimp as well. Reckoning Esports should not have been able to get all this, but now they've got this and more. Oh, fancy footwork, but only keeps him alive for a second longer. Reckoning Esports, stubborn in their approach. Regardless of the weaponry or the advantage, they will challenge Revenant and win.
Can't use that yet. Placing alarm bot.
Reckoning Esports, they're sure about their calls, and again, they had a good idea as to what the setup is going to be. 0 point, that's gonna come on through. One thing is, why did nobody break that recon on Revenant? There should have been at least one member, man. The Cards up. Utility is just gonna be flying your direction, and when you're faced with utility alongside a perfect peak alongside it, yeah, there's barely anything you can do in a situation like that. Those are the moments where you're like, yeah guys, I'm done, next round.